All right. So I'm going to start a new one. It's called The Passover Plot by Dr. Hugh J. Schoenfield, 1965. It was recommended by Jordan Maxwell, and I respect what Jordan does or did, so I'm giving it a go. If you're highly religious, you might want to be careful. I don't know. A lot of people can be weirded out by books like this. They intrigue me, so I just wanted to give a small warning. All right, introduction. The Passover plot is the outcome of an endeavor which has extended over 40 years to discover the man Jesus Christ really was. The difficulties all the way have been formidable and by no means confined to problems of research. By far the hardest part of the undertaking has been to free the mind from preconceived ideas and the effects of traditional Christian teaching. There had to be a readiness to entertain whatever might be revealed, even if this meant differing from former judgments. Most books about him have been devotional, apologetic, or polemical, and I wished mine to be none of these. What I aimed at was to shed all disposition to make use of Jesus and allow him from his own time to explain himself to me. I was first charged with responsibility for the task now completed when I was a student at Glasgow University. We were visited by an eminent Scottish professor of New Testament history and literature, whom I, a Jewish boy, rather startled by my youthful arguments and familiarity with the ancient Christian authorities, I had studied on my own initiative. Already at that time, the person of Jesus greatly attracted me, and I wanted to find out what had been the convictions of his original Jewish followers who acknowledged him as the Messiah. I read widely both the Christian and Jewish interpretations, and it seemed to me that both were partly right and partly wrong. There was a mystery which called for further explanation. My enthusiasm impressed the professor, and he invited me to his home in Edinburgh, where we talked into the small hours. In the end, I made him a promise which I have only been able to honor long after his death. Through the intervening years, however, I pursued my researches, exploring many aspects of the subject. I wrote a number of books as much for my own instruction as for the enlightenment of those who read them. Finally, I found it necessary to make a fresh English translation of the Christian scriptures, accompanied by copious explanatory notes published as the authentic New Testament, the most consequential of all my literary labors. I have frequently been urged by numerous readers to set down my convictions about Jesus. They were persuaded that in my unusual position as a Jew who has devoted a lifetime to the sympathetic elucidation of Christian origins and is not connected with any section of the church, I ought to have seen things which have escaped the observation of those more directly involved. Some of these correspondents may merely have been curious, and others eager to obtain my endorsement of their own beliefs. But on the whole, there has been certified to me from the letters I continually receive from many parts of the world that there is a widespread desire for a realistic rather than an idealized representation of Jesus. The traditional portraiture no longer satisfies. It is too baffling in its apparent contradiction of the terms of our earthly existence. The God-man of Christianity is increasingly incredible, yet it is not easy to break with centuries of authoritative instruction in devout faith, and there remains embedded deep in the subconscious a strong sense of the supernatural inherited from remote ages. Jesus still counts for so much and answers so much to human need that we are anxious to believe that there must have been something special about him, something which eludes our rational grasp and keeps us in our thought of him hovering perilously on the brink of naked superstition. We find in him the symbol both of the martyrdom and the aspirations of man, and therefore we must cling to him as the embodiment of an assurance that our life has a meaning and a purpose, quite apart from the intrusion into the early Christianity of a pagan assessment of his worth in terms of deity, which historically we have to admit no interpretation of Jesus can contain us, which does not show that our confidence has not been wholly misplaced. If he was not more than man, he was at the very least a most exceptional man who placed his own indelible stamp on the story of human experience and achievement. So this remarkable Jew continues to intrigue and agitate us, the more so perhaps as the old ties of a settled faith are loosened. Tell me more about Jesus, says a well-known hymn, yet many are now half afraid that the telling will destroy an illusion, that the man behind the myth will prove to be less alluring, less consoling, and inspiring. It has emerged from recent literature and broadcasts and from my personal contacts that it is not practicable to invest the theological Jesus with convincing historicity, for the theological figure continually conditions consideration of almost everything relating to the actual man. It is so much more familiar and hard to shake off. There is an attitude of reverence with projects itself in the transmutation of the character of Jesus, who, despite the evidence of the Gospels, is made out to be all love and compassion in the treatment of his every word as divine wisdom, in the wish to explain away his mistakes and extenuate his faults. I recall my discomfort while I was translating the New Testament when a distinguished and pious Christian layman said to me, if you can get round Jesus cursing the fig tree, you will have done us a great service. The only way in which we can hope to know the real Jesus is by first becoming conscious of him as a man of his own time, country, and people, which necessitates an intimate acquaintance with all three. We have resolutely to refuse to detach him from his setting and let the influences which played upon him play upon us. We have to mark the traits in him which were personal, individual, whether pleasing or unpleasing, which convey to us the attributes of idiosyncrasies of a creature of flesh and blood. When this Galilean Jew has made an impact upon us in the cruder aspects of his morality, are we entitled to begin to cultivate him and estimate his worth, allowing him to communicate to us the imaginations of his mind and the motivation of his actions. If then we perceive to him some spark of genius, some quality of greatness and nobility of soul, we shall not incline to exaggerate or convert him impossibly into a paragon of all the virtues. Such a man could have his godlike moments, but could never be consistently a reflection of the divine, except for those whose notion of deity would permit the gods to share our human frailties. The modern dilemma of Christianity is patent and stems from a creed which down the centuries has so insisted on seeing God in Jesus Christ that it is in danger, as is now evident, of being unable to apprehend the existence of God without him. Far too many Christians do not know God in any other way than through Jesus. They take away the deity of Jesus, and their faith in God is imperiled or destroyed. The New Testament is not entirely to be blamed for this. The major fault lies with those who have pandered to the ignorance and superstition of the people in giving them a God created in the image of man. Yet Jesus and his own nation, differently taught, could love and worship God without recourse to incarnation. I have often asked my Christian friends, is it not enough if you believe in the one God, Lord of all spirits, and accept Jesus as his messianic messenger? But it seemed that the messiahship of Jesus, in their view, had only to do with the Jews and meant nothing in their experience. Many were not even aware that Christ was simply a Greek translation of the Hebrew title Messiah, the Anointed One, and supposed that it had to do with the heavenly nature of the second person of the Trinity. It took me a long time to appreciate that when we talked of God, we were not speaking the same language, and that there was a serious problem of communication. Finally, it dawned on me, and I have in honesty to say this, that Christianity was still much too close to the paganism over which it had scored a technical victory to be happy with a faith in God as pure spirit. There had never been in the church a complete conversion from heathenism. We might be living in the second half of the 20th century, but the Gentile need remained for a human embodiment of deity. God had still to be grasped through a physical kinship with man and his earthly concerns, and there yet lingered the sense of the efficiency. I think it's efficiency. That's not efficiency. That's sense of the efficacy. Yeah, of the substitutionary, and proprietary sacrifice of a choice victim. As a consequence, where there had been emancipation from the ancient heritage, this has tended to produce not a pure religion, but the natural reaction of atheism. The church must be held to be a major cause of promoting what it wholeheartedly condemns. However, it is not my intention to embark on a theological treatise, only to draw attention to what is the most powerful influence which bars the way to the truth about Jesus. No doubt much could stem from re-exposition of religion in a modern idiom, which reconciled and reunited Christians and Jews and moved on towards the realization of the age-old vision of the brotherhood of man and the kingdom of God on earth, of which Jesus was an electrifying exponent. But if this is to be effected, there will be a great deal to unlearn and to relearn. I have had to indicate my consciousnesses of the gulf to be bridged because this has affected the manner in which my subject has been presented. I have been most anxious to avoid being too academic so that the book may be read without difficulty by the non-specialist, but I have had to take account of the fact that there is much ignorance about the conditions in Palestine at the time of Jesus and about how Christianity originated. Few people are informed about the character of the gospel records, how they came into being, and what credence is to be placed in their testimony. If they depend entirely on the New Testament, they cannot form a correct judgment of Jesus. They must be put in a position where they are able to test the validity of what they find there by bringing to bear a multiplicity of factors of which they may not previously have been aware. I have therefore divided the book into two parts, which are complementary but differ considerably in style and content. Part 1 is an imaginative reconstruction of the personality, aims, and activities of Jesus. This part is biographical, but does not include everything reported about him and is not offered as a life of Jesus. It does, however, face some of the greatest difficulties which are contained in certain features of his life, especially the birth and resurrection stories. My interpretation is founded, securely as it seems to me, on the belief of Jesus that he was the expected Messiah of Israel. Any view of him which ignores or evades this definite and illuminating information is self-condemned. However attractive and enticing it may be, as alien not only to the evidence of the New Testament and to the fact of a faith coming into existence which could be called Christian or Messianist, but also to the atmosphere prevailing in Palestine at the time which evoked the response Jesus made. Much has been written to illustrate what light this throws on the central figure of Christianity, but it is possible to see still more, because due to modern discoveries like the Dead Sea Scrolls, we know more. But what is known can only be applied constructively when we are inhibited by a religious compulsion to assume that the records about Jesus were divinely inspired. We must hold that they rate no higher than what can be established as to their reliability. They do not pass the test very well, though they certainly incorporate a good deal which is of the utmost value. The authors had to write up their subject with rather meager resources of documentation and living recollection. This was because of the Jewish revolt against Rome in AD 66, which resulted in the devastation of Palestine and Jerusalem and largely extinguished access to fuller information. Actually, we are better placed now than they were. When the Gospels were composed, legend, special pleading, the new environment of Christianity after the war, and a changed view of the nature of Jesus gave them a flavor of which we have to be fully conscious when we enlist their essential aid in the quest for the historical Jesus. These matters and others highly pertinent to the understanding of Jesus are considered. together with the research material in Part 2. Here will be found disquisitions on crucial issues with the latest information and some quite new arguments which the reader minded to go more deeply into the subject can explore at his leisure. What I have wished to be appreciated is that this is not one of those books which appear from time to time offering some far-fetched and highly fictitious account of Jesus which has no real roots in the knowledge in our possession. Where I have offered a theory which in the nature of things cannot be established, I have plainly stated this. I also desire to make clear that the image of Jesus which emerges does not, when honestly examined, detract from his greatness and uniqueness. Rather, does it confirm quite overwhelmingly the earliest Christian conviction that awareness of being the Messiah meant everything to Jesus. In affirmation of that office, that peculiar and incredibly difficult function, he directed his life, anticipated his execution, and envisioned his resurrection. This book reveals him as a master of his destiny, expecting events to conform to the requirements of prophetic intimations, contriving those events when necessary, contending with friends and foes to ensure that the predictions would be fulfilled. Such strength of will founded on faith, such concentration of purpose, such astuteness in planning, such psychological insight as we find him displaying, marks him out as a dominant and dynamic personality with a capacity for action which matched the greatness of his vision. He could be tender and compassionate, but he was no milk and water Messiah. He accepted that authority had been conferred upon him by God, and he exercised it with profound effect, whether favorable or unfavorable, on those who came in contact with him. The Passover plot tells the story of his high adventure, perhaps the strangest human enterprise in all recorded history, boldly and circumstantially. Hence the deliberately dramatic title, which strikes the keynote of the whole extraordinary undertaking to which Jesus committed himself. In certain places in this book, for the sake of clarity, I have employed my own translation of the Christian Scriptures, the authentic New Testament, the accuracy of which is vouched for by eminent scholars. This is available in Britain and the Commonwealth in hardcover, published by Dobson Books, and in paperback by Panther Books, and in the United States in paperback only, as yet by the New American Library of Literature, Mentor Books. Acknowledgement is accordingly made to these publishers. I fully realize that my treatment of the subject may cause considerable debate and controversy. I cannot undertake to answer all comments, whether in personal letters or in the press, but I will welcome them, and if this is warranted, I will do my best to reply in a further book. Where I have had to challenge traditional beliefs, it has not been with any hostile intent, and I hope, therefore, that criticism will be temperate and confined to persuasion on the basis of evidence. If I have had an objective other than patient seeking after truth, it has been to be of helpful service in providing people today with a more correct understanding of Christ, which they can live with and from which they can draw courage and inspiration, especially those in adversity and despondency. If it can be shown that to follow Jesus means to imbibe his spirit and seek his ends for mankind, then these pages may have made a timely and constructive contribution to one of the most vital dialogues of this generation. Hugh J. Schoenfield. That's it for today. All right. Part 1. The Man Who Believed He Was Messiah. 1. The Last Times. Christianity is rooted in Palestine, in a Jewish environment, and in the historical circumstances of a plainly dated period. This assuredly requires no argument. To this time and place, we are therefore bound to go for the elucidation of Christian origins. But it is by no means easy to relate the life of Jesus and the activities of his original followers, known as Nazarenes, to the contemporary situation. This is largely due to the character of the New Testament and the paucity of external evidences about the beginnings of Christianity. to reach conclusions which can fairly be regarded as corresponding as nearly as possible to the reality entails a vast amount of analysis and comparison, the patient piecing together of a host of hints and scraps of tradition, and in particular a sympathetic involvement in the affairs of the Jewish people and the detachment from considerations of Christian theology. Because of what the church has taught for so many centuries, it has been extremely difficult for Christian scholars to undertake such an investigation objectively. Those who have embarked upon it and produced most valuable results merit the highest praise. One pioneer, Professor F.C. Burkitt of Cambridge, whom the writer was privileged to know personally, advisedly used these cautionary words. We must be prepared to find the whole drama of the rise of Christianity more confused, more secular, in a word more appropriate to the limitations of its own age, than we should gather from the epic selectiveness of the creeds and the theological manuals. Such language is necessary and should be heeded by those theologians who feel quite at liberty to expound Christianity as if it owed little or nothing to its original background of thought. The Bishop of Woolwich, to quote a recent instance, can freely employ key words like Christ and gospel without apparent concern for their primary meaning and implications. Christ is the Greek translation of the Hebrew term Messiah, meaning the anointed one, and the gospel from the Greek and evangel, translating the Hebrew word for good news, was initially the information that the Messiah expected by the Jews had appeared. It makes all the difference to our understanding of Christianity if we are enabled to apprehend that it did not begin as a new religion, but as a movement of monotheistic Jews who held Jesus to be their God-sent king and deliverer. Here, in a sentence, is what it is imperative to know about the origins of Christianity. Here we have the essential clue to the activities of Jesus and his first followers, which helps to compensate for many material facts which are beyond recovery. Armed with this information, we can get Christianity in correct perspective and trace clearly and simply in the light of what is ascertainable how it was transformed into what it afterwards became. It is often said that Christianity is founded upon a person. That is true, but it is only part of the historical truth. What, so to speak, was the person founded upon? The answer is that he was founded upon an idea, a strange idea current among the Jews of his time, and an idea alien to Western thought, which many non-Jewish theologians still find very inconvenient, the idea of messianism. It was messianism which made the life of Jesus what it was and so brought Christianity into being. It was messianism, as accepted by Gentile believers, which contributed towards making the deification of Jesus inevitable. It was messianism which provided the spiritual impulse behind the Jewish war with Rome, which broke out in AD 66, resulting in the destruction of much authoritative testimony about Jesus and the substantial separation of Gentile from Jewish Christianity. The fundamental teaching of Christianity then was that Jesus, the Messiah, the Christ, had come. There can be not the shadow of a doubt about this. It is the ultimate conviction of which the whole edifice of Christianity rests, the historical fact on which all the Gospels are agreed. This teaching was the gospel underlying all the Gospels, the one thing which gave them the right to be so called. The faith of the earliest believers in Jesus was that which voiced itself in the declaration of Peter, as recorded in Mark, "You are the Messiah," simply this without any qualification. The persuasion they had was built upon what Jesus had said and done. It was he who had given them cause to conclude that he was the Messiah, and he had done so quite deliberately. But what the Gospels do not tell us is what in the first instance had persuaded him. Unless we can discover why Jesus held himself to be the Messiah, what current teaching about the Messiah he applied to himself, we are not in possession of the key to the mystery of his life and death. We have no right to say that while Jesus accepted the designation of Messiah, he did so in a sense quite different from any expectations entertained in his time. It would be unthinkable for him to do this, firstly, because being the Messiah meant answering the certain prophetic requirements which for him were divinely inspired, and secondly, because he would consciously have been depriving his people of any possibility of acknowledging him. He would be inviting them to reject him as a false Messiah. We have to take the view that Jesus believed it to be his calling and destiny to fulfill the messianic hope, and to do so in a manner which would conform with the predictions he accepted as authoritative. Our business is to find out the conditions with which Jesus felt he had to comply, and on this basis to follow the course of his actions. Obviously, we have to divorce the issue altogether from the paganized doctrine of the incarnation of the Godhead, with which the Christians it has become intermingled, since expectation did not identify the Messiah with God, and indeed the nature of Jewish monotheism wholly excluded such an idea. Jesus, as much as any other Jew, would have regarded as blasphemous the manner in which he is depicted. For instance, in the fourth gospel. Taking the gospels together, and these are the chief source of our information about Jesus, we have in them an epitome of the process by which the traditions about him grew and expanded with the changing needs and fortunes of succeeding generations of believers, Jewish and Gentiles, so that Jesus, as he appears in them, is a composite and somewhat contradictory figure. His image is like the idol of Nebuchadnezzar's dream in the book of Daniel, part gold, part silver, part bronze, part iron, and part clay. The gold is there to be extracted, but we cannot take hold of the unalloyed without knowledge of the influences and circumstances to which Jesus himself had responded. It is not enough to look back to him through the minds of much later believers, not of Jewish origin. We have imperatively to look forward to him through the pre-Christian development of Messianism. The coming of the Messiah was not something fortuitous. It was closely linked with a period of history prophetically anticipated, the last times or end of days which would precede the inauguration of the kingdom of God. The Messiah could not appear at any time. The Messiah could not appear at any time, but only at the end of days, at a time of testing and great tribulation for Israel. The conception of the last days drew upon biblical predictions relating to the later days and the day of the Lord, which became combined with Babylonian and Persian ideas of a succession of ages. During the ages, the forces of good and evil would contend with one another, and the struggle would reach its climax in the penultimate age, being followed by the final age of peace and bliss, the kingdom of God. The last times would thus be the closing period of the old order, when the assaults of evil would reach their most malevolent intensity, bringing great misery to humanity and persecution and suffering to the elect of Israel. When these signs appeared, then the Messiah was to be expected. According to those who studied these matters, it could not be known how long the last times would endure, but it could be known approximately when they would begin. For this, a basis of calculation had to be available, and it was found in the book of Daniel in the prophecy of 70 weeks, later understood to mean 70 weeks of years, 490 years. The last times could be expected to begin after the lapse of 490 years from the going forth of the commandment of Cyrus to restore and build Jerusalem. That is to say, after about 46 BC. Those who believed in this interpretation and were living in the reign of Herod the Great, 37-4 BC, could accept that the last times had now begun, and that therefore, before very long, the coming of the Messiah was to be expected. This explains why a strong messianic excitement manifested itself among the Jews from this time onward, and why no one before this had claimed to be the Messiah. The part of the book of Daniel in which the prophecy occurs has been dated about 164 BC. The author is assuming the name of a man supposed to be living near the end of the 6th century BC. From other visions of his, he appears to have expected the era of righteousness would come not very long after his actual time. Some thought it had come in the reign of John Hyrcanus 1 to 137 to 3 BC. We do not know much about earlier calculations, and the one to which we have referred was worked out later when the hopes entertained of the Hasmoneans had been grievously disappointed. It is after 100 BC that the literature we have reveals a mounting interest in the last times and in the advent of messianic personalities. By the 1st century of our era, it had become quite feverish and had engendered a state of near hysteria among the people. It was wholly in keeping with the circumstances that a figure like John the Baptist should now appear proclaiming that the kingdom of God was at hand and calling upon the people to repent and save themselves from the wrath to come. It was no less appropriate that a man like Jesus should be convinced he was the Messiah and announce that the times is fulfilled. The calculations of pious scribes confirmed the time, but what was more, the conditions of the time reinforced the calculations. Messianism was a product of the Jewish spirit. It was inspired by the Hebrew reading of the riddle of the creation and destiny of mankind. Though some of its features did not originate with the Hebrews, they absorbed them and brought them into the relationship with a great vision of the ultimate brotherhood of man under the rule of the one God and the Father of all men. The vision was not simply a cherished ideal, it was associated with a plan for its realization. According to this plan, God had chosen a set apart one nation among the nations of the world, neither numerous nor powerful, to be the recipient of his laws, and by observing them to offer a universal example. The theocracy of Israel would be the persuasive illustration of the world theocracy. It would be a kingdom of priests and a holy nation, witnessing to all nations. Manifestly, according to this view, the redemption of humanity awaited upon the attainment by Israel of a state of perfect obedience to the will of God. By so much as Israel failed to meet the divine requirements, by so much was the peace and well-being of mankind retarded. The history of Israel, seen in this light, was a prolonged schooling, national disposition to go astray, having to be corrected by the infliction of appropriate punishments, conquest and oppression by foreigners, pestilence and famine, exile. Internally, much depended on the guidance of rulers, priests, and kings. These too were judged by whether they did right in the sight of the Lord. Their failures called for an additional activity by messengers of God in a succession of prophets. Eventually, it began to be despaired of that the whole people could be brought to the necessary state of perfection. Hopes were pinned on an elect remnant of faithful souls by whose obedience the redemption would be hastened. They would be the elite of the final world order, entitled to its highest honors by their loyalty and by their sufferings in this present world. The messianic hope became concentrated upon the determined efforts of the pious, the saints, to observe the law, thus justifying God in acting speedily. If the time was greatly prolonged, even the elect might prove unequal to the strain. It was imperative for the pious themselves to search out what divine guidance had been given to set a term to their endurance, what signs were to be expected to intimate that the end of days had arrived. The last stage of the evolution of the messianic hope envisaged the intervention of God by means of the anointed ones, ideal figures, a prophet like Moses, a perfect priest, a righteous king of the line of David. These would come in the end of the days as God's highest appointed representatives to transform the whole world scene and usher in the kingdom of God. The scheme of the Messianic hope, as outlined here, must be understood to be composite and not fully comprehensive. Many ingredients went into the framing of the hope. Different aspects were emphasized at different times and by different groups. It was accentuated as certain historical situations arose, particularly after the return from the Babylonian exile, and was not consciously present in the thinking of the Jewish people all the time. Concern with the coming of messianic persons was part of the later expression of the hope, especially from the 2nd century BC onward, though it was nourished on ideas and predictions hundreds of years older, not excluding popular folklore and mythology. We may select 3 circumstances as contributing importantly to making the messianic hope the powerful influence it became in the 1st century BC. One of these was a change in attitudes towards the Bible. The Hebrew Bible consists of 3 divisions: the Law, the Prophets, Joshua and Malachi, and the writings, beginning with the Psalms and including the book of Daniel. The divisions represent stages of acceptance into canonicity. The Law, as consisting of the 5 books of Moses, had binding force by the 5th century BC, or not much later. The prophets did not acquire their force until about the 3rd century BC. The Psalms and some other books soon formed the basis of the 3rd division, which was finally settled at the end of the 1st century AD. The effects of the recognition of the Law and the prophets with the Psalms as a corpus of sacred scriptures were far-reaching. It opened the way for a new development, the treatment of these books as the oracles of God. They became a subject to all kinds of interpretation to draw out of them hidden meanings and prognostications. A second circumstance was the worst calamity which had befallen the Jews since the destruction of the kingdom of Judah and the loss of the temple at the beginning of the 6th century BC. The new calamity was seen by pious Jews to be impending as a consequence of the attractions of Hellenism, which since the time of Alexander the Great had made increasing inroads into Jewish life and thought, fostering moral laxity and apostasy. The judgment of God must surely fall upon the nation as it had done in the past. It fully confirmed this opinion when the Seleucid king Antiochus Epiphanes 175 to 62 BC decreed the abolition of the Jewish religion and converted the temple at Jerusalem into a shrine of Zeus Olympius. Throughout the country there was a great persecution until resistance was organized by the sons of the aged priest Mattathias of Modin. One son, Judas Maccabus, led the revolt in the name of God, and after a series of remarkable successes cleansed the rededicated the defiled temple. One of the products of this testing time was the book of Daniel. Its apocalyptic dreams and visions were to exercise a major influence on messianic thinking and prediction. The third circumstance to which we must draw attention is Jewish secularism. The experiences of the nation in the time of Antiochus and the immediate successors had administered a severe shock. The people became much more devout. There was revived in them a sense of destiny, of belonging to God in a special way, which demanded faithfulness to the law revealed to them through Moses. They saw in the victories of the Maccabees the hand of God outstretched for their deliverance when they were obedient to his commandments. The messianic hope comes out strongly in Daniel, where the people of the saints of the Most High, likened to a son of man compared with the beast, figures representing the predatory heathen empires, are entrusted with God's everlasting kingdom when all rulers will serve and obey him. It became to matter very much to the more spiritually sensitive that the divine laws should be observed meticulously, and this inevitably gave rise to sectarianism, to competition in holiness. From this period, three ways of life in particular are made known to us, those of the Sadducees, Pharisees, and Essenes. They were minority movements, numbering only a few thousand in each case, but they were nevertheless extremely influential and gave impetus to the exposition of the messianic hope. Unfortunately, as regards the first two, they were also involved in a power struggle for control of the political affairs of the nation. From 160 BC, we are in a new age, an age of extraordinary fever and religiosity, in which almost every event, political, social, and economic, was seized upon, scrutinized, and analyzed to discover how and in what way it represented a sign of the times and threw light on the approach of the end of days. The whole condition of the Jewish people was psychologically abnormal. The strangest tales and imaginings could find ready credence. A new pseudonymous literature came into being. A new pseudonymous literature came into being, part moral exhortation and part apocalyptic prophecy, a kind of messianic science fiction. People were on edge, neurotic. There were hot disputes, rivalries, and recriminations. The essence of the messianic hope, as we have seen, was the establishment of the kingdom of God on earth, for which the prerequisite was a righteous Israel, or at least a righteous remnant of Israel. There must be a return to the relationship with God initiated at the covenant of Sinai. Of this, the prophecies of Jeremiah spoke when he said, "Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and with the house of Judah. After those days, saith the Lord, I will put my law in their inward parts and write it in their hearts, and will be their God, and they shall be my people. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor and every man his brother, saying, Know the Lord. For they shall all know me, from the least of them to the greatest of them, saith the Lord. For I will forgive their iniquity, and I will remember their sin no more." Here it is promised that the spiritual infirmity of Israel would be helped by the intervention of God. To become worthy of this interposition was imperative. The three movements to which we have referred, and there were others, were fundamentally responses to this conviction. The Sadducees emphasized the strict and literal adherence to the laws of Moses and the cultivation of ethics. The Pharisees aimed at the sanctification of the whole of daily life and formulated new rules which extended the application of the law to cover all contingencies. The Essenes, determined to be even more faultless, formed close communities from which contamination and impurity could be excluded, and where the utmost simplicity of living and rigid discipline could overcome material and fleshly temptations. These movements reveal in themselves how deadly serious had become the desire to merit God's intervention. We should be out of tune with the temper of the time if we did not realize this. It was the study of the manner of the redemptive intervention which now accented the advent of messianic figures. The Sadducees, proving everything from express statements in the law, looked for the coming of the prophet like Moses. The Pharisees and Essenes ranged more widely and brought into prominence the perpetual covenants with Levi and David. The prophecies of Jeremiah had further contained this promise. Behold, the days come, saith the Lord, that I will perform that good thing which I have promised unto the house of Israel and to the house of Judah. In those days And at that time will I cause the branch of righteousness to grow up unto David, and he shall execute judgment and righteousness in the land. In those days shall judge Judah be saved, and Jerusalem shall dwell safely. For thus saith the Lord, David shall never want a man to sit upon the throne of the house of Israel, neither shall the priests, the Levites want a man to offer burnt offerings, and to kindle meat offerings, and to do sacrifice continually. Therefore it was held God would intervene by means of anointed ones, messiahs, or the tribes of Levi and Judah. One writer declares, And now, my children, obey Levi and Judah, and be not lifted up against these two tribes, for from them shall arise unto you the salvation of God. For the Lord shall rise up from Levi as it were a high priest, and from Judah as it were a king. He shall save all the races of Israel. For the Essenes, the priestly Messiah would be the superior of the royal Messiah, while for the Pharisees, who became disillusioned with hierarchical government, the Messiah par excellence would be the ideal king of the line of David. But they admitted the priority of the Levitical messianic personality to be the extent that the Davidic Messiah would be preceded by a priestly forerunner in the form of the returned prophet Elijah, whom he had to have been a priest. Hold up. Okay. For a brief period in the latter part of the 2nd century BC, the greatest hopes were entertained as a result of the victories of the Hasmonean ruler John Hyrcanus I, under whom the Jews not only regained complete independence, but also a territory larger than any under Jewish rule since the reign of Solomon, son of David. No, not a few were ready to see in John one who combined all the messianic offices, being a prophet, priest, and king. But John Hyrcanus was no paragon, and his successors proved to be thoroughly unsatisfactory rulers, despotic, ambitious, and unjust. Instead of the kingdom of God, there was war in Israel, and the Essenes had justification for their view that Satan had been let loose on the country. From this time, national affairs played an increasing part in the exposition of the messianic hope. It acquired a more personal and political coloring. The cry was raised, Behold, O Lord, and raise up unto them their king, the son of David, in the time which thou, O God, knowest, that he may reign over Israel thy servant, and gird him with strength, that he may break in pieces them that rule unjustly. The change of emphasis is messianic. Expectations caused much thought to be given to the conditions which the scriptures indicated would prevail when the Messiah would be revealed. There would be wars and tumults, public strife and divided families, pestilence and famine, persecution of the saints, a host of tribulations. These would be the woes of the last times, presaging the coming of the Messiah. As Jewish affairs went from bad to worse, by so much more were messianic convictions intensified. Those who looked for signs could find them in abundance. In 63 BC, the Romans were called upon to aid John Hyrcanus II against his ambitious brother Aristobulus. There was an internecine conflict, the siege and capture of Jerusalem, with the Roman general Pompey committing the enormity of entering the Holy of Holies in the temple. The Jews lost their brief independence, and their land became a vassal state of Rome. Once more, Israel was subject to the heathen, and finally forced to accept at Roman hands a king who, though he was professing Jew, was an alien Idumean origin. The reign of Herod the Great, 37 to 4 BC, was from the beginning attended by disorders. Not only had he to preserve his throne by adroit maneuver and political intrigue relation to the struggle, then going on to the Roman world, he had to govern a people intensely hostile to his regime, only willing to see in him a manifestation of diabolical sovereignty. Herod was an ambitious man and a clever one, brave with regal bearing and qualities of leadership, but he was impulsive and had neurotic tendencies, which the circumstances of his reign so aggravated as to convert him into something like the raging, ruthless monster his apocalyptic minded subjects believed him to be. With real and imagined plots against him, he could not feel secure until he had destroyed the Hasmoneans around whom popular support could still gather. First to be got rid of was Antigonus, then the boy Aristobulus, whom he had made high priest at the age of 16, and then the aged former high priest and king, the inoffensive Hyrcanus II, later the Hasmonean princess Miriam, whom he had married and genuinely loved, was executed, followed by her mother Alexandria, and to the end of his days the king's fears of conspiracy by family and friends led him on to the destruction even of his own children, successfully switching his allegiance from the vanquished Mark Antony to the victorious Octavian. Afterwards, the Emperor Augustus, Herod reached a height of political power and prestige, but as the friend of Caesar, devoted to the Romans and to the Hellenic way of life, he made himself ever more noxious to his people, who would not be placated even by his grandiose rebuilding of the temple. They hated and feared him, and were kept from revolt only by the strongly manned fortresses which Herod constructed at strategic points, and by his conversion of the country into what we would now call a police state. The pious attributed to the wrath of God the great earthquake of Judea in the 7th year of his reign, and the persistent droughts followed by pestilence in the 13th year of his reign. Such calamities seemed like the plagues of Egypt, and Herod appeared as another pharaoh of the oppression. The signs seem certainly to confirm the current interpretation of the prophecies that the last times had begun. For the extreme pietists, these days were the period of the wrath. Many abandoned the cities and took to the wilderness. Sectarian communities like that of Qumran by the Dead Sea flourished as fresh recruits joined them. Such communities had long existed on the eastern fringe of the country, but now they were multiplied and increased in variety, holding themselves to be the faithful elect of the last times. Through the sources of information at our command, we obtain a picture of the situation in Palestine towards the close of the 1st century BC, which, if it could be put on a canvas, would seem to be the work of a madman or a drug addict. A whole nation was in the grip of delirium. The king on his throne was a sick and gloomy tyrant. His embittered subjects feared and detested him to an extent that was almost maniacal. Religious fanatics fasted and prayed and preached wrath and judgment. Obsessed with conviction that the last times had come, terror and superstition overcame all reason among the people. Self-recrimination accompanied messianic fervor. No wonder that when Herod died, all hell was let loose. At first a cry of relief went up throughout the land, and then in a moment all was tumult and disorder. Soldiers went on a rampage. Bands of brigands plundered in the name of liberty from Rome, and the Herodians various In the name of liberty from Rome and the Herodians, various leaders set themselves up as king and readily got together a multitude of armed followers. And thus, writes Josephus, did a great and wild fury spread itself over the nation, because they had no king to keep the masses in good order, and because those foreigners who came to reduce the seditious to sobriety did, on the contrary, set them more in a flame because of the injuries they offered them, and the avaricious management of their affairs. In punitive actions by the Romans, thousands were killed in different parts of the country, and at Jerusalem, 2,000 were crucified. And it goes into references. You want the references, go buy the book. All right, chapter 2. He that should come. The circumstances we have outlined, which use perhaps to be more familiar to previous generations of Christians than they are today, have an obvious bearing on the understanding of the life of Jesus and must be allowed their full weight in any attempt to comprehend him. We have seen what strange imaginings had gripped the Jewish people at this time, the time Jesus came into the world, fed by those who interpreted the scriptures to them. According to many preachers, the 11th hour had come. The last times had begun. The kingdom of God was at hand. The world was on the eve of wrath and judgment. The Messiah would appear. Christianity affirms that Jesus was this Messiah whose advent fulfilled the prophecies, but singularly fails to concentrate on the implications as the effective means of becoming better acquainted with his character and activities. The messiahship of Jesus is asserted and then sidestepped in order to disclose him in a light more congenial to Hellenic rather than Jewish concepts. Quite commonly, for instance, quite apart from the claim that Jesus was God, the view is expressed that the Jews of the time of Jesus were expecting a warrior Messiah, one who would win military victories over the enemies of Israel, and in this way accomplish the deliverance. The Jews rejected Jesus because he was a man of peace who represented the love of God. But what authority is there for such a view? Had this been the contemporary opinion of those who studied the scriptures? Certainly, Jesus could never have thought of himself as the Messiah. But in fact, in references to the Messiah, up to the time of Jesus, the conception of a warrior Messiah does not appear. Among the peasantry of Palestine, many did entertain such a notion because conditions were so bad that violence seemed to offer the natural remedy. Living under alien domination, oppressed and ill-used, who is to blame them if they did? To the desperate, the niceties of prophecy mattered little. Anyone would serve as Messiah, whether descended from David or not, if he was bold, courageous, and a leader of men. There were plenty of people with little to lose who were ready for any adventure which promised food and drink and the destruction of the enemies, and who often quite sincerely would believe themselves to be fighting the battles of God. Such people, over 1,000 years later, joined the Crusades, but we must not judge the messianic hope by such as they. Those who took things into their own hands, the violent ones who resorted to militancy, were strongly criticized and denounced by the Pharisees, who were the chief spiritual instructors of the masses. Of the branch of David, for whom pious Jews awaited, it was written, "With righteousness shall he judge the poor and reprove with equity for the meek of the earth, and he shall smite the earth with the rod of his mouth, and with the breath of his lips shall he slay the wicked." The sharp two-edged sword of the Messiah would be no physical weapon, but justice and righteousness. Dating from the 1st century BC, we have an exposition of the kind of Messiah who was expected based on the passage from Isaiah just quoted. "And a righteous king and taught of God is he that reigneth over them, and there shall be no iniquity in his days in their midst, for all shall be holy, and their king is the Lord Messiah. For he shall not put his trust in horse and rider and bow, nor shall he multiply unto himself gold and silver for war, nor by ship shall he gather confidence for the day of battle. For he shall smite the earth with the word of his mouth, even for everyone. He himself also is pure from sin, so that he may rule a mighty people and rebuke princes and overthrow sinners by the might of his word. And he shall not faint all his days, because he leaneth upon God, for God shall cause him to be mighty through the spirit of holiness, and wise through the counsel of understanding, with might and righteousness. The son of David, who was to come, would be holy and just, the Messiah of righteousness, as he is called in the Dead Sea Scrolls, living in communion with God and obedient to his will. It is by the word of truth that he will convict and defeat his adversaries. That the Messiah should have such a character fully accords with what he have brought out about the nature of the messianic hope. The goal was the universal rule of God acknowledged by all men, when war, strife, and wickedness should cease. To reach that goal, it was required that Israel should be a kingdom of priests and a holy nation. How much more must the Messiah, who would come in God's name, be the perfect Israelite? To him would apply the words of the psalmist, "Thou lovest righteousness and hatest wickedness. Therefore God, even thy God, hath anointed thee with the oil of gladness above thy fellows." Then said I, Lo, I come. In the volume of the book it is written of me, I delight to do thy will, O my God. Yea, the law is within my heart. This was the likeness of which the Messiah was expected to conform, and this is what Christians should have been taught. It was said of him, and he shall gather together a holy people, whom he shall lead to righteousness, and shall judge the tribes of the people that hath been sanctified by the Lord his God. And he shall not suffer iniquity to lodge in their midst, and none that knoweth wickedness shall dwell within him. For he shall take knowledge of them that they be all sons of their God, and shall divide them upon the earth according to their tribes. He shall judge the nations and the peoples with the wisdom of his righteousness. Selah. These things were expounded to the people in the synagogues by preachers who mainly belonged to the fraternity of the Pharisees, but not all the messianic mysteries were public property. The extreme pietists who delved into such matters largely kept their knowledge to themselves, setting down some of their ideas in books only disclosed to the initiated. To supplement our knowledge, we have to ferret out information to the extent that we have access to the internal literature of these groups, some of it, like the Dead Sea Scrolls, only recently available. Much material that would assist us has long been lost or destroyed, and we still know all too little about the tenets and distinguishing features of the groups in question. The discovery of the scrolls has turned scholarly attention again to the ancient references to the various Jewish and related sects and to those relics of them which have survived. Research in this field has now become one of the most promising developments for the illumination of Christian origins. Here we can only touch on some aspects which have bearing on the messianic hope and its interpretation by Jesus and relate to the region in which he lived. It used to be customary to think of Jesus as brought up in Judaism, which answered roughly to that of the 2nd century A.D. and derived from that of the Pharisees, and which was much the same all over Palestine. This view is no longer tenable, though on the basis of it we had a book by Robert Aaron entitled Jesus of Nazareth, The Hidden Years, which, while colorful, is largely erroneous. Certain scholars long ago apprehended from the rabbinical literature that the people of the North and South did not see eye to eye on many things. It was possible even to detect in primitive Christianity the clash of Galilean and Jerusalem tradition. But only lately has it come appreciated that the northern Palestine down to the time of Jesus had retained many features of the old religion of Israel when it was separate from Judah, and this not only among the Samaritans. In Galilee, those who were of Hebrew stock could be called Jews in that they served the God of Israel, but they differed in many ways from the Judeans. Their Aramean speech was hard to follow because they slurred the gutturals, and in their customs and religious observances they were distinguished in a number of respects from their southerners. The Galileans were proud, independent, and somewhat puritanical, more resentful of alien domination and infringements of their liberty. They were to be found in the forefront of the resistant movement to the Romans and to the Jewish authorities subservient to them. When the imperial capitation tax was levied on the Jews in AD 6-7, it was the rebel Judas of Galilee who raised again the battle cry, "No ruler but God." It was with these stubborn, hardy, and intensely patriotic folks that Jesus, himself a Galilean, had to deal. In the spiritual sphere, the Pharisees were not nearly so well entrenched in Galilee as they were in Judea. They had a following in the north because of their piety and because they represented themselves as the people's party, but they had an uphill struggle to contend with the Galilean way of life. The Gospels indicate that to meet the challenge of the teaching of Jesus, the local Pharisees found themselves in need of the help of experts from Jerusalem. That the Galileans and Judeans were still affected by age-old antagonistic feelings is brought out by the Gospel of John. At Jerusalem, there was opposition to the idea that the prophet or the Messiah could possibly come from Galilee, and Jesus was taunted with being a demon-possessed Samaritan. On the other hand, his Galilean followers remonstrated with him for wanting to return to Judea, where the Jews of late sought to stone thee. We are so familiar with the application of the term Jew to all persons of Jewish faith that we may not realize that in the New Testament the name is sometimes used in the narrower sense to mean Judeans, the inhabitants of Judea, compared with Galileans or Samaritans. We have also to think of Galilee as part of a region in which sectarian communities flourished. Some of these, like the Rechabites and Kenites, had an ancient tribal history. The area in which they functioned was in the proximity of the Sea of Galilee, in the Decapolis, Gilead and Bashan, the Golan and Huron, and towards Lebanon and Damascus. The Damascus document among the Dead Sea Scrolls tells how, in the early history of the community, the penates of Israel went forth out of the land of Judea and sojourned in the land of Damascus. There they entered into the new covenant spoken of by Jeremiah the prophet, undertaking to separate themselves from all unrighteousness, not to rob the poor, the widow and the orphan, to distinguish between clean and unclean, sacred and profane, to keep the Sabbath strictly, also the festivals and the Day of Atonement, to love each other, one his brother as himself, and to care for the poor, the needy, and the stranger. This indication of locality should be taken much more seriously and literally. Those who followed the restored Mosaism did not all gravitate towards Qumran. We have every reason to believe that many remained in the northern districts we have mentioned and founded settlements there. These elect of Israel of the latter days would encounter many kindred spirits in northern Palestine among groups carrying on the old ascetic Nazarite way of life, abstaining from animal food and intoxicants. The term Essene appears to have come from the northern Aramaic word Cassia, Chasya, Greek Hosios, meaning saint. It would seem that we have to treat the term as generic, covering a variety of loosely related groups. For the people, the saints were the Jewish eclectic bodies who also bore or were given descriptive names according to their affiliations or characteristics. There has been emerging ever clearer evidence that in the Galilean region, an ancient Israelitish type of religion persisted in the time of Jesus, defying Judean efforts to obliterate it. To an extent, we have to think of him in the context of that northern faith, which so strongly colored and influenced those communities of the saints which were spread across this area, and which gave rise to some expressions of messianism with which he was acquainted. The Gospels identify him with the small Galilean town of Nazareth, but the name he bears, Jesus the Nazarene, has northern sectarian implications. United with the fact that he was of Davidic descent, the prophetic intimations could be seen to be fulfilled in him, which spoke of the Messiah as the sprout, Nezer, with the root of Jesse. In the north, the messianic, can't say that right. One day I'll get it. Doctrine of the righteous king could join hands with the idea of the suffering just one and the conception of the Messiah as the ideal Israelite, the Son of Man. In the book of Daniel, as we have seen, the saints who are to possess the kingdom are already likened to the Son of Man. These elect of the last times regarded themselves as performing an atoning work by their sufferings. In the community rule from Qumran, it is said of the leaders of the council, "They shall preserve the faith in the land with steadfastness and meekness, and shall atone for sin by the practice of justice and by suffering the sorrows of affliction. And they shall be an agreeable offering, atoning for the land and determining the judgment of wickedness, and there shall be no more iniquity." Since the Messiah was to be the branch of righteousness, the Holy One who would bring iniquity to an end and reign over and redeem people, it was not difficult to move from the Son of Man, collective, to the Messiah as the Son of Man, singular, from the elect ones of Israel to the elect one. If the saints could achieve an atoning work by their sufferings, how much more the Messiah himself? For Jesus, especially with his northern associations, this emerged clearly and governed the character of his messianic mission. His blood would seal the new covenant spoken of by Jeremiah and must be shed for many for the remission of sins. In other words, attributed to him, ought not the Messiah to have suffered these things and then enter into his glory as king? We can say, therefore, that at the time when Jesus lived, not only was there a widespread expectation that the Messiah would shortly reveal himself, but also that in some of the current thinking about he that should come, there was nothing inconsistent with the way in which Jesus understood the functions of the Messiah. In approaching the historical Jesus, no question of his deity arises, since before the paganizing of Jewish belief in the development of Christianity, no authority identified the Messiah with the Logos, the eternal Word of God, or conceived the Messiah to be an incarnation of God. The very term, the Anointed One, indicates a call to office. It was not the title of an aspect of the Godhead. We do not have to entertain at all the notion that Jesus or any other claimant to be the Messiah in Palestine at this period could suppose himself for one moment to be divine. In the early history of Christianity, it can be sufficiently seen how the doctrines arose out of the impact of the gospel on the Gentile world, and in the circumstances was almost inevitable. There are plenty of instances still today of Christianity in many lands being colored by the polytheistic faiths the church has conquered and absorbed. Our concern must be to overcome this barrier to our comprehension of Jesus and reaching back to the core of Christianity to deal only with the requirements of the Messiahship as he would have known them. Hold on. It's fine. What then of the term Son of God? The Messiah was not directly so called, yet he could be thought of as having a filial relationship to God without any idea among Jews that such a description implied deity, and this could have happened insofar as the Messiah appeared as the representative Israelite and as the preordained king of Israel. Sonship of God meant something quite different to the Jewish mind than to the Gentile mind. The right understanding of Jesus commences with the realization that he identified himself with the fulfillment of the messianic hope. Only on this basis do the traditions about him become wholly intelligible. He was no charlatan, willfully and deliberately misleading his people, well knowing that his posing as the Messiah was fraudulent. There is not the slightest suspicion of pretense on his part. On the contrary, no one could be more sure of his vocation than was Jesus, and not even the threat of imminent death by the horrible torture of crucifixion could make him deny his messiahship. We have to accept the absolute sincerity of Jesus, but this does not require us to think of him as omniscient and infallible. It is possible to hold that the messianic hope was not only a justifiable but indeed an inspired conception, and yet in many respects the predictions and expectations of the interpreters of the scriptures could be quite wrong. It is the one thing to see visions and dream dreams, and quite another when it is demanded that such visions and dreams be acted out on the plane of all history in all their apocalyptic grandeur. How could Jesus soberly imagine that this could and would be accomplished? He could do so because he was a Jew belonging to a people whose history, as they read it, was a record of miracles wrought on their behalf and who believed in greater miracles to come. But what Jesus anticipated would happen was no more likely to be correct than that of any other interpreter of the prophetic legends. During his lifetime, he could, to an astonishing extent, During his lifetime, he could, to an astonishing extent, because of his personal qualities, enacted and obtained compliance with the messianic scheme as he apprehended it. But he had no control over what lay beyond, and in much that he anticipated, he was mistaken. The church had to face before very long the acute problem of the postponement of his expectations, and dealt with it rather lamely and unconvincingly by largely spiritualizing them. The dogma of his deity did not allow it to be admitted that he had been in error. The convictions Jesus had, as we must appreciate, rested on the oracular treatment of the Old Testament. The Jewish circles in which he moved were accustomed to applying the text of the sacred books, not only to the messianic figures, but to other individuals concerned in the cosmic drama, and in general to the circumstances of what they believed to be the last times. Abundant illustrations of this kind of prophetic exegesis are furnished by the Dead Sea Scrolls and the apocalyptic literature. The Bible had secrets to yield which could be extracted by the right methods for the guidance and instruction of the elect of the end of days. Christianity got going when the followers of Jesus started to proclaim that in him the Messiah had come, and sought to prove this in the only way which would carry conviction, by demonstrating from the scriptures that all that had befallen him had been foretold. There is now every reason to believe that the first written presentation of the gospel took the form of a compendium of such biblical testimonies, a work which in its various recensions underlies the canonical gospels, and whose influence can be discerned on the other part of the New Testament and on much of the patristic literature. We have evidence that some accounts of the activities of Jesus became colored and elaborated by prophecies which it was deemed appropriate to identify with them. But the picture we have of the immediate and spontaneous association of prophecies with the experiences of Jesus argues strongly that his disciples were not initiating the process, but continuing one they had acquired from him. The Gospels insist that Jesus had some foreknowledge of his fate which he had derived from the Scriptures. Significantly, he began to communicate this information only after he had elicited from Peter at Caesarea Philippi the affirmation that he was the Messiah. From that time forth began Jesus to shew unto his disciples how that he must go unto Jerusalem and suffer many things of the elders and chief priests and scribes, and be killed and be raised again on the third day. He declared this on the ground that these things were written concerning the Messiah. If Jesus exhibited such foreknowledge, this would be nothing extraordinary if he had had access to some of the literature of the saints, as seems to be indicated by his familiarity with the idea of a suffering just one and with a Son of Man Christology. Josephus tells us of the Essenes. There are some among them who profess to foretell the future, being versed from their early years in holy books, and oracular utterances of prophets. In his writings he gives instances of their powers, and no doubt many in such circles did acquire remarkable insight and capacity for seership as a result of their training. Believing himself to be the Messiah, it would not be surprising if Jesus should have sought to learn from the saints as much as he could of what was required of him and what would befall him. There is no novelty in the view that he believed it to be incumbent on him to fulfill the messianic predictions. The early Christians delighted to pursue the quest for such fulfillments in his life to the extent that, with the help of the Greek Bible, they could uncover allusions in the most unlikely texts and even create incidents to conform with supposed prophetic necessities. Ephraim the Syrian, in the 4th century, declaims, "Come hither, thou troop of prophets, ye interpreters of verities. See ye the king hath not turned aside from the path ye trod out for him." But it is needful to emphasize that neither before nor since Jesus has there been anyone whose experiences from first to last have been so pinpointed as tallying with what were held to be prophetic intimations concerning the Messiah. The nearest comparison available to us is that of the teacher of righteousness of the Dead Sea Scrolls. It is only recently, since this discovery, that we have become fully aware that before the time of Jesus, the Old Testament was being interpreted oracularly in the same way as we find in the New Testament. The logical deductions from this vital piece of information were partly seen even before the evidence derived from the scrolls. We may take as an example the inquiry conducted by Sir Edwin Hoskins and Noel Davy, published in 1931, from which we may quote 2 brief excerpts. Jesus acted as he did act and said what he did say because he was consciously fulfilling a necessity imposed upon him by God through the demands of the Old Testament. He died in Jerusalem not because the Jews hounded him thither and did him to death, but because he was persuaded that, as Messiah, he must journey to Jerusalem in order to be rejected and to die. The historian is dealing in the end with the historical figure, fully conscious of a task which had to be done, and fully conscious also that the only future which mattered for men and women depended upon what he said and did, and finally upon his death. This conscious purpose gave a clear unity to his words and actions, so that the actions interpret the words and the words the actions. But if this contention is true, as it is hard to doubt, it means that before Jesus embarked upon his ministry, he was equipped with knowledge of what had to happen obtained from previous messianic researches. His public activities lasted perhaps little more than a year. Their demands called for continual movement and engagement. Jesus was rarely alone and often wearied to the point of utter exhaustion. He had no leisure for quiet study or the slow formation of ideas. There is no indication whatever that he was simply leaving things to chance and had no inkling of what to expect. From first to last, his actions are marked by the utmost purposefulness, and he speaks with an authority which made a profound impression on all who came in contact with him. He is revealed as a man who knows exactly what he is doing and why. More than once, in respect of his end, he is reported to have said, "My hour is not yet come." What we have adduced leads up to a crucial question. If Jesus believed that a series of experiences would happen to him in accordance with prophetic requirements, did he, as Hoskins and Davy suggest, consciously proceed to speak and act in accordance with them? It rather looks as if these scholars realized the implications of what they were saying, and being Orthodox Christians, they shied away from them. For that, the end of their book we read, "Thus far it might be argued that with evidence points to a strange human act of will by which Jesus determined to obey the will of God as he had extracted the knowledge of it from a persistent study of the Old Testament scriptures. But this is not the truth. No New Testament writer could think of Jesus as the Greeks thought of Prometheus. We must therefore conclude that Jesus himself did not think of his life and death as a human achievement at all. Language descriptive of human heroism is entirely foreign to the New Testament. The event of the life and death of Jesus was not thought of as a human act, but as an act of God which wrought out in human flesh and blood, which is a very different matter. This is not a conclusion on the plane of historical inquiry. It transfers judgment to the New Testament, whose views reflecting subsequent Christian opinion we are invited to endorse as the truth. If the evidence points to a strange human act of will on the part of Jesus, why should we be afraid to accept that as the truth? Why should we not conclude historically that before his baptism by John, Jesus had succeeded in producing a kind of blueprint of the Messiah's mission, with the prophetic requirements organized to show a progressive program of events having their climax at Jerusalem, when he would suffer at the hands of the authorities? Here could be the explanation of much that is mysterious in the gospel story. Reading the story of this messianic light could make it possible to know much more clearly, accurately, and decisively the real Jesus. In making the attempt to do so, we shall chiefly be concerned with the way in which the prepared I'm going to try it again. In making the attempt to do so, we shall chiefly be concerned with the way in which he prepared for and carried out what he believed to be his messianic task, emphasizing in particular, to an extent not previously brought out, the manner in which he sought to attain his objectives, so as to compel circumstances to comply with what, for him, were the imperative requirements of the prophecies. For the man who embarked on this formidable and fantastic undertaking, this was no game he was playing. He was in deadly earnest, as he saw it in his own time and setting, with its strange obsessions. Tremendous issues depended on the measure of his faithfulness to unalterable divine decrees. He had a need of all these qualities of mind and character which had been promised to the Messiah to enable him to succeed. Wow! That's why I love reading this shit, man. Interesting. All right. Chapter 3. A child is born. The mysteries about the birth of Jesus are mainly prosaic, where and when he was born. The choice for the first lies between Nazareth and Galilee and Bethlehem and Judah, and for the second between 6 BC or about AD 6. But certainly from infancy his environment was Galilean. This child, however, the firstborn of a Jewish artisan named Joseph and his wife Miriam, was to prove to be no ordinary boy, for he was destined to play a unique part in history. He drew to himself the dreams and visions of his people, and so clothed his life in them that he procured for himself immortality and gave rise to a faith which identified him among many Jews as the Messiah and among many Gentiles as the divine Savior of the world. Within a century of his birth, stories relating to the circumstances of his nativity, appropriate to the dignity in which he was held, were in circulation among his following. These stories, simply and beautifully told, still have a strong emotional appeal, since they enshrine deep-seated human hopes and longings. They bring us back again and again to that sacred place of childhood's imagination, where there is no barrier to the commerce between heaven and earth. In this respect, they are a fitting tribute to the man who had such great a faith that he succeeded in lighting up the darkness of mundane experience with the joyful effulgence of fairyland. Here was his genius, and this is how we must understand him, as the one above all others who showed mankind how to make their dreams come true. With the birth stories of Jesus and of John the Baptist also, we pass directly from the world of sober reality into the world of fairy tale. It has the appearance of being the same world with which we are familiar. There are in the same kind of people in it, and certain matching events take place. But we are instantly aware that we are in a very different atmosphere, and that extraordinary things are going on which everyone seems to accept as perfectly normal. Our minds are confused by the matter-of-fact manner of narration of the strangest circumstances in which heavenly beings appear to and converse with mortals, and we do not know what to believe. The presentation of what takes place does not distinguish at all between the factual and the legendary, and no criteria are provided to enable us to separate the one from the other. We feel this to be grossly unfair and imposition on our credulity. If we entered this other world through any other volume than the Bible, we should not have this distress, because we should employ standards of judgment which took account of what was characteristic of the people who produced the literature. But we have been persuaded, quite wrongly and in complete disregard of the nature of spiritual folklore, that what is set down in the Bible is to be received as true in the literal and absolute sense of being the very Word of God. We've been induced to credit that it is not we who have entered into a world of imagination in which all things are possible, but that such a world has entered ours and has become one with it to the extent that its miraculous features have operated under our conditions, in our time, space, and history. All we need is the application to our eyes of the fairy dust called faith to enable us to see and acknowledge this. This insistence, and it is religion which requires it, is not to be rejected as wholly fanciful and devoid of reality. We need to be sensitive to imitations of the existence of much beyond our finite grasp, but we also have to be safeguarded against the follies of the narrow traditionalists. The Bible has to be treated through and through intelligently by applying to it understanding knowledge of the ways and ideas of those who had a hand in its composition in their various periods. To withhold or ignore vital information is a spiritual crime. With the nativity stories, it should have been taught by the church that they are deliberate idealizations, that intentionally they mingle the legends of the heroes of Israel and of Hellas, and draw upon those legends for their basic ingredients. How should it be known by the unscholarly that the stories are of the same order as those marvels with which Jews of the time had enriched and expanded the biblical accounts of the births of Noah, Abraham, and Moses? And as to the non-Jewish element relating to the divine origin of Jesus, why not refer, as Justin Martyr did in the 2nd century, to the divine birth of Perseus from the Virgin Dinah, and relate what was told of the heavenly nativity of a world ruler like Alexander the Great and of a sage like Apollonius of Tyana? What our gospel stories so engagingly offer is a tribute typical of the thinking and literary expression of the world of 19 centuries ago, couched in language which Christianity had derived from its Jewish inspiration. This is what the advent of Jesus had come to mean to those who came after him and believed in him. And this is how they suitably adorned and compensated for the meager facts at their disposal. There was nothing peculiar about the birth of Jesus. He was not God incarnate, and no virgin mother bore him. The church, in its ancient zeal, fathered a myth and became bound to its dogma. Since Christians largely continue to suppose that their faith stands or falls by the doctrine of the deity of Christ, the dogma goes on being sustained to the detriment of what is really significant about the person and contribution of Jesus. It is pathetic to have theologians, whether orthodox or liberal, trying to save themselves and the credit of the church's teaching by questing for terms which will enable them to retain what they should have outgrown. Men of all ages, according to their lights, have sincerely subscribed to erroneous notions, and no one who has ever lived has been exempt from error. There is no call to perpetuate such notions or to regard them as in some special or mysterious sense true just because they have been conserved by a priesthood or are found in the Bible or in any other work held to be sacred or inspired. Neither is it legitimate to employ different standards of judgments in testing validity or veracity because one set of records is regarded with greater reverence than another. In all cases, it is incumbent upon us to reach conclusions and get at results in the first instance by the same methods. There must be an honest foundation for the acknowledgement of the presence of factors to which these methods are inapplicable. and we must exercise the utmost care not to mislead ourselves and not to miss those considerations which suggest that a rational explanation of circumstances exists, even if it is not readily apparent. It is an obligation to quest for and sift all relevant evidence, and by no means to neglect or to suppress what may help to clear up a mystery. With the consideration of Jesus, it is incumbent upon us before reaching convictions about him to endeavor to dispel, so far as this is practicable, the mist through which his figure, much larger than life, looms before us in the Gospels. The view of him which we are communicating here has been arrived at by such prior investigation and is represented in its main essentials in the notes provided and in Part 2 of this book. It does not matter if we cannot furnish all the answers, and due to the circumstances brought to the reader's notice, it would be quite impossible to do so. The initial word does not lie within the province of the theologian, but of the historian and the psychologist. If what is discoverable should seem to demand an interpretation which the theologian is best qualified to supply, he will be placed in a stronger position to make it afterwards for our benefit. Facing first, then, the origins of Jesus, his advent at such a crucial period may ultimately be regarded as an act of God, if we should believe with the Jews in the movement of God in history. But apprehending both the heroic and the theological intentions of the nativity stories, there is no call whatever to suppose that his arrival in this world of ours was in any way exceptional or attended by any supernatural occurrences. He was as completely human as every baby, the eldest child, as we have said, of a Jewish artisan named Joseph and his wife Mary, inheriting his form from their stock and his portion of their character and disposition. The nativity stories add very little of substance to the slender information otherwise at our disposal. They are late introductory compositions ranking with the poetic prologue to the fourth gospel in putting the finishing touches to convictions about Jesus as these had become defined in the various Christian circles. We already know from the mainstream of Christian tradition that the family to which Jesus belonged was settled in Galilee and could trace its descent from the house of David from which the Messiah was expected to come. We know the names of the parents of Jesus and that his father was by trade a carpenter. We know that he was the firstborn and that he had 4 younger brothers and at least 2 sisters. We can judge that they were pious people and that the atmosphere of the home was strongly religious. We do not have to see any peculiar significance in the fact that the eldest child of Joseph and Miriam was named Joshua, Jesus, any more than that they called their other sons Jacob, James, Joseph, Simon, and Judah. All are good biblical names and were in common use. When Jesus was accepted as Messiah by a Jewish following, it did mean much to them that he bore the name of the appointed successor of Moses who had led Israel to the promised land, a name that spoke of God's salvation, just as those who followed John the Baptist found it fitting that his Hebrew name, Johanan, should have reference to the Lord's favor. It is purely speculative whether the parents of Jesus entertained a secret hope that their firstborn would prove to be the Messiah, being of the line of David and being born at a time when messianic fervor was rampant. It is equally speculative whether the thought came in childhood to Jesus himself, and if so, whether this was through any external circumstance. We cannot completely dismiss the possibility conveyed in Luke by the prognostications attributed to the aged Simon and the prophetess Hannah that someone who saw the boy in infancy or later made some laudatory remark about his future. Josephus records that when Herod was a child and had no prospect whatever of royal dignity, he was encountered one day on his way to school by the Essene Menahan, who clapped him on the bottom and told him that he would become king of the Jews. Whether through some such experience or as the outcome of his own imaginings, the seed of identification of himself with the Messiah was planted in the mind of Jesus, and it is quite possible that he was of the tender years when this happened. Children are highly impressionable and readily see themselves playing the part of heroes. The land in which the boy Jesus lived had rung with the exploits of the patriot leader Judas of Galilee. It was told how he had opposed paying tribute to Caesar, proclaiming that Jews had no ruler but God. It was told how with great daring he and his men had broken into the heavenly fortified Galilean city of Sepphoris and had got away with weapons and money belonging to the government. In Galilee there was hatred of the heathen Romans of their Herodian minions who controlled the country, and ostracism of Jews who sold their souls to serve them. Preachers in the synagogues urged the people to repent that God might intervene on their behalf and send the Messiah. They expounded the scriptures of consolation and hope. There was much to make any sensitive Jewish lad conscious of strange and momentous events in store, events with which he might be intimately associated. Except for a single story related exclusively by Luke, the Gospels pass over in complete silence the whole life of Jesus. The whole life of Jesus prior to the short final period of his public ministry. Of the circumstances of what Luke says was nearly 30 years, they tell us nothing directly, and evidently tradition had furnished no information. Yet it is about those years that we particularly need to be informed, for they were the years in which Jesus became the man of the brief gospel history, the years of preparation for the purposeful climax of his career. As we have already pointed out above, page 36, the major features of what he had to do were clear to Jesus before he went to be baptized by John, and he set himself deliberately to carry out the program which he believed to be incumbent on him in the character of Messiah. To understand the behavior of Jesus during his public ministry, we have to have some insight into what had gone before. Consequently, we have to wrestle with the Gospels to obtain from them not simply those things which they are most concerned to bring to our attention and place, so to speak, under our noses, things on which interest is commonly concentrated. Rather, do we have to labor to extract what they incidentally and unconsciously reveal, information which bears the impress of truth just because it was not felt to be significant. Certain inferences and deductions cannot positively be confirmed, but on the principle that the child is father of the man, what is reported of the man can be made to illuminate with the help of external evidences a good deal that has not been narrated about the child. The one incident cited by Luke is an attempt to break the silence by laying the foundation for the qualities exhibited by Jesus. It is supposed to have occurred when his hero was 12 years of age. According to Luke, Jesus had accompanied his parents, no doubt for the first time, on the pilgrimage to Jerusalem for the Passover festival. At the close of the celebration, when the party left the city to travel home, the boy quietly absented himself, and when he was missed, he was finally discovered by his anxious parents in the temple, listening to the religious teachers and asking them questions. Those present were amazed at his intelligence. His mother said to him, "Why have you treated us like this, boy? Here have your father and I been searching anxiously for you." To this Jesus is said to have replied, "Why did you search for me? Didn't you know I was bound to be occupied with my father's affairs?" His parents could make no sense of this reply. Obviously, we are meant by Luke to understand that Jesus was referring to his heavenly Father, in accordance with the evangelist's previous statement that he would be called Son of the Most High. We would naturally expect the story to reflect the belief of Christians around the end of the 1st century AD when the gospel was composed, and there is no need, therefore, to labor the point that Jesus is made here in childhood to express consciousness of a special relationship to God. Something strangely like this story without this element was told by Josephus in his autobiography about his own boyhood, and the author of Luke Acts was indebted to that contemporary historian in a number of respects. Whether the story owed its inspiration to Josephus, with or without some foundation in tradition, Luke, at any rate, has detected a characteristic of Jesus which comes out in the gospel records of the ministry. There we find Jesus, after his baptism, going off quietly into the wilderness to struggle with biddings which come to tempt him. Then at Capernaum, where he has been healing the sick, he rises before dawn and without a word to his disciples goes out to a solitary place to pray. At another time, associated with the feeding of the 5,000, he sends away the people and his disciples and departs by himself to a mountain to pray. Almost at the last, at Gethsemane, he similarly seeks solitude to commune with God. So it can be inferred that such wandering off alone was typical of him, and Luke may well be correct in making him act in this way in his youth. It is a fair deduction about the young Jesus that he was inclined to be introspective, closely guarding his secret thoughts even from those nearest and dearest to him. At times he felt strongly the need to be alone, to meditate and seek guidance in prayer. At others he would seize opportunity to obtain answers from those best qualified to inform him to questions with which his young mind was struggling and which were of the utmost consequence to him. On these occasions he would quietly disappear without saying where he was going. One of the things he told his followers was that when they prayed, they should go to their room, close the door, and pray to their Father who is in secret. And he taught them to pray as he must often have prayed fervently himself. It can be seen from the Gospels that it was not uncommon with Jesus to be withdrawn. His disciples became familiar with his spells of silence, which they feared to break. They would be walking with him, talking animatedly among themselves, even arguing heatedly, virtually ignoring his presence. Suddenly he would say something, either at the time or later, which showed that he was not wholly inattentive and had heard at least a part of their conversation. We may assume that he was like this as a child. So the picture we can form of the young Jesus is of a quiet, dutiful, watchful individual with an inner life of his own and a deep-seated faith. He had a bright intelligence and was by no means aloof from his surroundings, yet was prone to detach himself from them. He was not at all uncommunicative when it came to finding out what he wished to know, but he was rather a strange boy and something of a puzzle to his parents, not readily drawing attention to himself and inwardly busy with tremendous imaginings which it was impossible for him to reveal. Some of his cherished thoughts were about, we may hazard a confident guess. They were about the world, about God's dealings with Israel, and about the deliverer who had been promised to his people. All right, chapter 4, the formative years. What transpired during what are commonly called the silent years of the life of Jesus is not for us an interest dictated by idle curiosity. We require to know to the fullest extent possible the man we are dealing with if we are to interpret correctly what has been handed down concerning him. We are persuaded that the documents we possess, when we understand their character and how they came into being, are able to yield a straightforward and sensible answer to the question of the natives of Nazareth. Whence hath this man these things? It is certified to us that Jesus was the eldest of a fairly large family brought up in humble circumstances. Poverty was widespread at this period due to taxation, political disorganization, and the effects of famine and civil strife. The household at Nazareth was accustomed to frugal living. Things that Jesus said point to personal experiences of economic stringency, which has associations converted into a philosophy of life. He was assured that in God's providence there would be enough for simple necessities, enough to manage on, and one should not be anxious about tomorrow. Sufficient unto the day is the evil thereof. Memories doubtless spoke in such teaching, and we can fathom what some of these may have been. While still a youth, Jesus would appear to have lost his father, the breadwinner of the family. After the incident when Jesus was 12, as reported by Luke, Joseph disappears from the story. At the marriage of Cana of Galilee, it is the mother of Jesus who is there, not both his parents. And elsewhere in the accounts of the public ministry, it is only his mother and brothers who play a part. Jesus does not directly refer to his father, but we find him showing concern for the lot of the poor widow and tenderness towards little children and the orphan. Jesus is said to have followed his father's trade, but we may infer that temperamentally he was not well suited to assume responsibilities as head of the family, which made demands upon him at variance with his need for solitude and opportunity to pursue the matters with which his mind was burdened. His mother may not have taken too kindly to his inwardness and habit of going off alone. His family should be his first consideration. It was not easy, even with care and scrimping, to provide for so many mouths, to save for the dowries of the girls. Jesus may have had a recollection of his mother in mind when he told of the woman who had lost a small silver coin and who lit a lamp and swept the house through until she found it. His stories were often based on real life as he had known and observed it. If this was the position, it would not be surprising if Mary was disturbed about Jesus. When he embarked on his public activities, it would seem all wrong that he should turn his back on his family to go off preaching. She loved her eldest son and perhaps thought of him as in some ways so like his father, but she could not pretend to understand him. His kinsfolk went further. They decided that he must be out of his mind and attempted to take control of him. His mother and brothers sought access to him, and we are left in doubt whether he received them. When Jesus is found addressing his mother, it is with respect and sympathy, but not in terms that suggest there was a close bond between them. With the father of Jesus, it had been different. We may judge from his references of fatherhood that Jesus had adored Joseph and that this feeling was reciprocated. Joseph had taught his son his trade, and inevitably they must have been consistently together. To the boy, God was conceived in his father's image, and when Joseph was taken away, the intensity with which Jesus turned to God as the Father in heaven is eloquent of how greatly he loved and felt the loss of his earthly parent. Today, it would probably be said that he had a father fixation. The unexpected death of Joseph when Jesus was still at a most impressionable age may well have been an important factor in convincing him of his messianic destiny. Had not God said to the son of David, I will be his father, and he shall be my son? By taking Joseph, was not God signifying the fulfillment of the messianic promise of the psalmist? This is brought out in the gospel account of the baptism of Jesus, representing his authorization to take up his work as Messiah. The words that came to him then seemed to echo not only the psalmist's language, but the affection and encouragement his father had given him in childhood in the carpenter's shop. You are my dear son, I am very pleased with you. We must not minimize the struggle with Jesus which Jesus underwent, his self-examination and mental anguish, before he could accept for himself that he had been chosen to be the Messiah. It was a conclusion he had to reach without the help of any human being in whom he could confide. No wonder if he should often wish to be alone and pour out his soul to the one who was now the only father he had. When he turned over again and again those prophecies held to relate to the Messiah, he must have stood aghast at what was involved of wisdom and perfection of character. Who could measure up to such a standard? The worst thing to contend with was the temptation to the sins of pride and power-seeking and self-sufficiency. Once youthful dreams were submitted to more mature judgments, such temptations must have weighed heavily upon him. Long before they were finally resisted and put to flight in the contest which tradition reports took place in the wilderness after his baptism. Lead us not in temptation, but deliver us from the evil one. It may never previously have occurred to us what a tremendous and heart-searching thing it was for Jesus to own himself as the man his people awaited. The Christian will have supposed that in some sense, even as a boy, he was conscious of deity within him, and that accordingly he accepted that he was the Messiah without qualm or misgiving. All he did on this view was effectively and for almost the whole of his life to conceal his divine nature from everyone he met, suppressing the revelation of his powers, performing no miracles, healing no sick, so that the people of Nazareth had no inkling of his quality, and not even a demon had a temerity to identify him. Such a view, apart from the intrinsic improbability, does not correspond with the picture of Jesus in the Gospels as a man who readily responded with the capacities in him to the call of human need. If he was the same before his baptism as he was afterwards, this could hardly fail to be manifest in his earlier years. After Jesus had been accepted as God, it did not take Christians very long to appreciate this difficulty, and they produced a number of books purporting to relate authentically the prodigies he had performed as a boy, and which may be read in M.R. James' apocryphal New Testament. But quite evidently there had been no such exploits, and nothing to indicate that the young Jesus, son of Joseph, was other than he seemed. We may not underrate how much the true understanding of the Jesus of the Gospels depends upon what preceded and led up to his public activities. We have to realize that for him, the prospect of being the Messiah must have been in certain respects quite terrifying. How could he obtain full knowledge of all that was involved and what he would be required to do? How should he prepare himself? It was conceivable that he might even be deluding himself about his vocation. He had no experience of government or anything to do with the exercise of authority. The life to which he was accustomed was relatively uncomplicated village life among ordinary people. But he could not deny that a fire burned within him, as it had burned within the prophets of old, most of whom, like himself, were persons of no eminence, and yet they had spoken the word of the Lord to princes. It was essential for Jesus to acquire more insight into the messianic interpretation of the Scriptures, more ability to comprehend the will of God. The messianic import of the number of passages he well knew from what he had heard in the synagogue, and perhaps from what his father and others had told him. But since no one had to face the fulfilling of the prophecies, there existed no systematic presentation of what should befall the Messiah. This had to be discovered and worked out. A clear pattern had to emerge. Though Jesus may have believed that he would be guided aright when the time came, he still had to visualize the mission of the Messiah more concretely and relate it to contemporary conditions and circumstances. Even with the responsibilities at home, which Jesus was obliged to discharge, especially while his younger brothers and sisters were growing up, there was the possibility to learn much, and it is clear that he availed himself of it to the full. While he would often seek solitude, he did not lock himself away in a private world of his own. He became a keen student of life and human character. Very little escaped his penetrating notice. The man we meet in the Gospels is one who knows the countryside of Galilee intimately, its flowers and trees, fields and orchards, the activities of the people and work and worship in their social, spiritual, political, and economic affairs. The things he teaches and the realistic tales he tells to illustrate his teaching are proof of how much he absorbed. Such a store of information could only have been the outcome of prolonged and acute observation. There had been nothing, what is that word? Somnambulistic in his walks abroad. He had deemed it to be vital to his equipment that he should have first-hand knowledge of the ways of the world. There is no need to imagine, as some writers have done, that Jesus traveled to other lands such as Egypt and even Tibet in order to learn from the masters there. He exhibits no familiarity at all with any foreign country and refers to the outside world only in the most general terms. The only country he knew was Palestine, but it is no less negatived that nothing whatever had been shaping itself in the mind of Jesus concerning the demands of Messiahship, and that illumination and all that went with it came to him suddenly out of the void when he was baptized by John. Everything we read in the Gospels is against such a view. The Jesus of the Gospels alludes to himself from the beginning as the Son of Man, a northern messianic title. He speaks clearly and positively on a wide range of themes. He appears to know exactly what he has to do and why, and all this from the outset of his brief ministry. When tempted to take another course than that which he has determined in advance is right, he rejects it out of hand. He is so familiar with the scriptures and their implication that he seems to carry the whole Bible in his head. What he had succeeded in mastering surprised the doctors of Jerusalem, so that they could say of him, "How is he acquainted with learning, never having studied?" But though Jesus was no disciple of the wise, as understood by the Pharisees, he could well have had access to other sources of knowledge. It would be natural for him to seek out those who could further enlighten him on messianic matters. Among them in Galilee would have been groups of those whom the people revered as the saints. There were many such Essenes in the region, varying in their antecedents. It is suggested by the Gospels that Jesus had imbibed a good many of their notions, and his younger brother James was strongly attracted to the Nazarite ascetic way of life. Jesus was not himself an Essene, as has often been asserted, but it seems fairly certain that he must have consorted with such sectaries, and was familiar with some of their literature and teaching. He accepted some of their tenets and recognized the existence of an elect of Israel, but he also repudiated much that they represented. Their asceticism, secretiveness, rigidity of discipline, harsh judgments, and uncompromising attitudes. He could not go all the way with them any more than he could with the Pharisees. It would not have been difficult in later years for Jesus to be away from home for protracted periods in an endeavor to learn what the saints could teach him. His domestic responsibilities would have diminished considerably once his younger brothers could earn a living and one or more of his sisters had married. We know that some of his trade were itinerant, going from village to village like gypsy tinkers, giving the services of their craft. This possibility has been explored by Robert Esler in his work The Messiah, Jesus, and John the Baptist, where he regards the pre-Christian Nazarenes as having an affinity with the ancient sectarian migrant tribes of Rechabites and Kenites, as more recently does Matthew Black, many of whom followed the calling of smiths and carpenters. Isler compares them with the still existing Bedouin Sleb of Syria, a tribe of itinerant craftsmen whose name derives from the crossmark they put on their foreheads. These people have little use for money and are often ready to accept grain or dates in payments for their work. Eisler draws attention to the Essene-like position of Jesus in respect of wealth and possessions, and his instructions to his apostles when he sent them out. Jesus declared that no man could serve God and mammon. Men should not lay up treasure on earth. It was easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. We must therefore regard it as highly probable that for a time Jesus attached himself to a traveling body of sectarian craftsmen and thereby came to be known as the Nazarene. Naturally, such thinking is speculative in the absence of direct evidence, but the indirect evidence which has accumulated is very impressive. Whatever Jesus learnt, however, and in whatever way he obtained his knowledge, including elements of the healing art cultivated and practiced by the communities of the saints, there was always before him the destiny for which he prepared. In the last resort, he alone, earnestly soliciting the help of the Heavenly Father, must penetrate to the inner recesses of the sacred writings and marshal in order the imitations of the divine oracles. The novel achievement of Jesus was to mark out clearly the path the Messiah would have to tread. Thus it was written. What is so striking in the Gospels, as scholars have noted, is the dynamic purposefulness of Jesus. He proceeds methodically to carry out certain actions calculated to have particular effects and leading up to a predetermined conclusion. It is as if he was a chemist in a laboratory, confidently following a formula set down in an authoritative textbook. There is scarcely a hint of hesitation or indecision. He is like a chess player with a master plan, who has anticipated and knows how to counter the moves of his opponents, and indeed to make them serve the ends of his design. He says and does things quite unexpected by his intimate associates, which take them by surprise or which they are unable to fathom. They may like to think they are wholly in his confidence and even that he will do what they have in mind for him, but he baffles and defeats them and makes arrangements of which they have not been cognizant to secure his objectives. Man of the Gospels is clearly putting into operation a program which was the outcome of his prior messianic investigations in the years before his baptism, with absolute conviction of the validity of his findings. What God had spoken by the mouth of his prophets must surely and inevitably come to pass down to the last jot and tittle. So informed is he that he is readily able to take his cue from situations as they arise, and actively assist in shaping them so that they will make their foreordained contribution. He does not, of course, know beforehand to what extent and in what manner they will play their part, but with the help of his sources and his knowledge of contemporary affairs, he can discern that certain categories of persons will be involved. We might well be skeptical that Jesus could do this, or imagine that if he did, he must have been superhuman, were it not for the information we possess, notably since the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls. But now we have ample confirmation of the oracular treatment of the Scriptures at the time of Jesus, whereby it was elicited from them what would happen in the last times to nations, groups, and individuals, often in some detail. We are still ignorant of the methods employed, but we have before our eyes some of the results of the curious science of the elect. It is plainly disclosed that the anticipations of Jesus, allowing for exaggerations in the gospel tradition, could have been reached by the methods which were in use. From caves near Qumran have come manuscripts, some 2,000 years old, which show how the books of the Bible were prophetically interpreted in an extraordinary manner to make them relate to the fortunes of the elect and the persecution of the teacher of righteousness, to the punishment of the wicked priest and the other chief priests of Jerusalem. When we read these strange documents, it is not difficult to understand how Jesus could have arrived at comprehension of what the Messiah would experience. He evidently accepted that assured results were obtainable in the ways which were in vogue, and a prophetic blueprint of the days of the Messiah was the outcome of his investigations. The Scriptures thus disclosed to him the character of his mission, how his message would be received, his fate, and his subsequent appearance in glory as king and judge of the nations. The nearest individual approach to the achievement of Jesus is the prophetic and didactic power which the Essenes associated with the unnamed teacher of righteousness. We must dare to be honest about Jesus and ready to take advantage of every circumstance which may help to throw light on his personality and the working of his mind. The faith he had in God is fully in keeping with the type of mystical Jewish piety, by no means extinct, in which there is a liberal mixture of superstition. He was Oriental in his poetry, his pictorialism, his addiction to aphorisms, and inclination to invective. He had the bright intelligence of his race, vivid imagination, and great strength of will. It was in his nature to scheme and plan, and patiently and stubbornly to pursue a chosen course to the end. He had what is called in Jewish jargon a Yiddishi Herz, a Jewish warmth of benevolent affection. He was highly sensitive and a shrewd judge of people. In his makeup, there was no ambition of self aggrandizement. His recognition of himself as the Messiah designate cannot be attributed to megalomania. He saw himself as the servant. It is not within the providence of this book or the competence of its author to provide a psychoanalytical study of Jesus, but it is necessary with what help we can obtain from the idealized records, supplemented by other knowledge which can be brought to bear on the subject, to have some insight into the character of the man we are dealing with. Only so can we apprehend that certain implications of the narratives are in keeping with that character, when they reveal how Jesus converted his convictions into actions and set out deliberately to bring upon himself those consequences which, according to his interpretation, the prophecies had predetermined. The motives of Jesus must be sought in the land where he was born and the times in which he lived. On his own showing, he was not sent except to the lost sheep of the house of Israel. They were oppressed. Their country was controlled by a powerful heathen people, governed by its officials and the representatives. They suffered. They were in dread. They sinned and were wretched, angry, and anxious. Yet upon their redemption there awaited the peace and happiness of the whole world, which should arise from Israel's return to the Lord, when the worship of the one God and Father would be extended to all the children of men. The scribes instructed in the kingdom of God had made known that the last times of the old order had come, that the Messiah would speedily be revealed as the instrument of the great change, the regeneration. But the transition would not be accomplished without sorrows and judgments, conflicts and calamities on an unprecedented scale. The shepherd himself would be required to give his life for the sheep. All this Jesus saw and believed, and found in his heart a great love and compassion for his people, the flooding into his soul of a prompting to respond at whatever cost to the cry which he both felt and heard going up to heaven. If he was a strange man, it was because he was the product of a strange people with a strange faith that they were chosen of God to lead all nations to him, so that justice, righteousness, and peace might reign on earth. It was at a strange country, a holy land in which Jesus was born and grew up. It was a strange period, the end of the days of which holy men of long ago had written. The most dramatic moment in human history was now believed to be imminent, and the signs of its arrival were multiplying. This was the heritage, and these were the circumstances which explained Jesus to us far more intelligibly than the quasi-pagan interpretation to which Christianity still largely subscribes under compulsion of its traditions and inclinations. We may consider that Jesus had a strong sense of the dramatic, which not only brought home to him acutely the character of implications of his people's history, but led him to see himself as the embodiment of their hopes. In his own person, he dramatized their dreams and saw himself acting out the prophecies. We may hold that this is how he came to marshal the messianic predictions in order as no one else had done, so that they acquired the form of a drama developing to its appointed climax. His visualization of the role of the Messiah was highly theatrical, and he played out the part like an actor with careful timing and appreciation of what every act called for. His calculated moves, his symbolic actions, such as the 40 days in the wilderness and the choice of the 12 apostles, his staging of the triumphal entry into Jerusalem and the Last Supper, all testify to his dramatic consciousness, as do many of his gestures and declamations. Only one who possessed such a consciousness could have conceived, contrived, and carried out the Passover plot so masterfully and so superbly. But the portrayal of the Messiah's tragedy and the anticipation of the happy ending was utterly sincere. This was reality, not make-believe. For Jesus, it was of the essence of his faith that God in his mysterious ways had made choice of him, a descendant of David, as the means of fulfilling those purposes which from age to age the Lord has inspired his messengers to proclaim. It was a knowledge which he could not communicate to anyone, could not even hint at before his call came. He could only prepare himself and wait. The effects of all he may be imagined to have endured as he contemplated what was to come and dare not betray his secret were bound to take their toll and show themselves in his physical appearance. It is conveyed by John's Gospel that he looked considerably older than his years. He was approaching 30, according to Luke, when at last the news which came, which told him that his long and exacting probation was at an end. Okay, chapter 5, the anointing. There could be no beginning of the work of the Messiah until the coming of the prophet Elijah. That he would return before the day of the Lord had been declared by the last of the prophets of old. The expectation became linked with the hope of a priestly Messiah, so that Elijah began to be thought of as a priest. He would reveal and anoint the Messiah of Israel, the son of David. The scribes allowed their fancy to play around the prophecy of Elijah's advent, associating with it all kinds of quaint notions. No one knew how he would appear and make himself known. He might arrive on the clouds of heaven or suddenly be present and announce himself. Some, holding the doctrine of the transmigration of souls, supposed that the soul of Elijah would enter the body of a boy who should be born at the predestined time. Others considered that the spirit of Elijah would come upon someone as anciently it had done on his disciple Elisha. But we get the impression that many took the promise of Elijah's return only half seriously, as they did the coming of Doomsday and the Messiah himself. It was a long time since there had been a prophet in Israel, and it seemed only remotely probable that another would arise. The common people clung to their belief, however, and so did the pious and earnest men who pored over the prophecies and sought to read the signs of the times. Jesus, for one, was in no doubt at all. He had an absolute faith in the fulfillment of the prophecies and was as sure about the coming of Elijah as he was that he was destined to be the Messiah. We are compelled by the evidence at our command, which we have already presented and built upon in the previous chapters, to think of him as a man with very definite spiritual convictions who treated the Bible as the incontrovertible Word of God. And interpreted it in the oracular manner of the fringe sects of pietistic Judaism. It chimed, therefore, with the expectations of Jesus when news reached him in Galilee that a strange antique figure had suddenly emerged from the wilderness of Judea and was now standing on the banks of the Jordan, preaching to the people and dipping them in the river. This wild man, as report had it, wore the hair garment characteristic of the ancient prophets, bound with a leather girdle, like the prophet Elijah. The name he bore was Johanan, John, son of Zechariah. He was of priestly stock, as it was currently said Elijah had been. It was from the banks of the Jordan that Elijah had been taken up to heaven, and now in the guise of John, as it could be thought, had come back as foretold. We cannot know, of course, how Jesus reacted to the news about John, but we can guess at his excitement. A sense of enormous relief would have mingled with feelings of deep solemnity. At long last, as it seemed, there was amazing external confirmation that what he believed about himself was true. He had not been wrong, his inner vision had not lied, and he had been guided aright in all that he had seen and worked out of his messianic vocation. He must go to the Jordan to John, listen and judge for himself, but already in his heart any lingering traces of doubt were dispersing like mist before the sun. The trying years of waiting were over. There is considerable mystery about John. Little is known of his antecedents, except that he was the son of a priest called Zechariah of the priestly course of Abijah, and that his mother's name was Elizabeth. The late Christian story, told only by Luke, has it that John's mother was a kinswoman of Mary, the mother of Jesus, and that John was only 6 months older than Jesus. Luke's account of John's nativity probably depends in large part on material produced by Baptist sectaries, which has been adapted and enlisted to support the superiority of Jesus without detracting from the prophetic significance of John. The blood relationship between them is therefore unlikely, and other indications are that John was very much older than Jesus. Matthew is vague about when the Baptist ministry began, but he may be understood to date it in the reign of Archelaus, successor to Herod the Great, in which it is also placed by the Slavonic version of Josephus's Jewish War. It is entirely possible that John had made a brief public appearance at that time, which, being so long ago, Jesus may not have heard about it. In any case, the dramatic quality of John's present activities and the impression they created was not affected. Jesus was by no means alone in supposing that John was Elijah returned. Others wondered if he could be the Messiah or the prophet like Moses. In the Gospels, the prophecy of the messenger is applied to him, linked with that of the voice crying in the wilderness, "Prepare ye the way of the Lord." John's concern, we are told, was with the urgent call to repentance he had been mandated by God to deliver in these last days, and he may well have believed himself to be the forerunner of the Messiah. A hermit-like Denzian of the wastelands, a long-haired Nazarite, he was a weird embodiment of the apocalyptic sensationalism of his time, delivering his exhortations with all the fire and assurance of the old prophets of Israel. He declared that the kingdom of God was at hand and urged the people to save themselves from the wrath to come. At his hands they were dipped in the sacred river to cleanse them from the defilement of Elisha, the follower of Elijah, had instructed the leprosy-stricken Naaman the Syrian to be the children of Abraham. John proclaimed offered no guarantee of salvation. The people must amend their ways and wash away their sins, as did the Gentile in abandoning adultery and seeking admission into the community of Israel. Then only would they be worthy to share in the great deliverance. The commanding, uncompromising voice of John struck terror into the hearts of multitudes who heard it. Allergies. Everywhere there was talk of this extraordinary portent, which not a few were ready to interpret as signifying the Romans would soon be driven out of Palestine, and their Jewish minions in high places would meet their just doom. From all parts, the crowds flocked to John to be baptized. The scenes on the banks of the Jordan were fantastic. What did Jesus think would happen when he went to the Jordan? Did he anticipate that John would recognize and identify him as the Messiah? It would be natural for him to expect some experience which would certify to him that his call had come, that he was anointed for his office. The prophecies require that when the time arrived, he would undergo a profound change. He would be invested with powers which would qualify him for the exacting part he would have to play. It was written, "And the Spirit of the Lord shall rest upon him, the Spirit of wisdom and understanding, the Spirit of counsel and might, the Spirit of knowledge and of fear of the Lord." The Gospels clearly regard the baptism of Jesus as the effective beginning of his ministry, the moment of his designation as King of Israel, when God made acknowledgement of him as his messianic son and representative. What underlies their testimony is the original Jewish Christian doctrine, which has been termed adoptionist, because in keeping with the scriptures, it held that Jesus on that occasion had been received into sonship of God. This teaching became overlaid in Gentile Christianity by the concept of incarnation, which asserted in pagan fashion that Jesus had been born Son of God by a spiritual act of fatherhood on God's part, which fertilized the womb of the Virgin Mary, and then went on to claim by the elaboration and partial misunderstanding of Pauline theology that the Son of God had eternally pre-existed and was manifested on earth in Jesus, who thus from birth was God dwelling in the human body by a hypostatic union of the two natures. The Gospels, the later ones especially, naturally bring the pristine faith of the followers of Jesus into line with the prevailing ideas. They are also inevitably concerned to combat the view that Jesus, in being baptized by John, was admitting himself to be a sinner and the inferior of the Baptist. So in Matthew's Gospel, John is made to say that it is he who should be baptized by Jesus, and Jesus explains why he submits. The fourth Gospel also stresses the inferiority of John and offers his reiterated witness to this effect. The early Christians had to meet a strong challenge from the sect which adhered to John as the Messiah. The literature preserved by the Mandeans of the lower Euphrates, which honors John to this day, excuses him for having baptized in Jesus a false Messiah. Luke, as we have seen, emphasizes the superiority of Jesus in the nativity stories. In the more primitive Markian tradition of the baptism, John does not recognize Jesus, and the psychic experience Jesus has as he comes up out of the water is confined to himself. The conclusion which we are led is that Jesus did have an experience. He was confident that he would have it and that the Spirit of God would be poured upon him. Everything was there, as we can gather from the gospel descriptions of the crowds which flocked excitedly to the Jordan to hear John and be baptized, to intensify the emotions of Jesus. When he saw John, there was no doubt in his mind that Elijah had indeed come. Never had Jesus witnessed such a scene or listened to such words. Truly, here was a prophet who spoke with the voice of God, spoke in language that united with all he had thought and believed. He stepped into the chill stream, and the hairy hand of John was upon him, sending him down into the depths. Jesus prayed. Slowly he rose up out of the water, and then he had the experience. Tradition says that he heard a voice from heaven and that the Spirit of God descended upon him like a dove, or in the likeness of a dove, and entered into him, thus signifying that he was the Messiah. Wherever the actual experience of Jesus was, the tradition certainly conveys appositely and graphically what it meant to him. There are conflicting accounts of what followed the baptism. The Synoptic Gospels say that the Spirit of God drove Jesus into the wilderness to undergo a critical test for 40 days, a symbolic period he was alone with his thoughts, wrestling with a satanic temptation to misuse his new powers and seek a shortcut to the throne, which would eliminate the necessity for his suffering. These urges he triumphantly conquered. He would adhere firmly to the path of God and marked out for him in the prophecies. Only after an interval did he return to Galilee. The Gospel of John has no reference to the temptation in the wilderness. Instead, it makes Jesus linger by the Jordan, where John, in the presence of two of his disciples, points out as the Lamb of God. Those disciples follow Jesus, and they spend a night with him. One of them is Andrew, brother of Simon, afterwards called Peter. They are convinced that he is the Messiah, and the outcome is that Jesus gains his first followers: Andrew, Simon, Philip, and Nathanael, and the unnamed disciple whose memories are reflected in this gospel. But all but he are Galileans, and they set out immediately for Galilee. Not long after this, the Baptist was arrested by order of Herod Antipas and incarcerated in the fortress of Machaerus in Perea, east of the Dead Sea. He had been at liberty just long enough for Jesus to see him and be baptized by him. Already things were beginning to happen as ordained. At this time, Herod was threatened with war by the king of Arabia, whose daughter had been Herod's wife and whom he had discarded for Herodias, former wife of his brother Philip. John had denounced the marriage as illegal, but over and above, he was, in our parlance, a security risk. With the people, many of them subjects of Herod, ready to take any action the Baptist might command, or even take their cue from his condemnation of Herod, there was grave danger of a revolt in Galilee, which would force the tetrarch to fight on two fronts. This could be the end of his government and might cost him his life. In any case, the Emperor Tiberius would be angered and might order the Roman legate of Syria to send forces and dispose him. He could count on no sympathy from Pontius Pilate, the present governor of Judea, who already had his difficulties because of his high-handed flouting of Jewish religious sentiment. From now on, Jesus was called upon to make good the work of the Messiah. As a result of the spiritual anointing, he expected to be different. And he was different. The prophecies had said that the Messiah would receive from God wisdom and insight, the power to heal and to subjugate evil. The faith of Jesus was so strong that he did not question that these capacities had now been conferred upon him. He believed it implicitly and proceeded to act accordingly. He spoke positively and with the authority of his position. I say unto you. He moved on his appointed way with assurance and masterly skill. The sense of his dynamic power awed his humble followers. He dealt with human disorders as entitled to dominate and control them, and evoked a responsive faith in a multitude of sufferers. His own townsfolk were astounded at the tremendous change in him. This was not the retiring and rather inconspicuous Jesus with whom they had been acquainted, who did not talk very much and seemed moody and often remote. This was another man, outspoken and decisive. Rapidly his fame spread far and wide, and his name became a legend overnight. Nothing was too impossible to be credited to him. There were those, on the other hand, who were scandalized by his teaching and behavior, particularly members of the Pharisees fraternity who considered themselves to be the custodians of the nation's morals and spiritual instruction. The more straight-laced of them winced at some of the things he said and were offended by the freedom of his conduct. His autocratic attitude roused them to fury, since initially he made no declaration of his identity. They were not to know that he spoke as the Messiah when he told a man his sins were forgiven. For them, he was a religious upstart and a demagogue. They did not deny that he wrought cures, as did many of the Essenes and the Pharisees themselves. But in his case, they spitefully attributed his success to possession by the prince of the demons. Jesus retorted that such an accusation was blasphemy of the Spirit of God, which was in him, and unforgivable sin now and hereafter. The altercation in Jesus was real enough. His absolute conviction that he had been owned by God as the Messiah had brought out and intensified certain of his natural qualities. Like a man who has experienced what is called conversion, he felt in himself that he was a new being. And this feeling would have been stimulated by his sudden emancipation from the tension engendered by the long years of waiting, by the knowledge that he had liberty to speak and act now instead of having everything pent up inside him. He had not to quest around for what to do, how to begin. How to begin. He did not fumble or hesitate. The course to be pursued was already mapped out in its essentials. He had only to take the right decisions and make the right arrangements to reach the positions which were progressively indicated. He had the agility of mind and the strength of purpose to attain these objectives. Okay. Chapter 6. Attempt and failure. We are now standing with Jesus on the threshold of his ministry as he began to follow that course of action which should accomplish what the will of God as revealed to him from the scriptures demanded as the first phase of the work of the Messiah. In this phase, he was called to function as the teacher of righteousness of the last days, as the prophet like Moses, to preach repentance to Israel and reveal the character of the kingdom of God in which the redeemed participate. Elijah had come in John the Baptist. the Baptist to present him with the very words to signal the opening of his campaign. Repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand. The Gospels look back on the activities of Jesus with the help afforded by the prophetic testimonies which the Nazarenes had zealously assembled as proof that he was the Messiah, while we, with Jesus, are seeking to look forward. The positions are not wholly different because many of the same testimonies we may be confident had long been present to the mind of Jesus and directed his planning. His followers afterwards could see a prophetic significance in almost everything he did and find texts to fit it. They could even by this means heighten estimation of the quality of Jesus by the introduction of miracles and marvels. But we may consider that his own findings related to passages which could be understood to have a more direct and less imaginative bearing upon the Messiah's work and experiences. As an indication of his immediate function, Jesus could use the word of Isaiah. The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because the Lord hath anointed me to preach good things unto the meek. He hath sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound, to proclaim the acceptable year of the Lord. But the compilers of the testimonies could go much further. When Jesus abandoned Nazareth and made his headquarters at Capernaum by the Sea of Galilee, this for them was a fulfillment of the prophecy, the land of Zebulun and the land of Naphtali, the way of the sea beyond Jordan in Galilee of the Gentiles. The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them hath the light shined. Similarly, when Jesus addressed the crowds in parables, this was seen to fulfill what the psalmist had said, I will open my mouth in parables. I will utter dark sayings of old. Yet these measures on the part of Jesus were dictated by other necessities, as we can appreciate. The region in which Jesus began to proclaim his message was in his native Galilee, among people of strongly independent spirit, whose faith and love of liberty made it hard for them to stomach the heathen domination of Rome and the immediate government of Antipas, son of their old enemy King Herod. Galileans were in the forefront of rebellious movements, and though at this time the zealots among them were relatively quiescent, they were ever ready to demonstrate passionately whenever a situation outraged their sentiments, and to resort to armed violence. If at this stage of his mission Jesus let it be known in Galilee that he was the Messiah, the consequences could well be disastrous. To be the Messiah, the son of David, we must remember, meant that he was the legitimate king of Israel, to whom the militant elements would readily have rallied. He would have openly been committing an act of treasonable sedition, which would not be tolerated by Rome and its representatives. However peaceful were his intentions, there would be outbreaks of violence. He would be hunted down by the government forces and either killed or seized and crucified. Even if by luck he managed to make his escape abroad, the result would still have been complete failure. He would have been Messiah for a day and patently a false Messiah into the bargain. All this had long been known to Jesus, though most Christians, even today, have never given serious thought to the situation he faced. They simply have not realized the political implications and how explosive the conditions were. But Jesus was well aware of them and proceeded circumspectly. He chose as his headquarters a small town on the shores of the Sea of Galilee, which was essentially a commercial center with a fairly mixed population, including Roman and Jewish government officials. Capernaum was not the sort of place where the disaffected and the zealous for the law of Moses congregated, which a conspirator would be likely to use as his base. When Jesus traveled around the country preaching on the highly political as well as spiritual theme of the kingdom of God, he spoke in parables, so that the spies and informers who made it their business to be present wherever crowds gathered round a public speaker would be unable to detect anything subversive or inflammatory in what he said. He conveyed that he was speaking cryptically in his parables by adding, "He who hath an ear to hear, let him hear." In other words, he who can catch my meaning, let him do so. Jesus was not interfered with at this time because, so far as the state was concerned, he gave the impression of being a harmless religious enthusiast. Some of this saying, indeed, would meet with the full approval of the authorities. His instructions were excellent for these stubborn rebellious Galileans, and might help to keep them in order. Resist not evil, the preacher declared, and whosoever shall smite thee on the right cheek, turn to him the other also. And whosoever shall force thee to go a mile, go with them too. This was with reference to the Angaria, military requisitioning of labor and transport. Love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and pray for them which despitefully use you and persecute you. But Jesus was not acting as an unpaid government agent, though he was intentionally warning the people against taking the law into their own hands and retaliating. If they resorted to violence, if they even nourished hatred in their hearts, not only would they be playing into the hands of their enemies to their own undoing, they would be abandoning the path God had marked out for them as a kingdom of priests and a holy nation to win the heathen to the God. They would be behaving like the rest of the nations and would be unworthy to share in the kingdom of God. Many of the Pharisees taught in the same vein. While his call to repentance was going out to the lost sheep of the house of Israel, Jesus had to take double precautions. He had to prevent the abrupt interruption of his activities as those of John the Baptist had been cut short by getting himself arrested and imprisoned as a menace to public security. He had also to guard against some ill-advised contrivance by his followers, a spontaneous outburst by the people to acclaim him as king. He was to meet with narrow escapes in this connection. In the early part of his ministry, when anyone most unwisely hailed him as the son of David, he silenced him immediately. He was in any case walking on a knife edge by creating faith in his powers of healing. What he was doing could not fail to cause excited speculation about who he was. The people were expecting a deliverer and flocked to anyone who might be the medium of the fulfillment of their hopes. Jesus denounced the hypocrites and false prophets and the false messiahs as well, as much as he did the men of violence. All were misleading the nation and diverting it from carrying out the will of God, trading on the people's emotions and longings. Wide is the gate, and broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many there be which go in thereat. But narrow is the gate, and constricted the way which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it. Jesus chose to refer to himself as the Son of Man, i.e., the man, a term which gave him external anonymity without having to deny his true identity. Only to the commodities of the saints who were no danger to him did the description have messianic significance. Many might be intrigued and ask, who is this Son of Man? But comparatively few, and these not communicative, could answer. He is the Messiah. Otherwise, as in his reply to the emissaries of John the Baptist, Jesus left it to those who knew the prophecies to infer who he was from his activities. Another step Jesus took was to enlist a small band of close disciples. The first group were fishermen from the lakeside township of Bethsaida. We do not know for certain whether Jesus was previously acquainted with some of them, though this is stated in the fourth gospel. Men like the brothers Simon and Andrew, James and John were valuable recruits. They were patriotic and had a simple, direct faith. They were physically strong, and their personal loyalty could be counted on. Jesus nicknamed Simon the Rock, Kepha, Peter, and James and John the Stormy Ones, Boanerges, Boanerges. They would make a useful bodyguard. They also had boats, so that if danger threatened or the attentions of the crowds became too overwhelming, a line of escape or retreat was open across the lake to the independent territory of the Decapolis, a league of 10 self-governing, mainly Greek cities. By these various devices and tactics, Jesus assured for himself, so far as he could, safety and freedom of movement, an opportunity to deliver his message without hindrance. Already he was proving, and we should remark this, a skillful strategist and planner, alert and resourceful. He could be very gentle, but there was nothing meek about him. He is revealed as a man of inflexible determination and keen perception, with all the qualities of a born leader. The glimpse we have here of his character shows him to be one who was fully capable of conceiving and carrying out, as will be demonstrated later, what we have termed the Passover plot. All right. There was one thing, however, which Jesus may not sufficiently have taken into account: the extent of his fame as a wonder worker. As the days passed into weeks, it speedily became evident that his mission was being gravely hampered by the multitudes who thronged to him, not primarily to listen to his teaching, but to be cured of their complaints or bring their relations for healing. Sometimes he had the utmost difficulty in getting about because of the press of people. He was aware that the time available to him was short, and at his present rate of progress, the ground he would be able to cover would be very limited. Some of the things Jesus had to say in defense of his conduct were beginning to antagonize a small but influential section of his audience, the local Pharisees. At great pains, this fraternity of devout Jews had labored for upwards of a century to promote a stricter obedience to the law, the Torah, among the people, so that they might merit God's favor and salvation. It was uphill work because there was an ingrained resistance, especially in Galilee, to be told what to do and what not to do. Like the Essenes, the Pharisees, among the other things, regarded the rigid keeping of the Sabbath as imperative, for it was a divine institution marking the difference between the holy and the profane, between Israel and the nations. It is written, "If thou call the Sabbath a delight, the holy day of the Lord honorable, and shall honor him, not doing thine own ways, nor finding thine own pleasure, nor speaking thine own words, then I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob thy father, for the mouth of the Lord hath spoken it." The Essenes had abandoned all present hope of converting the people to the exact performance of the requirements of the Torah, and had withdrawn into their own disciplined camps and communities. But the Pharisees struggled gamely on with their missionary and educational work. Sometimes in their zeal, as is often the way, they lost sight of the spirit of an institution in stressing its strict observance, but their intentions were good. Now, here was this teacher who had the ear of the multitude, undermining their efforts, casting off the yoke of the commandments as they had carefully defined them, violating their Sabbath injunctions, eating with defiled hands and with publicans and sinners, setting the worst possible example. How could his inheritance be checked? How could he be got out of the way? These were two different propositions, and initially only the first was considered. Jesus was repeatedly challenged, and when this proved unavailing, learned scribes from Jerusalem were sent for. As we have seen, when they arrived, they pronounced Jesus to be demon-possessed, but this did not stop the people coming to him for cures, and Jesus took prompt action to squash the accusation. Hold on. How could Satan cast out Satan? Were the Pharisees also demon-possessed when they like himself cured the sick? Let them be their own judges. Some of them felt driven to take a graver step. They had no love for the Jewishly lax government, but now we are told they conferred with the Herodians. If what Jesus said could be construed to indicate that he had subversive or seditious intentions, he would be arrested. Spies listened acutely to catch some incautious words, but Jesus was on his guard, and again, as we have seen, they were defeated by his circumspection and parabolic teaching. We must not suppose that these more hostile Pharisees, contrary to all their principles, were plotting the death of Jesus. They simply wanted him locked up and out of commission. Like John the Baptist, another thorn in their flesh. In fact, they greatly overestimated the effects of the teachings of Jesus. The people listened gladly, but only a meager handful responded. But Jesus was now plainly warned. The essential problem which Jesus had to overcome was the difficulty created by the crowds which everywhere surrounded him and besought his help, and made it hard for him to extend quickly enough the areas in which he could hope to deliver his message personally. What with teaching and healing, and people struggling fanatically to reach him, to touch even the sacred fringe of his robe as he passed, by the end of most days he was utterly exhausted. At one time, by the lake, to gain freedom to speak, he used a boat moored offshore as his pulpit. He even crossed to the other side for a brief respite. But the people ran around the coast to meet him as he landed, or followed in other boats. He could not get away. The decision Jesus took was to appoint 12 of his more intimate followers as envoys, apostles. Their number was symbolic of the 12 tribes of Israel. They were to travel through the country on his behalf. He gave them precise instructions. They were to confine their mission to the Israelites and not visit Gentile territory or enter any city of the Samaritans. They were to travel light and in poverty, as the Essenes did. They were to stay where they were welcome, but only long enough to deliver their message. Where they were not received, they were not to delay, but shake the dust of that house or city from their feet. I tell you positively, he said, it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom and Gomorrah in the days of judgment than for that city. They must exercise the utmost care in their speech and conduct. Behold, I send you forth as sheep in the midst of wolves. Be ye therefore wise as serpents and harmless as doves. This action on the part of Jesus reveals his recognition of the urgency of his task and that the time available to him was short. Despite these endeavors to make every minute work, however, he had soon to admit to himself that his message had largely fallen on deaf ears. The apostles, when they reported back, told of demons being subject to them, but not of any other success. It was evident that the call to repentance had largely gone unheeded. By failing in Galilee, his own land, Jesus had lost the whole country. According to the fourth gospel, Jesus made one or two early incursions into Judea at festival seasons, the Passover, and probably Pentecost. John claims that he taught and performed cures on these occasions. The synoptic tradition says nothing of these visits, and it is likely that John has overemphasized their significance in his endeavor to establish that Jesus had made his messiahship evident from the beginning. But between Pentecost in May and Tabernacles in October, there is no indication that Jesus went up to Jerusalem, and this is the period with which we are at present concerned. Through his study of the scriptures, Jesus must have believed that this message would probably be rejected, but he was in duty bound to proclaim it. There was always the hope of a miracle. He spoke more than once of the prophet Jonah, born at Gath-Hepher in Galilee, not very far from Nazareth, whose tomb was a place of pilgrimage. Though God had declared by Jonah that in 40 days Nineveh would be overthrown, yet the people repented and turned from their evil way. And God had spared Nineveh, and the prophecy did not come to pass. The same thing could happen again. Hold on. Okay. But it was not to be. Nevertheless, Jesus was deeply moved and hurt at his failure, even though it had not really looked as if he would succeed. And being human, he was angry too, angry at the stupidity, the senseless waste, the awful suffering that was bound to come upon his nation. Contemplating this fearful prospect, the certainty now of his own fate paled into insignificance. Inwardly, through his distress, he could even welcome it, for if God would accept his suffering as an atonement for the sins of his people, he would give his life gladly. And if they would then heed, the worst that was in store for them might not happen. It was written, all we like sheep have gone astray. We have turned every one to his own way, and the Lord hath laid on him the iniquity of us all. Jesus found vent for his feelings in bitter and scathing words. Monumentous matters were being sidetracked by petty disputes, and the situation was deteriorating into a slinging match. O generation of vipers, how can ye be evil speak good things? An evil and adulterous generation seeketh after a sign, and there shall no sign be given to it but the sign of the prophet Jonah. For as Jonah was a sign unto the Ninevites, so shall also the Son of Man be to this generation. The queen of the south shall rise up in the judgment with the generation, and shall condemn it, for she came from the uttermost parts of the earth to hear the wisdom of Solomon. And behold, what is greater than Solomon is here. The men of Nineveh shall rise up in the judgment with this generation, and shall condemn it, because they repented at the preaching of Jonah. And behold, what is greater than Jonah is here. Woe unto thee, Chorazin! Woe unto thee, Bethsaida! For if the mighty works which were done in you have been done in Tyre and Sidon, they would have repented long ago in sackcloth and ashes. But I say unto you, it shall be more tolerable for Tyre and Sidon in the day of judgment than for you. And thou, Capernaum, which art exalted unto heaven, shall be brought down to hell. For if the mighty works which have been done in thee had been done in Sodom, it would have remained unto this day. But I say unto you that it shall be more tolerable for the land of Sodom in the day of judgment than for thee. Whereunto shall I liken this generation? It is like children sitting in the markets and calling unto their fellows and saying, We have piped unto you, and ye have not danced. We have mourned unto you, and ye have not lamented. For John came neither eating nor drinking, and they say, He hath a devil. The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and they say, Behold, a man gluttonous and wine-bibber, and a wine-bibber, a friend of the tax collectors and sinners. But wisdom is justified of her children. Yet it was of no avail for Jesus to be searingly reproachful and useless to repine. Luke alone reports a final effort in sending out 70 disciples to preach as previously he had sent out the 12. But we have to treat this as an intentional duplication by the author to foreshadow the calling of the Gentiles, since the world was supposed to consist of 70 nations. The fact had to be faced that the first phase of the work of Jesus was finished. The teacher of righteousness had been rejected. Unhappily, it had come to pass as foretold. By hearing ye shall hear, and shall not understand, and seeing ye shall see, and shall not perceive, for this people's heart is waxed gross, and their ears are dull of hearing, and their eyes they have closed, lest at any time they should see with their eyes, and hear with their ears, and should understand with their heart, and should turn again, and I should heal them. Now, as the prophecies had indicated to Jesus, the second phase of the work of the Messiah would come into operation. There was no time to be wasted in vain regrets, sadly, but resolutely he braced himself to face the future and carry out God's will to the end. Did people think he was harsh when he refused one would-be follower's request to be permitted first to bury his father and another's to take leave of his family? The words were drawn from an aching heart when he said, Leave the dead to bury their dead, and no man having put his hand to the plow and looking back is fit for the kingdom of God. Chapter 7. The Disclosure. If anything further was needed to convince Jesus that he could no longer delay to get ready for the tremendous test awaiting him, it was the news which reached him of the execution of John the Baptist. That burning and shining light had suddenly been extinguished, a sign as sure as his own calling at Jordan. He must therefore begin to take his chosen 12 disciples more fully into his confidence, identify himself plainly to them as the Messiah, which in their hearts some of them already believed him to be, and prepare their minds for what was in store for him. The Gospels are unable to provide us with any reliable scheme of the ministry so that we have events and teaching in their actual chronological order. The information at their disposal made this impossible. Early tradition had furnished an outline of major events and trends into which they had fit to the best of their ability the oral and written material available to them. But there are sufficient clues to enable us to follow developments in the policy and planning of Jesus and to detect what he was seeking progressively to achieve. Certain landmarks appear to guide our steps and apprise us of our position. One of these is the tradition that the disclosure by Jesus of the violent end he would meet at the hands of the authorities came after he was informed of the death of John the Baptist and was made in connection with the acknowledgement of his messiahship. From now on, it was determined that to comply with the conditions of his fate, he must increasingly reveal himself as the Messiah and abandon his incognito. We learned that Herod Antipas, tetrarch of Galilee and Pera, had been greatly affected by reports of the activities of Jesus. As we have pointed out previously, Herod at this time was faced with the prospect of war with the king of Arabia, whose daughter had been his wife and whom he had insulted by marrying Herodotus, formerly the wife of his half-brother Philip. He had imprisoned John in his Persian fortress at Machaerus, his present headquarters, for denouncing this union and because the Baptist might provoke a rebellion among his subjects when he needed his forces to meet the Arabian threat. According to the gospel account, Herodotus was determined that John should die and found an occasion to force her husband's hand to procure the execution of the prophet. Now Herod heard what dismay that other preacher was operating in Galilee and drawing large crowds, giving out the same message as John. It was as if the Baptist had risen from the dead to mock and defeat him. Here was a new menace, and for the first time, Jesus was in physical danger. An incident reported only by Luke appears to relate to these circumstances. The same day, we read, there came to Jesus certain of the Pharisees, saying unto him, Get thee out and depart hence, for Herod will kill thee. And Jesus said unto them, Go ye and tell that fox, Behold, I cast out demons, and I perform cures today and tomorrow, and the third day I shall be perfected. Nevertheless, I must walk today and tomorrow and the day following, for it cannot be that a prophet perish out of Jerusalem. The passage is interesting because it shows a section of the Pharisees doing their utmost to save the life of Jesus. There were two schools of thought among them, the one following the precepts of the gentle Hillel, and the other the severe teaching of Shammai. The latter would have been far more offended by the conduct of Jesus and wished to see him discredited and even imprisoned if that was the only way to stop his activities. But there were plenty of milder Pharisees well disposed towards him who welcomed him into their homes. The reply of Jesus to the friendly warning was defiant. It was the first occasion he had spoken disparagingly of a ruler, and he could commit his indiscretion because his mind was now set on his ordeal at Jerusalem, where, and nowhere else, he must fulfill his destiny. As Jesus viewed the situation, he was not in imminent peril, since Herod was too heavily engaged in to proceed against him at present. However, he did not completely disregard the risk he was running and prudently withdrew to the north of the Sea of Galilee into the territory which had belonged to Philip. It was in the region of Caesarea Philippi that Jesus asked his disciples what people were saying about him, whom they thought he was. They told him that opinions differed. Some supposed he was John the Baptist, Elijah, Jeremiah, or another of the old prophets returned to earth. Sorry, that just reminded me of Roadhouse, the movie. And what do you say? Boldly Simon spoke for them all. You are the Messiah, and so earned the nickname Peter, Rock. Jesus rejoiced that the truth had been revealed to them. It was a heartening confirmation of his status, but he ordered them to keep his identity secret. It was still too soon to make the fact generally known that the time would come when he went to Jerusalem for the last trials, which as Messiah he must undergo. The words Jesus used to convey to his disciples what was in store for him are momentous. Dang it, the chair keeps moving. They may be said to initiate the second phase of his ministry. Never before had he spoken about his end, but the death of John the Baptist made it essential that he should now do so. We cannot be certain of the language, though the sense is doubtless here. We seem to be reading the introductory paragraph to the Passion section of the primitive testimony book, and something of the kind did perhaps preface the oracles setting out the Messiah's rejection, execution, and resurrection. The announcement, as it is first made in Mark's Gospel, reads, "And he began to teach them, and the Son of Man must suffer many things, and be rejected of the elders and of the chief priests and scribes, and be killed, and after 3 days risen again." Thereafter, with slight variations, it is repeated at intervals like a refrain. In these statements, Jesus is able already to specify who will act against him. The elders, chief priests, and scribes can only mean that Sanhedrin, the council for Jewish affairs at Jerusalem, while the Gentiles introduced on another occasion must be Romans, represented by the procurator of Judea. Jesus could make such a deduction only by interpreting the scriptures in the manner of the Essenes. Following the commentaries of the Dead Sea Scrolls, we can create for ourselves an apostate pesher, oracular explanation of the opening of the second psalm. Why do the heathen rage and the people meditate a vain thing? The kings of the earth set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed. The explanation is that in the last times, the wicked will conspire against the Messiah of righteousness to destroy him. But in the end, their design will come to nothing, for the Lord will deliver him out of the hands of his enemies, the kings of the earth. These are the Kittim, synonymous for Romans in the scrolls, who rule over many nations. The rulers, these are the elders and priests of Jerusalem, who govern Israel through their evil counsel. What Jesus had done in his earlier years was to see the Messiah in the different stages of his manifestation as one of the great objects of prophecy. He had gathered to himself the sufferings and the faith in survival of the righteous, which had poured itself out in poem and prediction. He had applied to himself what was written by his ancestor David as an outlaw hunted by the king, but whom God had chosen to rule his people Israel, and what was written concerning the persecuted servant of God, as of those messengers whom kings and priests had mocked and condemned. All these scriptures and many others pointed towards and would find their expression in the experiences of the Messiah, all the tears, and ultimately the triumph. When the Nazarenes look back on the dramatic climax of the life of the Messiah, as many of us still do through the libretto two handles oratorio, they were overwhelmingly impressed by the oppositeness of so many passages to what had transpired. Having to establish both for themselves and for Jewish audiences that what had taken place was in accordance with the scriptures, they were able to build up a formidable array of testimonies. In their zeal, they even amplified and supplemented the account of his experiences, as certain texts appeared to require additional incidents which would fulfill them. Almost insensibly, teaching was converted into fact, and individuals could claim that they had heard such things from someone who had heard them from one of the apostles. Thus, the legend grew from the story to testimony to embellished story. We have to be fully conscious of this process of gilding the lily in studying the Gospels and the early patricistic literature. The feat of Jesus was far more extraordinary because he was looking forward into the unknown, seeking to determine the shape of things to come as a guide to his own actions. It was his achievement to have extracted from the oracles so clear a picture and to have been so assured of its reliability that he could follow it like a star which charted his course and commit himself to certain positive predictions of what would take place. The achievement was particularly remarkable because it transcended the relative vagueness of contemporary messianism. and brought its ideas into a sharper and indeed a singular focus. There were strands of different colors held to mark the role of distinct messianic personalities, the prophet like Moses, suffering just one, the son of David, the apocalyptic son of man. Jesus wove them into one. No wonder what he disclosed to his untutored disciples with their popular notion of the Messiah only as the royal heir of David surprised and shocked them and brought an instantaneous protest from the outspoken Peter. How could Jesus utter such words of ill omen? But Jesus was not being in the least morbid. As a scribe instructed in the affairs of the kingdom of God, who had brought out new things as well as old, he was simply stating what to him was plain and incontrovertible. To get behind the statement of Jesus, we must ourselves make an excursion into testimony land. We must set out at least a section of those scriptures for many years had been the meat and drink of the soul of Jesus. Marshal them in order and savor them in their bitterness and in their sweetness. We are not pretending to reproduce with assurance the very passages which informed him of what would befall in his name of testing, but in the fashion of the Nazarene compilers of testimonies, we can demonstrate the effect of the conjunction of some of the things that were written. Opposition and rejection. The king of the earth sets themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Lord and against his anointed. He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief, and we hid as it were our faces from him. He was displeased, and we esteemed him not. The stone which the builders rejected is become the head of the corner. Mine enemies speak evil of me. When shall he die and his name perish? All that hate me whisper together against me do they devise my hurt. And one shall say unto him, What are these wounds in thine hands? Then shall he answer, Those with which I was wounded in the house of my friends. Awake, O sword, against my shepherd. Smite the shepherd, and the sheep shall be scattered. The mouth of the wicked and the mouth of the deceitful are open against me. They have spoken against me with a lying tongue. They compassed me about the words of hatreds and fought against me without a cause. For my love, they are my adversaries. Ill treatment and execution. I gave my back to the smiters and my cheeks to them that plucked off the hair. I hid not my face from shame and spitting. He was oppressed and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He is brought as a lamb to the slaughter. He was taken from prison and from judgment, and who shall declare his generation? For he was cut off out of the land of the living. For the transgression of my people was he stricken. I am a worm and no man, a reproach to men and despised of the people. All they that see me laugh me to scorn. They shoot out the lip, they shake the head, saying, He trusted in the Lord, that he would deliver him. Let him deliver him, seeing he delighted in him. I am poured out like water, and all my bones are out of joint. My heart is like wax, it is melted in the midst of my bowels. My strength is dried up like a potsherd, and my tongue cleaveth to my jaws. Thou hast brought me into the dust of death. For dogs have compassed me, the assembly of the wicked have enclosed me. Like a lion they are at my hands and my feet. I will tell all my bones, they look and stare upon me. They part my garments among them, and cast lots upon my vesture. Reproach hath broken my heart, and I am full of heaviness, and I looked for some to take pity, but there was none, and for comforters, but I found none. They gave me also gall for my meat, and in my thirst they gave me vinegar to drink. For they persecute him whom thou hast smitten, and they talk to the grief of those whom thou hast wounded. They shall look upon me whom they have pierced, and they shall mourn for him, as one mourneth for his only son, and shall be in bitterness for him, as one that is in bitterness for his firstborn. Yikes! Salvation and resurrection. Though I walk in the midst of trouble, thou wilt revive me. Thou shalt stretch forth thine hand against the wrath of mine enemies, and thy right hand shall save me. The Lord will perfect that which concerneth me. The bands of the grave compassed me about. The snares of death prevented me. In my distress I called upon the Lord and cried unto my God. He heard my voice out of his temple, and my cry came before him, even into his ears. Then the earth shook and trembled, the foundation of the hills moved and were shaken. He sent from above, he took me, he drew me out of the great waters, he delivered me from my strong enemy. Come and let us return to the Lord, for he hath torn and he will heal us. He hath smitten and he will bind us up. After 2 days will he revive us, and on the third day he will rise us up, and we shall live in his sight. I have set the Lord always before me, because he is at my right hand. I shall not be moved. Therefore my heart is glad, and my glory rejoiceth. My flesh also rests in hope. For thou wilt not leave any soul in the grave, neither wilt thou suffer thy Holy One to see corruption. Thou wilt show me the path of life. In the presence is fullness of joy. At thy right hand there are pleasures forevermore. God will redeem my soul from the grasp of the grave, for he shall receive me. The king shall joy in the strength, O Lord, and in thy salvation how greatly shall he rejoice. Thou settest a crown of pure gold on his head. He asked life of thee, and thou gavest it him. Even length of days forever and ever. His glory is great in thy salvation. Honor and majesty hast thou laid upon him. What we have done here is to string together in the ancient fashion some of the biblical texts regarded as affording messianic testimonies, and the impression they create is both moving and eloquent. We can appreciate the influence they exercised on the early Christians in molding and shaping the account of the Messiah's passion so that it was brought into conformity with the oracles. This is why we cannot accept as historical certain features of the narratives of the Passion as reported in the Gospels. The testimonies come between the reality and the later descriptions, but we are not entitled to jettison the whole story. There is much in it that rests on reliable tradition, and fortunately the Christian records furnish some evidence of which the authors did not realize the worth or importance. We therefore have to examine the Gospels closely for the elements of truth. But while we must hold that the Nazarenes, inspired by the Scriptures, historicized in retrospect matters which they found in them, the same sources could and did to an extent inform Jesus in prospect. Accepting that their oracular message concerned the last times and believing that many of the passages were thus to be applied to himself as the Messiah, he could, like the Essenes, bring their implications into relationship with contemporary conditions in Palestine and plan accordingly. We are to think in terms of his Jewish faith and ideas of the apocalyptic order, strange and even incredible as they may appear to us. Our alien concepts are useless as a standard by which to judge the workings of his mind. They can never give the real sense and feel of him, though it may satisfy us to fashion him in a likeness which we find more acceptable. With the help of the oracles, Jesus had deduced that he was required to suffer ignominiously at the hands of the rulers at Jerusalem. As self-confessed Messiah, this stood to reason also. Under Tiberius, no king of the Jews could exist who had not been approved by Caesar and confirmed by the Roman Senate, and it was the business of the authorities in Palestine, Jewish and Roman, acting for Caesar, to apprehend anyone claiming to be king. In the case of one who was not of the Roman nobility nor a Roman citizen, he could be condemned to death if found guilty. Death by crucifixion, the barbarous punishment the Romans meted out for highway robbery, mutiny, high treason, and rebellion. That Jesus was aware of this is shown by the words he used just after he had privately and under pledge of strict secrecy admitted that to the pledge of strict secrecy admitted to the 12 that he was the Messiah. And when he had called the people unto him with his disciples also, he said unto them, Whosoever will come after me, let him deny himself and take up his cross and follow me. For whosoever will save his life shall lose it, but whosoever shall lose his life for my sake and the good news, the same shall save it. He could not yet state openly that he was the Messiah, but he could warn that anyone associating with him from now on should know what the penalty was likely to be. Yet if they suffered with the Messiah, they would also reign with him. The reactions of the disciples to the disclosure of the fate awaiting him and their behavior thereafter certified to Jesus that he could not take them fully into his confidence. They seem quickly to have dismissed his words as a mystery which they could not fathom, and perhaps thought that he had been made melancholy by the death of John the Baptist. They were more concerned with the material rewards expected when the kingdom of Jesus was established, and squabbled among themselves as to which of them should have the highest positions. Jesus had now to prepare for the most difficult and dangerous part of his present mission, which demanded the utmost caution and the most careful organization and timing. He could not look to his disciples to assist him directly in the arrangements for his coming ordeal. He could not even trust them not to work against him if he told them too much, and they might easily ruin everything which he had to contrive. They were devoted to him and loyal in their own way, but of limited intelligence, simple Galileans for the most part, who would not be at all at home in the sophisticated atmosphere of Jerusalem. What Jesus had need of now for the furtherance of his designs were dependable friends in Judea. We have allowed that the fourth gospel may possibly be right that Jesus, at the outset of his ministry, had gone up to Jerusalem for the spring festivals of Passover and Pentecost, but it would be quite inconsistent with his policy to have staged any premature demonstration there, like the cleaning of the temple, or indulged in debate of a character which could not fail to provoke summary action against him, which he would have richly deserved if he had spoken as the fourth gospel makes him speak. The Greek author of this gospel, as we have it, has effectively buried the Jesus of history and substituted his own theological notions of the Son of God, a posturing polemical figure with a streak of anti-Semitism wholly incomparable with the Messiah of apostolistic tradition. It is not to the credit of the church that it has taken this presentation of a pathological egoist to its bosom as the veritable Jesus. We have to dismiss it as accurate portraiture while recognizing that the author of it had access to some genuine unpublished reminiscences of the unnamed beloved disciple, which he has freely employed as it suited him to lend verisimilitude to his otherwise impossible creation. It is difficult to free the gold from the dross, but we catch a gleam here and there which makes us thankful for the book's preservation. Without the fourth gospel, we might never have heard of Nicodemus or of Lazarus of Bethany, and we would be quite unfamiliar with the part played by the beloved disciple himself. The synoptic tradition, which seems in this respect to be much more in keeping with the probabilities, requires us to believe that Jesus most carefully concealed his identity as the Messiah in the early part of his ministry and never at any time claimed to be other than human. If this were not the case, the ministry would have had an even shorter duration, and Jesus would not have been crucified as King of the Jews. We must never let theology entice us away from the historical circumstances so that we lose contact with the factors which Jesus had to take into account. He turns towards the south now, because there were things to set in train there if the scriptures were to be fulfilled. He had to achieve mastery over the conditions that they might serve the ends of God and not of man. All right, chapter 8. Setting the stage. Jesus steadfastly set his face to go to Jerusalem. These words in Luke are well chosen. They mark the purposefulness with which the gallant Galilean now proceeded towards the spiritual and political capital of the Jewish nation. Here, and here alone, the messianic drama must be acted out. The city was by no means unfamiliar to Jesus, but for him it was not merely a busy metropolis with crowded, noisy streets, with men and merchandise from many lands, magnificent buildings, and squalid hovels. It was the holy city, the place of God's house, the preordained center of the kingdom of God, reaching out to redeem and bless all nations. Jerusalem and the Messiah both were the subjects of mighty prophecies and inspired visions. Their destinies were interwoven while the earth endured until all things that were written should be accomplished. Today, Jerusalem was under a cloud. The heathen ruled there. Roman troops in Fort Antonia kept surveillance over the temple courts. There was unseemly haggling and huckstering in the sacred enclosure, and evil was wrought in high places. Unless there was a penitent turning to the Lord from the highest to the lowest, the present city would perish in anguish. The suffering which the Messiah was required to undergo at Jerusalem would be infinitely multiplied in the doom which would overtake the city. But Jerusalem, like the Messiah, would rise again in newness of life as the city of God, where his anointed king would reign in peace and in righteousness. At the first, there would be the Passover. At the last, there would be the tabernacles, the feast of intergathering. It was the season of tabernacles now, in the fall of the year, an opportunity to make a bid to reclaim the soul of Israel before it should be too late. If this failed, then Jesus steadfastly set his face to go to Jerusalem. His mission there was to occupy 3 months from October to January. A parable quoted only by Luke comes in aptly in this connection. A man had a fig tree growing in his vineyard, and he came in quest of fruit on it, but found none. For 3 years now, he told the gardener, I have come in quest of fruit on this fig tree, but I have never found any. Cut it down. Why should it take up ground space? Let it be for this year, sir, replied the gardener, to give me a chance to dig around it and manure it. If it should bear fruit next year, well, you can still cut it down if it doesn't. Jesus followed a route from Galilee which would take him through Samaria. The Samaritans, to whom the temple at Jerusalem was a false sanctuary, the true one where they worship being on Mount Gerizim, were hostile to Jews from the north passing through their territory on the way to Jerusalem for the festivals and sometimes attacked them. But Jesus must have felt that the risk just now was considerably less than if he traveled by the alternative route through Perea on the east of the Jordan, where he was liable to encounter the forces of Herod Antipas. He had no intention of falling into the hands of that fox. Luke's narrative seems to tie in here with John's report of the secret journey of Jesus to Jerusalem at the time of the Feast of Tabernacles. According to the fourth gospel, Jesus had been challenged by his skeptical brothers to go up to Jerusalem for the festival and bring himself to public attention. He had refused to join the Galilean caravan, which would be taking the Perean road because of the world's Herod enmity towards him. Go ye up unto the feast, he told his brothers. I go not up yet unto the feast, for my time is not yet full come. Jesus stayed on in Galilee, but when his brethren were gone up, then went he also up unto the feast, not openly, but as it were in secret. We have to be very guarded in our use of the fourth gospel, because what is left in it of the reminiscences of the unnamed Judean disciple whom Jesus loved has been so overworked, strained, and subordinated to the theological interests of the Greek elder at Ephesus, who fathered the gospel in support of his own ideas. But to pursue the activities of Jesus in the South at this period, we have largely to utilize this gospel sense, except in some manners introduced by Luke. The Markan, Galilean, tradition does not deal with the Judean ministry. It is not difficult to understand this omission, as well as we shall see, but it is most unfortunate. It is also unfortunate that we do not have the unnamed disciples' evidence intact. However, as regards the movements of Jesus during the Judean ministry and certain other features which reflect local conditions and circumstances, it is probable that the Greek author has retained a good deal of what was in his source. The movements of Jesus may then be traced approximately as follows. He arrived at Jerusalem in October during the Feast of Tabernacles and remained there for about 3 months until shortly after the Feast of Dedication in late December. Then he went east to the Jordan to the ford of the river, Betharba. Not far north of it exit into the Dead Sea, where John had preached. He returned hastily to Bethany near Jerusalem on learning of the serious illness of his friend Lazarus. After this, he retired again to the Judean town called Ephraim at the edge of the wilderness near the Jordan, a good many miles northeast of Jerusalem. Mark, followed by Matthew, omits altogether the stay of Jesus at Jerusalem and the visit to Betharba, but possibly jumps to his sojourn at Ephraim, when it is said, "And he arose from thence, and cometh into the coasts of Judea by the farther side of the Jordan." Luke, as we have indicated, preserves some trace of the beginning of the Judean ministry, since he makes Jesus set out for Jerusalem via Samaria, and his next point of locality is the arrival of Jesus at a certain village, Bethany, where he is welcomed by a woman named Martha, who had a sister Mary. Luke does not mention their brother Lazarus, though he makes Jesus tell a story of the death of a beggar of that name, which may have a connection with the tradition peculiar to John of the raising of Lazarus. Luke, too, has no reference to the activities of Jesus in Jerusalem, but he brings in uniquely how Jesus was informed of Pilate's slaughter of Galileans in the city. But these omissions of the first 3 Gospels do not mean that the tradition behind Mark was altogether ignorant of the ministry of Jesus at Jerusalem. When Jesus was arrested in Gethsemane, we have the saying, "I was daily with you in the temple teaching, and ye took me not." This would hardly refer to the day or 2 when Jesus was in the temple in Passion Week, but rather to his daily teaching in the previous autumn, when, as the 4th Gospel states, attempts were made to take him, but no man laid hands on him. Hold on. All right. Briefly, here we should consider the reasons why a consequential part of the life of Jesus is passed over by the Synoptic Gospels. In the first place, these Gospels are related to the early Christian testimony book, where the prophecies from the Old Testament were most heavily massed at the climax of the story, which was the hardest to explain to Jewish audiences. There was a leading up to the moment when Jesus entered Jerusalem as the King Messiah, and from then on, the testimonies dealt with his rejection, betrayal, suffering, and resurrection. A testimony book was not a biography, though it offered a roughly biographical outline of the ministry. It was not concerned, therefore, with any experience of Jesus in Jerusalem before Palm Sunday. It was only needed to bring him to Jerusalem for the events of Passion Week. When Mark was composed, the narratives was fitted to the testimony outline, followed in turn by Matthew and Luke, though with greater difficulty because of their additional material, especially the teaching document Q. An account of the 3 months Jesus spent at Jerusalem could have got into Mark if the Petrine tradition had spoken of it, but evidently it did not. The Galilean disciples of Jesus were not at home or happy in the atmosphere of Judea and Jerusalem, where their provincialisms of speech and manners caused comment, and where they felt their intimacy with Jesus weakened by his friendship and regard for others, notably Lazarus and the unnamed beloved disciple. There is no direct reference to either in the Synoptic Gospels. Without the 4th Gospel, we could not know that Peter was not only well acquainted with the unnamed disciple, but was also jealous of the affection Jesus had for him. Their first meeting was perhaps after the baptism of Jesus. The gospel speaks of two disciples of John the Baptist who followed Jesus. One of them was Andrew, Peter's brother, and it is to be inferred that the other was the beloved disciple who there is reason to believe was a young Jewish priest from Jerusalem. He would have met Peter when Andrew brought his brother to Jesus. We do not encounter the young man again until the scene shifts to Jerusalem in Passion Week. But unless he was often in the company of Jesus during the 3 months with which we are at present concerned, there would have been almost no record of this period at all. 4 times we find him linked with Peter. At the Last Supper, he occupies a place of honor, leaning on the breast of Jesus, and Peter invites him to ask Jesus to identify the one who will betray him. After the arrest of Jesus, the disciple effects Peter's entry into the palace of Annas, where Jesus had first been taken. When it is reported that the body of Jesus had been removed from the tomb, the disciple runs with Peter to the sepulchre and outdistance him. The final reference is where Peter asks the risen Jesus about the young man's future role and exhibits jealousy of him. In the circumstances, we would hardly expect the devoted Peter to be forthcoming about the part played by the Judean disciple who was so close to Jesus. This digression has been necessary to explain the silence of the Synoptic Gospels concerning the activities of Jesus at Jerusalem at the close of the year before his death. We can forgive the author of the 4th Gospel a great deal in our gratitude to him for having preserved information which is vital to our understanding of how Jesus laid his plans. Unwittingly, this Gospel furnishes the key to what transpired in Passion Week. It does not simply supplement the story of the first 3 Gospels. It compels us to read that story quite differently and in a much more revealing light. The events of Passion Week, still some months away, had their origin in what happened now in Jerusalem. Jesus had 3 things to accomplish. First, to deliver his prophetic call to national repentance in the very heart of Jewish life and worship, where it would reach the greatest number of command the most attention. Second, to bring himself personally to the notice of the highest Jewish authorities, who previously had only certain reports of his activities in Galilee. And third, with the help of his friends, to set the stage for the revelation of himself as the Messiah and the accomplishment of his destiny. Jesus had to discerned how the prophecies would have their fulfillment. But he did not imagine that everything would come about automatically at a time and in a manner unknown to him. To the contrary, he appreciated fully that what must come to pass would demand of him the most careful timing, planning, and organization. Throughout his ministry, he had acted purposely and with decision in conscious command of his affairs and exhibiting remarkable capacity for exploiting situations. It is quite unthinkable that at this advanced and crucial stage of his mission, he was proposing to play a passive part and leave everything to fate. In going up to Jerusalem, Jesus was deliberately embarking on the most difficult and dangerous of all his enterprises, where a false move could wreck everything. He was not among his own Galileans now, but in more critical Judea, where even his accent was against him. Who would heed a prophet who spoke the outlandish tongue of the north? Many would make fun of him or treat him as a madman. Moreover, he would have to contend with powers and forces alien to his experience. Never before had he had to pit his wits against the subtle political brains of the supreme Jewish and Roman authorities. Hold on. Keep sliding down this chair. Yet, he was quite sure he would not fail because the Spirit of God was working in him and through him. But this would be the supreme test of his faith and the ultimate proof that he was indeed the Messiah. Whatever view we may take of the chronology of the life of Jesus, it is not to be doubted that the atmosphere in Jerusalem at this time was tense and anxious, though on the surface things might appear fairly normal. The Roman governor Pontius Pilate was detested, and the lordly family of Annas, which held the sacred office of high priest in fee with gold from its well-filled coffers, was feared and resented. But lately the ire of both of the Sanhedrin and the people had been concentrated on the blundering and high-handed Pilate, who had laid impious hands on the dedicated treasure of the temple, the Corban, to construct a conduit to bring additional water to the city. There had been a demonstration against him, which the governors broke up by addressing a number of his soldiers in civilian clothes, but carrying weapons under their cloaks, who at a given signal fell upon the crowd and killed and wounded many. The populace may have been more threatening than the first century Jewish historian Josephus reports, and some may have risen in arms and struck back. Luke refers to Galileans whose blood Pilate had mingled with their sacrifices, and Mark speaks of a certain Barabbas and others with him held prisoner for their part in the insurrection. The chief priests, as a consequence of the outbreak, were at this juncture in no enviable position. Antagonistic to Pilate, they had to dissimulate and maintain courteous diplomatic relation with him as Caesar's representative, while scheming to get him so discredited that Tiberius would be forced to recall him. If they were to succeed, it was imperative that there should be no further anti-Roman riots in Jerusalem, which would only play into the governor's hands and enable him to plead complete justification for his actions on the ground of the continual rebelliousness of the Jews. What the chief priests wanted to show was that while they were loyal to the emperor, Pilate's personal conduct was fomenting disaffection by willful aggression and violation of legitimate religious customs. With this top-level struggle in progress, a struggle on the Jewish side for the survival of what was left of spiritual and political autonomy, Jesus, by his coming to Jerusalem, was adding a fresh complication. The last thing that was wanted by the Sanhedrin at this moment was the appearance of a would-be prophet, especially one of those fiery and unpredictable Galileans capable of rousing the masses and inviting strong Roman punitive measures. The other agitator, John the Baptist, was dead, and at least he had operated in the territory of Antipas on the far side of the Jordan. But this Jesus, who had sprung up to take his place, had not kept to his own country of Galilee, and daringly and most inconveniently he had now come to the capital and was making himself heard in the temple itself. He must be zealously watched and at all costs prevented from stirring up trouble. The new difficulties had started when at the close of the Feast of Tabernacles, on the great day of the feast, Jesus had entered the temple and had begun to preach in the outer court. He was perfectly entitled to do this, but it was quite evident that he was not simply imparting religious instruction. He was declaiming with the voice of authority, like one of the ancient prophets, crying aloud so that he could not fail to be heard. It was reported to the authorities that he was attracting excited crowds, some of the people debating dangerously whether he could be the expected prophet or the Messiah himself. If nothing was done, there might be serious developments, and the Roman commander at Fort Antonia would want to know why the temple police were failing in their duty to keep the peace. Officers were therefore sent to bring Jesus in for interrogation. They returned empty-handed, according to the fourth gospel, explaining that never man spake like this man. There may have been other good reasons for their failure, that Jesus was saying nothing subversive or inflammatory, that he was surrounded by tough Galileans capable of offering resistance, that intervention instead of calming the crowd might provoke an outbreak of violence. Wow. Okay. Evidently, the police were satisfied that no present trouble was threatened and that it was best to leave well alone. Excuse me. So far as Jesus was concerned, he was attaining two immediate objectives. He was proclaiming his message where it would have the maximum effect, in the center of Jewish worship, and he was bringing himself prominently to the attention both of rulers and people by confining his preaching to the cloisters of the temple where it was customary to hold religious debate, and by refraining from giving any support to contentions that he was the Messiah, he avoided undue personal risk. There is no record that he ever addressed the people in the streets of the city, and there were no grounds on which serious proceedings could be taken against him. Some members of his audience in the temple might be hostile to him, but the presence of his sturdy my sturdy Galilean disciples was an adequate deterrent to any effective attack. In the event no man laid hands on him, Jesus had no intention of meeting with any other end than had been prophesied. We do not hear of him spending a single night in Jerusalem. It was wiser that he should not pass through the narrow streets after dark, or lodge in any house in the city, to be spirited away to rot in a dungeon or die by the dagger thrust of an assassin, would completely defeat the prophecies. As he is reported to have said, "Are there not 12 hours in the day? If any man walk in the day, he stumbleth not, because he seeth the light of this world." Jesus did not stumble or put a foot wrong. Carefully, he matured the plans which would secure his objectives. At the base of his operations, Jesus found a most convenient haven in the village of Bethany on the far side of the Mount of Olives east of Jerusalem. He had been welcomed there by a woman called Martha, who had a sister Mary and also a brother Lazarus. A strong bond of affection was forged between Jesus and his family. The advantage to Jesus of having his home in Bethany was that he had somewhere he could relax, where he could not readily be taken by surprise, and where he was within comfortable walking distance of Jerusalem. As he constantly made his way to the city over the Mount of Olives, there was before him a panoramic view of Jerusalem with its massive walls and noble buildings, and particularly of the temple crowned with the snowy marble majesty of the holy house, topped with its roofs of glittering gold. As he ascended into the valley of the brook Kedron, he passed close to the olive orchard, the garden of Gethsemane, to which he sometimes resorted with his disciples, and down to the left were the ornate mausoleums of noble families, whited sepulchres. Almost every stone of the road must have become familiar. Entering Jerusalem by the valley gate in proximity to the pool of Siloam, Jesus followed the street of the Valley of the Cheesemakers, which ran through the midst of the city and led up towards the temple. On the left was the Acra, or lower city, the poorest quarter, and to the right the jutting spur of the Opho, which had been David's city, where lived many of the priests, and where we may believe the unnamed priest, the beloved disciple, had his house. So he came to the sanctuary, his destination. We take note of these topographical features which Jesus saw almost daily at this period, because several of them helped to shape the design which the materializing in his mind. Bethany, Gethsemane, the city gate, the house on the hill, all would play their part. The whole route would be that by which Jesus would make his regal entry into Jerusalem. It had been made clear to Jesus very quickly that there was no prospect that his message would be heeded by more than a very few in Judea and Jerusalem, as had been the case in Galilee. What had been foreordained would therefore come to pass. Methodically, he set about his preparations. In what he had to organize, his closest Galilean associates, Peter and the two sons of Zebedee, could not assist him. They would obey his orders, but he could not confide his plans to them. Their minds rejected the thought of his suffering and were filled with expectations that in some marvelous manner he would triumph over the Romans and their satellites and forthwith inaugurate his kingdom. But there were others who could serve his purpose, local disciples on whose fidelity he could count. We know two of them for whom he had a high regard, Lazarus and the unnamed young priest, whom it will be more convenient hereafter to call John. Even to them, however, Jesus could not disclose his designs. They too might not understand, and in any case he did not wish to involve them more than was absolutely essential. The greatest secrecy and circumspection was demanded, and the less they knew, the better it would be for them and the safer for himself. Each would only be informed separately of the service required of him, and what was asked would not seem too strange or unreasonable in view of the physical danger in which he would stand once he was proclaimed as the Messiah. John would be useful in another way, for contact with secret disciples and sympathizers in the Sanhedrin. Though this channel not only could messages be conveyed, but Jesus would have knowledge of any designs of the council against him. There was one other man among his immediate followers on whom Jesus had his eye in working out his plans, Judas Iscariot, whom the fourth gospel calls the son of Simon, probably Simon the Zealot, another of the 12 who immediately precedes Judas in Mark's list. By the time Jesus left Jerusalem in January, his business there was very nearly finished at the stage set for the drama to be enacted at the Passover some 3 months later. There was every reason why he should choose this festival in particular as the season of his revelation and of his suffering. Its symbolism and associations were altogether appropriate and in keeping with the prophecies. The Passover was celebrated in Nisan, the first month in the Jewish calendar. It was the great festival of liberation, the season of our freedom. It commemorated the wonders wrought of old in Egypt, when God delivered his people from bondage by the hand of Moses with signs and wonders, and it looked forward to the final salvation of Israel by the hand of the Messiah, the son of David. The chief symbol of the feast was the paschal lamb offered on behalf of each household and eaten in common by the company after being roasted whole. At the first Passover, the blood of the lamb had been sprinkled on the external doorpost and lintel of the houses of the Israelites, so that when the angel of death went through the land of Egypt to destroy the firstborn of the oppressors, he would see the sign and pass over the firstborn of the oppressed. Jesus saw himself not only as the predestined king and liberator of his people, but also at the present juncture as the instrument of their deliverance from the bondage of sin and death by an act of personal sacrifice, by offering himself as a lamb brought to slaughter. With the unleavened bread of his body and the bitter herbs of humiliation would this Passover sacrifice be accomplished in accordance with the scriptures, with his own blood poured out like the wine of the festival. But afterwards he would be glorified, for the Passover spoke also of resurrection in the dedication to God of the first fruits of barley on the morrow after the Passover Sabbath, and in the prayers for dew initiated on the first day it was written, "The dead shall live, together with my dead body shall they rise. Awake and sing, ye that dwell in dust, for thy dew is as the dew of herbs, and the earth shall cast out the dead. I will heal their backsliding. I will be as the dew unto Israel." Thus it was settled that at the coming Passover, Jesus would reveal himself publicly to Israel as the Messiah. His hour, so long awaited, would have to come. All right. Chapter 9. The king comes. When Jesus left Jerusalem early in January, he would appear to have made all essential dispositions for his manifestation as the Messiah, and to have successfully contrived to alert and alarm the Sanhedrin. They were anxious about his intentions, but could not yet be sure what they were. Far too many people had begun to speak of him as the Messiah, and this in itself was dangerous. So far, Jesus had not confirmed what was being said to him, though he must have been well aware of it, but neither had he repudiated it. This might be because he did not aspire to kingship, or it might be that he was cunningly biding his time. They could not tell what was in his mind, but even if he thought of himself as no more than a teacher or a prophet, there was no denying the strength of his personality, and he might be influenced by the desires of folly of the people and decide to respond to their expectations. If only they could be certain what he was up to. One possibility was to challenge him in hope that vanity might make him declare himself. During the Feast of Dedication in late December, commemorating the Maccabean victories in the 2nd century BC, a number of men had come around Jesus as he was strolling in the temple in the portico of Solomon. "How long are you going to keep us in suspense?" they asked him. "If you are the Messiah, tell us plainly." These men may have been acting on instructions from the count. If the incident was genuine, the reply of Jesus, in the characteristic vein of the author of the fourth gospel, to the effect that he had already made his status clear assuredly is not. Shit. At this time, Jesus was still at pains to guard a secret which, if revealed, could abruptly terminate his activities. But it was clearly advisable to bring his work at Jerusalem to a close, and shortly after this, he left with his disciples for Bethabara. There was nothing more of value he could do now for the furtherance of his plans until he joined the Galileans who would be coming to Jerusalem for the Passover, and pressures in the city were becoming uncomfortably acute. Jesus traveled east to the Jordan. Here, at the spot where he had been baptized by John, he would renew his strength and his vision in preparation for the ordeal that was fast approaching. It must have been a strange experience for Jesus to stand once again by the river where the prophet had proclaimed the near approach of the kingdom of God, where the voice had spoken to him, and where he had been endowed, according to the promise of Isaiah, with the gifts of the Spirit of God. Memories flooded back. John, who represented Elijah, was dead, and there was no vast concourse here now, only the whispering reeds at the Jordan after its long journey from Galilee, hasting to its end in the bitter sea where all life became extinct. Jesus was convinced he had not been wrong. He was the foreordained Messiah, and now he must face that other baptism when he would go down into the depths of darkness and the waters of tribulation would close over his head. We may believe that Jesus prayed earnestly for guidance and help. Luke has reproduced a story he told his disciples in this last period of his life to illustrate how essential it was to be constant in prayer and not to be slacking. Damn it. Hold on. This chair, I'm going to blame it on the chair now. This chair keeps moving. I don't like that it moves. If I take the wheels off, it's too short. Always something. Anyways, there was once a judge in a certain town who neither revered God. There was once a judge in a certain town who neither revered God nor respected him, and there was a widow in the same town who was always coming before him crying, "Protect me from my persecutor." For some time he would not, but later he said to himself, "Though I neither reverence God nor respect man, yet because this widow keeps pestering me, I will give her protection, or eventually, with her coming, she will completely wear me out." "Listen," said the master, "to what this false judge says. I shall not God give satisfaction to his elect who cry to him day and night? Will he forbear in this case? I tell you, he will give them satisfaction speedily." It seemed like an answer to prayer that presently Jesus found himself the center of an unexpected crowd. The people were coming to him as before they had come to hear John the Baptist. These were not critics. They wanted his instruction and advice. He taught them and was happy. But a remainder of sterner things was not far off. Messengers arrived from Martha and Mary to say that their brother Lazarus was seriously ill. This was grave news, not only because Lazarus was dear to Jesus, but because he counted on him to carry out an important part of his prearranged plans. He must return at once to Bethany. His disciples tried to dissuade him, pointing out the risk he was running. It was useless, and they gave way. The fourth gospel alone records that a tremendous miracle was performed by Jesus at Bethany in restoring Lazarus to life after he had lain dead in his place of burial, a closed cave, for 4 days. The truth is hidden somewhere in the legend, and the parable of the rich man and Lazarus told by Luke shows us, as we have noted, that some memory was preserved of a man, Lazarus, who made a surprising recovery after being apparently dead. The circumstances were such as to give rise to the report that Jesus had been responsible for his resurrection, a report that was duly conveyed to the Sanhedrin. So far, the council was concerned. This was the last straw. They did not credit that anything of that kind had happened, but it was enough that word was going around that it had happened. They would conclude that the supposed miracle was a deliberate fraud to gain popular support perpetrated by Jesus and Lazarus with the connivance of the latter's sisters. This could mean only one thing, that Jesus was planning to head an uprising, possibly at the coming Passover. In those days, it was a common prelude to an attempted revolt for the fanatic or charlatan responsible to claim to perform or offer to perform signs and wonders to secure the adherence of the credulous masses. The steps of Jesus himself had been dogged by those who clamored for a sign from God and were told that they would get no sign. It is unlikely that the council knew this, and they were now positive that the intentions of Jesus were sinister. Since the raising of the dead was associated in popular belief with the inauguration of the Messianic era, the reported sign of Lazarus was proof enough that trouble was imminent and that Jesus was going to be dangerous. Already the tale was having an effect, and many more people were now persuaded that he must be the deliverer. When Moses led the people out of Egypt at the Passover, it was to the accompaniment of signs and wonders. Would it not be so again when the Son of David came to save them? The Sanhedrin hurriedly convened a special session. The subject for urgent debate was, what are we going to do, for this man Jesus is credited with performing many signs? If we leave him alone, everyone will believe in him, and the Romans will take away our place and nation. The presiding high priest Cappius brought the issue to a head by saying, it does not seem to have occurred to you that it is in your interest that one man should die for the people rather than the whole nation perish. The decision was reached that there was no help for it. Jesus would have to be liquidated. Having friends in the council, one of whom was Nicodemus, Jesus received speedy intelligence of the result of the meeting. He promptly left Bethany and retired to the northeast to the comparative safety of the town of Ephraim on the edge of the wilderness. The present narrative of the fourth gospel makes Jesus remain in the vicinity of Ephraim until just before the Passover, but the synoptic tradition is to be preferred here that after a time he made his way back to Galilee. Not only was it natural that he should wish to see his homeland again before he suffered, but also when he returned south, he meant to be in the company of a substantial body of Galileans who would be going up to Jerusalem for the Passover. Among them, he had numerous adherents, and it was unthinkable that the chief priests would interfere with the pilgrims fulfilling their religious obligation to attend the festival. We thus find Jesus once more in Galilee, where at Capernaum he paid the annual temple tax of 1/2 shekel. He paid under protest, since as Messiah he regarded himself as enjoying privileged immunity, but the incident preserved in Matthew's is a useful date indication because outside Jerusalem the tax was collected 1 month before the Passover. When the pilgrim band at last assembled in considerable strength for the journey to Jerusalem, there was much speculation and uncertainty as to what would be the outcome. Was Jesus going to proclaim himself king? And were they going to take part in a rising to throw out the Romans and punish the sinners in high places? Did the rumor that Jesus believed he would suffer at Jerusalem portend another failure and frustration of national hopes, or would he be cut down in the hour of victory like Judas Maccabeus, giving his life for his people? The disciples of Jesus were anxious and ill at ease. They still could not relate what he had told them to his fate with their convictions, which Jesus had confirmed that he was the Messiah. They were now on the way to Jerusalem, writes Mark, and Jesus was preceding them when they took alarm and those who followed became afraid. Jesus reiterated strongly what was in store for him, but this did not prevent representations being made to him on behalf of the sons of Zebedee, James and John, that when he became king, they should occupy the seats of honor on his right and left. It was a pitiful journey marred with wrangling and gnawing doubt. At length they reached Jericho, where the numbers were swollen by other arrivals, so that, as Jesus had counted upon, he would be going up to Jerusalem with a formidable entourage. He was going there this time as king. When the multitude moved on from Jericho, there came an interruption. A blind beggar sitting by the wayside to solicit alms, hearing that Jesus was passing, cried out, "Pity me, son of David." This created a sensation. Such language was dangerous, and several people ran to the beggar to shut him up. But he refused to be silent and went on bawling at the top of his voice, "Pity me, son of David." Until now, Jesus had forbidden anyone to address him in public by this messianic title. Significantly, on this occasion, he did not do so. Nearing Jerusalem, the procession arrived at Bethphage, close to Bethany. The time had come for Jesus to put into operation the first of the arrangements he had made privately during the winter. This task, we may believe, had been entrusted by Lazarus of Bethany, and none of the 12 knew anything about it. The foal of an ass was to be kept tethered at the entrance of the village of Bethany, and the people there were instructed that it was only to be released to messengers who would say, "The master needs him." Jesus now called to him 2 of his disciples and sent them forward. "Go to the village there," he said, "and as soon as you have entered it, you will find a foal tethered, never previously ridden by anyone. Untie him and bring him here. Should anyone ask what you are up to, say, 'The master needs him.' Then he will at once send him back here." Everything went according to plan. The messengers returned with the fowl, wondering no doubt at the foresight of Jesus. But suddenly someone grasped the implication of what was taking place. The disciples had been expecting, says Luke, that the kingdom of God would be instituted forthwith. This was what had been written by the prophet Zechariah. "Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Shout, O daughter of Jerusalem. Behold, thy king cometh unto thee, riding upon an ass, even upon a colt, the foal of an ass." Joyfully they laid their cloaks on the donkey's back, and Jesus mounted on the beast. The cry was raised, "Hosanna, save now, son of David." The word ran along the line of those in front of those who followed. Jesus is truly the Messiah. The prophecy is fulfilled. He has mounted on his ass. We may imagine the scene. For a few minutes, the wildest confusion reigned. Back and forth ran the people to where Jesus sat, throwing themselves on the ground in utter abandon, acclaiming him ecstatically. Jesus sat still amidst the din created by his fervent subjects, but the light of a great gladness shone from his eyes. This experience alone was worth all the years of waiting, all the weariness and the setbacks worth to the fate that he was stretching out cold hands towards him. At last he gave the signal to set forward. Some of his ardent followers had already claimed the privilege of grasping his bridle. Others grouped themselves solidly around him. They began to move. At this, the enthusiasm doubled its intensity. The people tore off their cloaks and spread them before him so that the feet of his ass, or at least his shadow, might fall upon them. Many hastened to cut rushes to carpet the way. The fourth gospel makes Jesus halt for the night at Bethany, where Martha prepared a supper and waited upon him, while Mary received her king by producing a pound of costly spikenard and anointing his feet and then wiping them with her hair. The whole house was filled with the perfume of the ointment. Lazarus, who had faithfully performed the duty Jesus had assigned to him, had the honor of a seat at the table. This account is quite probable because Bethpage and Bethany provided one of the reception areas for pilgrims coming to the festivals. Thousands camped here because it was impossible to obtain lodgings in the crowded capital. The Synoptic Gospels, however, make Jesus proceed directly to the city, which he reached, according to Mark, late in the afternoon, entering the temple, and after looking around, returning to Bethany. If we follow Mark, Jesus rode into Jerusalem on the Sunday, while if we accept the evidence of John's Gospel, this took place on a Monday. This is by no means the only contradiction in our sources regarding the events of Passion Week. Unfortunately, as far as the fourth gospel is concerned, we cannot know to what extent the testimony of John the priest in his old age has been tampered with by the author of the book, what circumstances have been changed around, what have been omitted altogether. We have also to allow for uncertainty of memory on John's part. A very serious problem arises in connection with the several evening meals inferred to in the last documents in this part of the record, including the Last Supper, but we must defer consideration of this until later. It is agreed by all the evangelists that Jesus came to Jerusalem as king in the most open manner, the crowds acclaiming him a son of David and greeting him with the Hallel chant of Psalm, CXVIII. Hosanna, blessed is he that cometh in the name of the Lord. Luke tells us that some Pharisees among the onlookers were scandalized and called out to Jesus to restrain his followers, to which he replied, I tell you, if they are silent, the stones will cry out. The die was cast, and now there could be no turning back. Jesus had boldly and publicly committed himself to the way he had planned. He had accepted the plaudits of the Jewish multitude, chiefly his own Galileans at the capital of the nation, as their rightful ruler. By so doing, he had made himself guilty of treason against Caesar. There can be no question about this. The action of Jesus had been intentional and deliberate, and he was fully aware that there could be only one outcome, his arrest and execution. He had contrived, without any show of force, and in the most peaceful manner, to make a telling demonstration that he had claimed to be the Messiah, forcing the Jewish governmental representatives in a position where they must proceed against him, both in the interest of self-preservation and in duty to the Roman emperor, and to do so with the knowledge that he had identified himself to them as the heaven-sent king of Israel. In a masterly way, he was bringing it about that the requirements of the messianic prophecies, as he interpreted them, would be fulfilled. The chief priests and elders might imagine that they were acting on their own initiative in meeting the threat created by Jesus, but in fact the plotting of the Galilean was progressively reducing them to puppets responding to his control. It had been a brilliant move on the part of Jesus to make his triumphal entry into Jerusalem as Messiah in association with a crowd of Galilean pilgrims coming to the city and the temple for the Passover celebrations. There had been no attempt to sneak into the city unobserved, as had been thought possible. He had entered openly in a manner which gave the reinforced Roman garrison no cause to take any particular notice. The Romans were familiar with the arrival of large contingents of Jews for the major festivals, who customarily approached the center of their worship, uttering glad cries and singing their sacred songs in the Hebrew tongue. After what had happened before, the troops had strict orders not to interfere with the Jews in the practice of their religion and to avoid any contemptuous or provocative behavior. Pontius Pilate was very wary now of getting himself in more trouble. The stratagem of Jews also made it quite impossible for the council to intervene. What they had feared had now partially happened. He had finally allowed himself to be acknowledged as Messiah, but the clever way in which he had done this secured him for the present complete freedom from molestation. They had to recognize that they were up against a man of courage, cunning, and ingenuity. They were puzzled and anxious, having no idea what his next step would be. So far, there were no outward signs of any organized revolt, and it had proved impossible to obtain the slightest information of what the plans of Jesus were, since he had confided them to no one, not even to the closest of his followers. The council dared not act incautiously in case they should encourage an outbreak, which at all costs they were anxious to avert at this inflammable season of Passover. If they made representations to the governor, they had as yet no proof that an armed rising was contemplated. He might well suspect them of trying to lay a trap for him, or he might insist that if they thought their fears were well grounded, they should arrest Jesus themselves. This they could not risk at present. The business was not at all like the former affair of the aqueduct. Then it had been Pilate who had been direct cause of disaffection, and the chief priests, who were well aware of their unpopularity with the Jewish masses, could claim national sympathy and support in their opposition to the hated governor. It would be different now. The wrath of the people would be turned against the Sanhedrin as lackeys of the Romans. Yet if they kept silence and did nothing to bring the new pretender to the Jewish throne to justice, they could be accused of aiding and abetting treason and would probably be sent to Caesar for trial and punishment. In Jerusalem, there might be another bloody massacre. This Jesus, in his mad folly, had placed them between the devil and the deep blue sea. Somehow a way must speedily be found to seize him without incurring the odium of the people or precipitating a crisis. But how? In the meantime, the object of their concern was in full command of the situation and had carried out a measure calculated to win him the increased approbation of the people. In the court of the Gentiles, the part of the temple which was accessible to everyone, Jesus had launched an attack on the merchants and bankers who served the needs of those who came to make their offerings. He had laid about him with a whip of cords which had been used to tether the beasts sold as sacrificial victims, and had overturned the tables of the money changers and the stalls of the pigeon sellers. "Take these things hence," he cried imperiously. "It is written, 'My house shall be a house of prayer for all nations,' but you have turned it into a den of thieves." With the temple at Jerusalem, as with other great temples, it was difficult to avoid using part of the sacred precepts commercially. And additionally, in the Jewish sanctuary, it was needful to exchange heathen coinage stamped with idolatrous images for the Jewish currency, which was free from such representations in accordance with the second commandment of the Decalogue. But what otherwise might have been a legitimate activity was converted into an evil by profiteering and the pursuit of gain. The chief priests themselves had a vested interest in the temple market and grew rich on their share in the transactions. Poor people were often in distress in having to meet artificially inflated prices in discharging their religious duties. Many pious Jews were scandalized by what went on, and some of the more affluent would often force costs down to aid those with limited means. Apprised of what Jesus had done, the chief priests were greatly incensed, but too fearful of the consequences to call upon the temple police to restore order. It did not add to their composure that the urchins of Jerusalem were having a glorious time sporting among the wreckage and shouting gleefully, "Hosanna, son of David." The following day there was a duel of wits in the temple. The council had decided that they must use every endeavor to alienate the people from Jesus. If they could succeed in discrediting him, they would have a chance to get him into their power, but their scheme failed ignominiously. Jesus met every barbed question with an effective answer, and more than once followed up his advantage with a telling thrust of his own. Only initially did the authorities approach Jesus directly, asking him by what right he acted as he was doing. Jesus replied that he would tell them if they would first inform him whether they regarded the baptism of John as divinely inspired or not. This put them in a quandary. If they agreed that John had been sent by God, Jesus would say, "Why then did you not believe him?" If they said the opposite, the people would be angered because they held John to have been a prophet. They took refuge in being non-committal. We cannot tell. In that case, Jesus said, I do not have to inform you by what right I do what I am doing. After this, other tactics were tried. Questions would be put to Jesus on party lines by persons standing in the crowd in an attempt to create a strong difference of opinion. He could hardly avoid antagonizing some part of his audience, and agents mingling with the people would be ready to exploit any unwise answer and turn it against him. Jesus was too intelligent and experienced to be deceived by these approaches. He knew they were not genuine and what was their purpose. The most testing and faithful question was put by a man who prefaced it with a eulogy. We know how completely honest and straightforward you are, and that you are not influenced by anyone. What is your view then? Ought we to pay the poll tax to Caesar or not? This tax was adjusted on the basis of a census taken in the Roman provinces every 14 years. When it had first been levied in Palestine with the census of AD 6 and 7, it was bitterly resented as an infringement of Jewish law against numbering the people and as a measure of enslavement to an alien and heathen power. The question was loaded and was all the more dangerous because of its topicality. The year AD 34 and 5 was a census year, and the Roman tax was now due for payment. The people gasped and growled at the audacity of the challenge. Whatever one's opinions on such a subject, no one in his senses would ventilate them in public, especially here in Jerusalem. Fearfully, they awaited to hear what the answer would be. Jesus appeared unperturbed, but he spoke sternly. Why do you try to trap me? He asked. Show me a denarius. The coin was produced. He would not touch it, for that would have offended the zealots. Whose is the portrait? Who is this portrait and inscription? He demanded. It is Caesar's, he was told. Then said Jesus, render to Caesar what is Caesar's. He paused, and to God what is God's. An excited babble broke out. What a wonderful answer. No one could say that Jesus had uttered anything subversive. His words seemed to mean that we have distinct duties to God and to Caesar. They do not conflict, but his listeners knew better. They knew he meant that God is our only Lord, as Judas of Galilee had proclaimed when the census was first taken. If our hearts are given to him, all Caesar would get would be his miserable silver, with not a jolt of love or loyalty. The words of Jesus expressed subtle contempt for those Jews in high places who served interests of Rome. Here was a denarius. It bore Caesar's image, was inscribed Tiberius Caesar Divi, divine Caesar. Let those who claim to be the ministers of the God of Israel reconcile it with their consciences, how far they were prepared to acknowledge the theistic pretensions of the emperor. With equal assurance, Jesus dealt with other questions. At the end, not only was his authority unshaken, he had scored a personal triumph. The stone which the builders had rejected had become the headstone. All right, chapter 10, the plot matures. The sequence of events in Passion Week cannot be determined with any assurance. Enormous pains have been taken by scholars employing astronomical and other data to ascertain the year and date of the crucifixion and to decide whether the Last Supper was the Paschal meal eaten on the 14th of the Jewish month of Nisan, synoptic tradition, or another meal on the 13th, fourth gospel. Gallant and gallant and ingenious efforts have been made to reconcile the conflicting statements. One of the more recent suggestions being that while Jesus was crucified on the Friday, Passover Eve, according to the official lunar calendar, he and his disciples kept the Passover on Tuesday evening in conformity with the Qumran solar calendar. While it would be gratifying if conclusive results were obtainable, we have to accept that there is little prospect of this. We are not prevented thereby from catching on to important things which the documents communicate when read with historical insight and venturing on a judgment which is consistent with evidences which it is essential to respect. Looking at the Gospels as we have them, it is apparent from in setting out what took place in Passion Week, the Gospel of Mark is more orderly than the others. It furnishes a number of indications of time. Jesus makes his triumphal entry into Jerusalem late in the day and in the evening retires to Bethany. The next day he enters the city again and casts out those who sold and bought in the temple. He leaves in the evening and comes once more to the temple on the third day, where he answers questions and teaches. At the end of the day, he leaves the temple for the last time, and we are then told that after 2 days was the Passover and the Feast of Unleavened Bread. It seems that Jesus spends the 4th day at Bethany, in the evening in the house of Simon the leper. The 5th day, the Feast of the Unleavened Bread commences, when the Paschal lamb is slaughtered and Jesus sends 2 disciples to the city to prepare. The same evening, he comes to Jerusalem with the 12 for the Last Supper, which is the Passover meal. That night, they go out to the Garden of Gethsemane, where Jesus is arrested and brought before the council. Early on the 6th day, Jesus is brought before Pilate, and at 9 o'clock that morning he is crucified. He dies about 3 p.m., and in the evening, which is the eve of the Sabbath, he is buried. This is a very convincing timetable if it stood by itself, and we should be careful how we quarrel with it. But it is open to certain objections, and in part is challenged by the 4th Gospel. Like other matters in Mark, his version of the Passion conveys a sense of compression, as if some things have been condensed in order to fit in with the rather narrow limits of time allowed. It is difficult to imagine that Jesus was brought before Pilate much earlier than 6 o'clock in the morning when the Jewish day began. Yet within 3 hours, everything is decided and Jesus is at the place of execution. In the interval, Pilate has heard the charges against Jesus, has interrogated him, has listened and responded to a plea to release a prisoner according to custom, and the people have chosen Barabbas. He has yielded to the demand that Jesus should be crucified and ordered him to be flogged. The soldiers have taken him away and had their sport with him, and then have led him at a show pace some distance outside the city of Golgotha. Pilate must surely have condemned Jesus with extraordinary haste, which is not what the other sources convey. According to Matthew, the wife of Pilate sends to tell him of a dream she has had and begs him not to proceed against Jesus, and so reluctant is the governor to act that he sends for water and publicly washes his hands to signify his guiltlessness. Luke introduces another element of delay. Pilate, learning that Jesus is a Galilean, has him sent to Herod Antipas in residence at his palace in Jerusalem. Antipas questions Jesus at length and finally mocks him and returns him to Pilate. The 4th Gospel makes Pilate, by various devices, postpone judgment as long as he possibly can, and it is about the 6th hour when at length he gives way, midday by Jewish reckoning. Jesus would then have been crucified more than 3 hours later than asserted by Mark, and if he died at about the 9th hour, he would not have been more than 3 hours on the cross. It has been proposed that the 4th Gospel is employing Roman reckoning and that the trial was therefore virtually over by 6 o'clock in the morning. But it is hard to credit that Pilate was called out of bed in the middle of the night to deal with the case. The tendency of the Christians as the church developed was increasingly to stress the guilt of the Jews and to whitewash Pilate, and we have to allow for this in the later Gospels. Their emphasis of Pilate's reluctance and delaying tactics may therefore partly be discounted. Yet even so, Mark's account does seem to be rushing things a little. But we must return to earlier events in Passion Week. The traditions are confused, particularly in relation to certain significant meals. The fourth gospel brings Jesus to Bethany 6 days before the Passover, immediately prior to his triumphal entry into Jerusalem. There he is the guest of Martha and Mary anoints his feet with a costly unguent. Judas protests that the ointment should have been sold and the proceeds given to the poor. Mark, however, places this supper several days later and locates it in the house of Simon the leper at Bethany. He does not name Mary or Judas as playing any part. An unknown woman comes and anoints the head of Jesus, not his feet, as in John, and several disciples complain of the waste of money. After this, Judas goes to the chief priests and makes a compact with them to betray Jesus. Luke does not connect the story of this supper with Passion Week at all. He brings it in much earlier in the ministry. The scene is in the house of Simon, a Pharisee, and the woman is a sinner of the town who bathes his feet with her tears, dries them with her hair, and anoints them with precious ointment. The argument is not about the waste of money, but about the failure of Jesus to discern the character of the woman in allowing her to touch him. The problem of the meals is further complicated by the curious construction of the fourth gospel. As regards the Last Supper, we cannot tell what memories of John the priest have been altered or omitted to make room for the long discourses created by Jesus, or for Jesus, by the author, and which occupy chapters 14 through 17. Yeah. There is no reference in this gospel to the Passover ceremonial of the bread and wine which Jesus used to speak of his sacrifice. The author does not appear to want to recognize the Last Supper as the Passover meal, since he makes the point that it was the eve of the Passover that following day when Jesus was crucified. For him, the Last Supper took place before the Passover. To support this view, he seems to have telescoped the synoptic tradition so as to combine elements of the supper in Bethany on Wednesday evening when the Passover supper on Thursday evening in Jerusalem. The scene of the Wednesday supper is shifted from Bethany to Jerusalem so that it becomes the Last Supper, while the main features of the Wednesday event are pushed back by introducing an account of an earlier supper at Bethany 6 days before the Passover. At this supper, Mary anoints the feet of Jesus with ointment, and Judas protests at the waste. When the author fuses the Wednesday meal with the Last Supper, he obviously cannot use this incident again, and so he substitutes for it an action of Jesus himself in washing the feet of his disciples. After the incident of the anointing in the Markan tradition, Judas leaves to bargain with the chief priests. Luke, as we have seen, backdates the incident, but he confirms that before the festival, Judas went to the chief priests, telling us, then entered Satan into Judas, surnamed Issachar. These key words relating to Wednesday evening are echoed by the fourth gospel in relation to Thursday evening. And supper being ended, the devil having now put it into the heart of Judas Issachar, Simon's son, to betray him. So the decision of Judas to betray Jesus was taken at Jerusalem instead of Bethany. This gospel, however, retains from the Passover meal tradition the inquiry by the disciples as to which of them would betray Jesus. We may note one other point. In Mark, followed by Matthew, the saying of Jesus, "Rise up, let us go," is spoken at Gethsemane after the agony in the garden and immediately before he is arrested. But in the fourth gospel, the words are uttered before Jesus leaves the place of the Last Supper, and he only goes to the garden after further discourse. We have an eloquent illustration here both of the uncertainties of the tradition as they reach the hands of the evangelists and of the freedom they used in employing them to serve their aims and designs. It is quite exciting, really, that we do not possess a wholly reliable and unvarnished story of the life of Jesus. It means that the quest for the truth is a continuing pursuit, with every now and then opportunity arising for important fresh discoveries. The disagreements themselves bear witness that inherent in them are recollections of genuine events and experiences which we have to endeavor to reconstruct. Our business is not to seek to iron out or explain away the differences, an impossible undertaking, in order to demonstrate the validity of the curious doctrine of the plenary inspiration of the Scriptures. It is rather to sift and probe to get at the facts which have not been completely or exactly represented, but to which the documents sometimes insensibly and unwittingly contribute their quota of valuable evidence. Hold on. When we have grasped what considerations govern the activities of Jesus and compelled him to scheme to bring about particular sequence of events, it becomes easier to assess the relative worth of the traditions. Our line of inquiry in this work had been directed to demonstrating the effect as regards understanding of the personality of Jesus, of the conviction which was never doubted in the early church and has been reinforced by modern researches, that the set proposed he embarked on a program calculated to fulfill what he believed the prophecies demanded of the Messiah. He was obsessed with this necessity. Its requirements shaped his every move and engaged his constant vigilance. As he understood it, the greatest issue for humanity depended on his success. It was a singular, fantastic, and heroic enterprise, though in the strange apocalypticism of the time, perfectly comprehensible. It called for intense messianic faith, acute perceptiveness, an iron will, and a very high order of intelligence. The program was now approaching its climax, and its stipulations were becoming more varied, more complex, more difficult to achieve because they involved producing certain essential reactions on the part of others. Everything had to be foreseen, timed, and dovetailed. The sense of the crisis is present in the Gospels in the amount of space which they devote to it. They had here their richest inheritance from the impressions left upon the minds of the immediate followers of the Messiah. The destined road of Jesus led to torture at Jerusalem on a Roman cross to be followed by resurrection. But these things had to come about in the manner predicted by the Scriptures and after preliminaries entailing the most careful scheming and plotting to produce them. Moves and situations had to be anticipated. Rulers and associates had to perform their functions without realizing that they were being used. A conspiracy had to be organized of which the victim was himself the deliberate secret instigator. It was a nightmarish conception and undertaking, the outcome of the frightening logic of a sick mind or of a genius, and it worked out. In the middle of Passion Week, following the Markan outline, Jesus left the Temple of Jerusalem for the last time. And appropriately, at this point, the Gospel introduces, in response to the questions of the two pairs of brothers, Simon and Andrew, James and John, an apocalyptic discourse in which Jesus foretells the destruction of Jerusalem and the temple and the tribulations of the last times, which will precede his return to earth in glory. Jesus had finished with his public ministry and teaching. The verbal duel with the authorities was over. Both he and they retired to prepare for the final contest. The council had to find a way to capture Jesus and have him executed, which would not have dangerous popular repercussions. Jesus had to assure that he would not be taken until he was ready, and further vital things had been accomplished. The full messianic significance of his end had to be registered to comply with the prophecies, otherwise his sufferings would not be seen by his disciples in their true light and communicated to Israel. While our eyes are on the central figure of the unique drama, we should spare a thought for all those who must have been speculating at this time on what was going to happen, what Jesus was going to do. He had to come forward in the clearest manner possible as leader of the Jewish people, whether as a prophet or as the Messiah in person was disputed. But it was known throughout Jerusalem to multitudes that he had assumed a position of authority and had openly joined issue with the rulers. No one would do this without purpose, without further intentions of a more startling nature. What would be the next move of the Galilean? Would he attempt a coup? There was nothing yet to indicate that what his plans were. From the highest to the lowest, and according to the different opinions of Pharisees, Sadducees, Zealots, and the uncommitted masses, he had everyone guessing. Jerusalem awaited breathlessly on the eve of this portentous Passover in hope, in doubt, in fear. The council was in a state of tension. As yet they had no answer to their problem. It was agreed that Jesus must not be apprehended on the feast day, which argues that they were coming very close to a decision to risk the consequences later. The disciples of Jesus were no less on edge. We may infer this from Mark's account of the woman at Bethany who anointed Jesus. They upbraided her for her prodigal wastefulness when the oil might have been sold for the benefit of the poor. The fourth gospel may well be right that Judas Iscariot was the most vehement of the critics, and that it was he who named the figure of 300 denarii, which the perfume would have fetched on the market. This gospel offers the explanation, perhaps editorial, that Judas was a thief and angry at losing a chance of personal gain. What the incident in any case suggests is that the disciples were keyed up. They were not really thinking about the poor and took it out on the woman to relieve their nervous tension. In their minds was a nagging uneasiness because of what Jesus had said was in store for him, and he had taken them no further into his confidence. They were deeply anxious and in an explosive mood, not daring to ask him to be more explicit. It would seem that Judas, who perhaps was the most sensitive and highly strung of the 12, was very near breaking point. The woman's gesture triggering things off. It did not help at all when Jesus calmly told the disciples that his body had been anointed for burial. Through the confused but still eloquent remembrances of what transpired, we may be afforded here, without those who handed them on realizing it, an insight into another ingredient of the Passover plot. We have previously seen how Jesus had privately arranged, no doubt with Lazarus, to have a young ass tethered at the eastern end of the village of Bethany, ready to be released to his messengers on speaking the prearranged signal words. Lazarus was the only man in Bethany with whom we are told that Jesus was on intimate terms. Jesus could trust him completely to honor his request so that at the psychological moment, the beast would be there to enable him to fulfill the prophecy of Zechariah and stage his triumphal entry into Jerusalem as king. It is noteworthy that outside the ranks of the 12 apostles, it is particularly said that Jesus loved Martha and Mary and their brother Lazarus of Bethany, and the unnamed disciple whom we have called John the priest of Jerusalem. These Judean confidants were essential in his plans, and we trace the parts played by Lazarus, Mary, and John. Here we are able to detect the private arrangement made by Jesus with Mary, who, according to the fourth gospel, was the one who brought in the flask of costly oil of nard to anoint Jesus. Jesus had asked her to perfume this office again without declaring his purpose in order to bring to the boil his betrayal by one of his disciples, thus fulfilling the prophecy. Mine own familiar friend in whom I trusted, which did eat of my bread, hath lifted up his heel against me. Let us look at the matter more closely. Ever since the revelation of the Messiahship of Jesus at Caesarea Philippi, he had informed his disciples that his end would result from his rejection by the chief priests, elders, and scribes. At intervals, he had dinned this into them with increasing emphasis, adding that he would be betrayed to these rulers. He did not say specifically that one of the 12 would be the traitor, but it must have been in his mind, both in view of the prophecy and because he had told no one else of his predestined fate. Only the fourth gospel credits Jesus with knowing from the beginning who would betray him. This is improbable, though he may quickly have formed a strong suspicion that it might be Judas. We are informed that Judas became treasurer of the band, and he is accused of embezzling the small funds. If this is true, it was apparently unknown to the rest of the 12, or they would have done something about it. Perhaps only Jesus was aware of the cupidity of Judas and his instability of character, and in the end revealed it to be beloved disciple alone. The beloved disciple alone. By harping on his betrayal of the circumstances of his death, he was not only insisting upon what it was vital for his disciples to apprehend, he was clearly prompting reactions which would confirm what he must know. His stratagem now was designed to pile on the pressure at the crucial moment and induce the traitor to act. To obtain a positive result, he had enlightened his disciples no further about his plans at this stage, so that they were in a highly charged emotional condition, and he had arranged with Mary the incident of the precious ointment in order deliberately to let fall the words about his body being anointed for burial. He would have used these words whether or not the question of the poor had come up, but it seems likely that the value of the perfume was intended to play on the weakness of Judas. The episode had the desired effect, as Jesus could observe. The conjunction of the idea of wealth and anointing for burial registered. In Luke's words, then entered Satan into Judas, surnamed Iscariot, being of the number of the 12. And he went his way and communed with the chief priests and captains how he might betray him unto them. And they were glad and covenanted to give him money. Mark's testimony is that this decision by Judas followed immediately after the incident of the precious perfume. Judas knew that Jesus expected to be betrayed. He had been saying so again and again, and once more now he had been spoken about his death. We may believe, however, that not until this moment had Judas thought of himself as the betrayer. It was the worth of the ointment and Jesus talking about his burial which put it into his head. Suddenly, like an inspiration, it came to him that money was to be made by doing what Jesus plainly wanted. It seemed as if, in a subtle way, Jesus was telling him this, inviting him to profit by doing his will. The tempter came in the guise of his master. What else may have been in the mind of Judas, it is impossible to judge. It has been suggested that he was bitterly disillusioned about Jesus, having imagined that he would speedily establish his kingdom and that there would be great material rewards for his followers. But Jesus had said he would be killed and the rewards would come in an uncertain future and circumstances of the performance of strange prodigies, incomprehensible in practical terms. Judas therefore betrayed Jesus on this estimation because he felt that Jesus had betrayed him. To the chief priests, it must have seemed an act of providence when Judas came to them with this offer. They had been at their wits' end to devise a means of removing the menace Jesus represented without inflaming popular feeling and thus stimulating the revolutionary outbreak, which at all costs they had to prevent. With the leader removed, they were confident that excitement would abate and that the threatened insurrection would fizzle out. Now, to their enormous relief, one of his intimate associates was ready to deliver him into their hands. In fairness to the council, it must be said that their motives were not inherently evil. They believed there was a real risk. Of the abortive Jewish rising prompted by the new pretended Messiah, a Galilean like the notorious Judas of Galilee. They knew how the Romans were hated and the Sidonian hierarchy not much less. A very small spark could set the country ablaze. There would be bloodshed followed by heavier oppression. We have evinced that the chief priests at the time were arrogant and high-handed, loving wealth and power and, position. This has been true in hierarchies of different lands at many periods, but in Palestine just now they were also responsible in the difficult conditions of alien domination for the maintenance of public order, for assuring the continuity of national existence and the survival of the temple as the world's center of Jewish faith. Their present fears were by no means ill-founded, as Jewish history of the following decades abundantly confirmed. Better that one man should die than multitudes, including innocent women and children. The liquidation of individuals was commonplace in those days and notorious during the closing years of the reign of Tiberius. It is still tolerated 2,000 years later with all our vaunted concern for human rights. We must be aware of judging what happened in the light of what Christians believe about Jesus. We have to see him as he appeared to the council in their grave predicament. From their point of view, the decision they arrived at was fully justified, and Jesus, well knowing what he was doing, had quite deliberately forced them to take it by his skillfully planned and calculated activities. If he had not presented himself as a clement of the throne of Israel and a menace to national security, he would have been completely ignored by the Sanhedrin. He had himself made doubly sure that they would proceed to extremes against him by goading them with his words and behavior, so that any possible mitigation of their severity would be offset by the personal animus he had intentionally created. The council might imagine they were exercising their own free will in determining to destroy Jesus, and Judas Iscariot might believe the same in betraying him. But in fact, the comprehensive engineer of the Passover plot was Jesus himself. Their responses were governed by his ability to assess their reactions when he applied appropriate stimuli. Thus, it was assured that the scriptures would be fulfilled. The hour was now coming very close towards which all the astuteness and careful strategy of Jesus had been directed. The betrayer had been revealed and brought to the point of playing his part. We may believe that this had been the most painful task Jesus had to perform, and it must have grieved him deeply that the traitor had to be one of his chosen 12. But so it was written, there was little time left and much still to be accomplished. It was vital to the messianic thinking of Jesus that he should keep the Passover with his disciples in Jerusalem. This meant going there in the evening, something he had never done before, and making sure that the council would not know where he was until the Last Supper was over and he had again left the city. The prophecies required that he alone should be the victim, and no others must be involved in his fate. He was in agreement with the council here that there must be no violence in the holy city. Accordingly, he had to make secret arrangements of a dramatic kind with his trusted young disciple John the priest to celebrate the Passover at his home, and had stipulated the precautions to be taken. Not even the most intimate of the 12, Peter, James, and John, had been informed of these arrangements. On the Thursday morning at Bethany, the disciples came to Jesus to inquire whether he wished them to prepare for him to eat the Passover. As in the case of the ass at Bethany, he again instructed 2 of his disciples. Luke alone says they were Peter and John, the son of Zebedee. They were to go into the city, where by the gate near the pool they would be met by a man carrying a water pot. Normally it was a woman who went to draw water, so they would easily pick him out. They were to follow this man to the house, which he would enter, go in themselves, and say to the owner, "The master says, which guest room am I to have to eat the Passover with my disciples?" They would then be shown a large upstairs room ready laid out, where they were to prepare the Passover. Again, what Jesus had required of his Judean friends had been carried out to the letter. There was no hitch. The man with the water pot was at the rendezvous. All was made ready, and in the evening Jesus came with the 12 to their destination. The circumstances had made it impossible for Judas to notify the council in advance where Jesus was. Such incidents as this are extremely revealing because they illustrate the generalship of Jesus and furnish concrete examples of the devices to which he was prepared to resort to accomplish his ends. When given the value they merit, they compel us to look at him with new eyes and a different kind of respect. There were 14, not 13 persons who reclined at the table for the Paschal meal. There was Jesus and the 12, and additionally in a place of honor was the beloved disciple as the master of the house. Jesus leaned on the breast of Peter, and this other disciple on the breast of Jesus. With the familiar faces around him, including that of the betrayer, Jesus was deeply moved. I have greatly longed to eat this Passover with you before I suffer, he said to them. For I tell you, I shall not partake of another until its fulfillment in the kingdom of God. The age-old service Seder began. Jesus recited the blessing over the first of the four obligatory cups of wine of the evening and handed it on for them to share it, saying, I tell you, from this time forth I will not drink of the fruit of the vine until the kingdom of God is inaugurated. It seemed probable that it was during the Paschal meal, which preceded the second part of the service, that Jesus announced that one of those eating with him would betray him. Deeply distressed, one after another demanded to know if he was the one. Jesus refused to be drawn. He would not put Judas to open shame, and he could not take a chance that he might be stopped or deterred. He would only say, It is one of the 12 dipping in the dish with me. Though the Son of Man goes the way that is written of him, woe, nevertheless, to the one by whom the Son of Man is betrayed. Better for him had he never been born. Peter was not satisfied according to the fourth gospel. He leaned across Jesus to John the priest, who was not one of the 12, and whispered, Ask him who he means. The beloved disciple complied, and Jesus told him, It is the one for whom I dip a morsel and offer it to him. Thereupon he plunged a piece of bread in the bowl of food, lifted a portion, and presented it to Judas, saying, What you have to do, do quickly. Judas accepted and hastily rose from the table. He knew that Jesus knew and that he wanted him to proceed. He made his exit into the night. The company in general thought nothing of this. They concluded that Jesus was requiring Judas as purser to buy something for the festival which had been overlooked, or to give alms to the poor. When the betrayer had left, Jesus broke the last bread of the evening at the close of the meal and distributed pieces to his disciples, telling them that it signified his body. After grace, he took the third cup of wine, known as the cup of blessing, recited the benediction, and passed round the cup, saying, This signifies the new covenant in my blood, which is poured out for many. The service concluded with the drinking of the fourth cup of wine and the chanting of Psalms CXV-CXVIII. Jesus embraced and parted with his beloved disciple, and then led the remaining 11 out into the street, out of the city, across the Kedron to the Garden of Gethsemane, on the lower slopes of the Mount of Olives. As they went out, he said to them, All of you will waver in your loyalty, for it is written, I will strike at the shepherd, and the sheep will be scattered. Nostalgically, he added, But after I have been raised up, I will go ahead of you to Galilee. Peter responded shoutily, Even if everyone else wavers, I shall not. Jesus looked at him. Simon, Simon, he said, Satan has begged to have you that he may prize you loose like husks from the grain. But I have prayed that your loyalty may not fail, and on your restoration you must confirm your brothers. In your cause, Master, he replied, I am ready to go to prison and to death too. Jesus shook his head. I tell you for a fact, Peter, the cock will not crow today before you have denied me 3 times that you know me. He turned to the rest. When I sent you out without purse or wallet or sandals, did you go short of anything? No, nothing, they answered. Yet now, he said, Whoever has a purse, let him take it, and a wallet as well, and whoever has no dagger, let him sell his cloak and buy one. For I tell you that this scripture will have its accomplishment in me. He was classed with outlaws. Yes, indeed, whatever has reference to me will have its fulfillment. Here are 2 daggers, Master, they said. That will do, he told them. All right, chapter 11, it is finished. The little plantation of Gethsemane was a favorite spot for Jesus while he stayed at Bethany. We are told that he often went there with his disciples. It was quiet, and he had Jerusalem and the temple in full view. He came there again now, as he had done at other times. He wanted to pray, but tonight he felt in need of the solace of human companionship. He therefore took Peter, James, and John with him when he went aside from the others. Mark says he was restless and depressed and confessed to them, I am in very low spirits. Until this day, I had regarded the physical suffering in store for him almost impersonally. It had always been, in the future, the most solemn ordeal which the Messiah was destined to undergo. There had been a certain glory and majesty about it, a sublimity of heroic behavior as it was set down in the prophetic passages. Jesus had been so involved with his planning, with move and countermove, with the exhilarating exercise of his wits to bring events into conformity with the predictions, that he had neither the leisure nor the inclination to dwell upon the details of what he must experience. Now it was different. The hour had come, and his flesh and his spirit quailed. To die under torture, had he the strength and the fortitude to go through with it. What was written was going to happen to him, Jesus, not some ideal figure of the imagination. The Gospels have captured the agony of Jesus at this juncture, though we must appreciate that the tradition behind them is an imaginative one, since no soul was present. Jesus prays that if possible he may not have to drain the bitter cup, yet only if this be God's will. Coming back to his three intimates, he finds them sleeping. It is brought home to him that he is now on his own. No longer will there be any human prop to lean on, no friend on earth to whom he can turn in facing his ordeal. He addresses the drowsing Peter almost desperately. Are you asleep, Simon? Could you not manage to stay awake a single hour? Be vigilant and prayerful, or you may find yourself tempted. The spirit is willing enough, but the flesh is frail. But he is speaking as much to himself as to his follower, and from Peter there comes no reply. Unnoticed, Jesus goes away again and prays as before, so earnestly that Luke says the sweat poured from his brow like great drops of blood. Again, we have the emphatic three of Hebrew idiom. 3 times Jesus prayed, according to Mark, and 3 times he returned to his sleeping disciples. The excitement and the sadness, the meal they had eaten, the wine they had drunk, had proved too much for them. They could not keep their eyes open. Only Jesus was alert, with every nerve in his body taut and his brain functioning with crystal clarity. Are you going on sleeping, he said, and taking your rest? That's enough. The time has come. Look, the Son of Man is betrayed into the hands of sinners. Come, let us be going. See, my betrayer approaches. Hardly has Jesus finished speaking when Judas arrived, and with him a force dispatched by the council armed with swords and clubs. From the description in the Gospels, they were members of the civil guard under the authority of the Sanhedrin, together with some of the servants of their chief priests. The reference to sinners in the words of Jesus indicates that the force consisted mainly of Gentiles. Judas had given instructions to secure the man he would embrace. The arrest was made with speed. Jesus said nothing to Judas and to the captain of the band. The texts disagree on what it was. There must have been considerable confusion with the disciples in their day's condition. Someone, the 4th gospel says it was Peter, drew a sword and struck at the high priest officer, whose name was Malchus, and therefore probably an Arab, severing his ear. But otherwise there was no resistance. With Jesus taken, the disciples scattered and fled, and it is unlikely that any attempt was made to pursue them. It was the ringleader who was wanted, not the small fry. Mark alone has a postscript about a young man clad only in a linen wrap who followed behind when Jesus was led away. They seized him, but he struggled free, leaving the wrap in their hands, and escaped naked. It is tempting to think that this may have been the beloved disciples, since there are so many tantalizing gaps in the records. Could it be that news reached him at Jerusalem that the council was sending a troop with Judas to arrest Jesus in the Garden of Gethsemane? He at least knew that Judas had left the Last Supper to betray him, because Jesus had pointed out the traitor to him, and it would be surprising if he had taken no steps whatever to find out what what was afoot. Definite information may have come when John had retired, and just as he was in the night robe, he raced to Gethsemane to warn Jesus. But he was too late. When he arrived, Jesus had just been taken prisoner. Began to follow, was seized, and only got away by leaving his garment in the hands of the guards. He ran back to the city, dressed hurriedly, and made at once for the house of Annas, where, according to the information he had, Jesus was being conducted. Where so much is a mystery, this possibility, it is rated no higher, is by no means fanciful. The fourth gospel says that John did follow Jesus to the high priest's palace and went in after him, but it omits any explanation of how he came to be there. The only one of the 12 to recover himself and follow at a discreet distance was the faithful Peter, but he had to stay outside the palace until the other disciple, who was known to the high priest, spoke to the porteress and had him admitted to the courtyard. It was a chilly spring night, and charcoal fire was burning in the brazier. The servants and guards were standing around, and Peter joined them to warm himself. From his speech, he was recognized as a Galilean and strongly suspected of being a follower of Jesus. A kinsman of Malchus was convinced he had seen Peter in the garden of Gethsemane. Thus challenged, Peter swore he did not know Jesus, but it was risky to remain any longer, and he left. Recalling what Jesus had said, he wept bitterly. Meanwhile, the prisoner had been brought before Annas, son of Seth, former high priest and head of the most powerful sacerdotal family of the time. He was also the father-in-law of the reigning high priest of Caiaphas. Annas proceeded to question Jesus closely about his teaching and following. He was anxious to discover if he could, how far things had gone and what was the extent of the danger of arising. What was Jesus aiming at? How many people were at present involved? Was the conspiracy still in its infancy, limited to a handful of pretender peasants, dupes, who would be helpless if deprived of their leader, or were more important individuals implicated? Jesus had fully regained his composure and flatly denied that he was engaged in any secret subversive activities. What he taught and had been spoken openly and publicly in the synagogues and in the temple. "Why do you ask me?" he said. "Ask those who listened to what I said to them. They know what I said." He was cuffed by a guard for insolence to the high priest, but the shrewd Annas judged that he was sincere. He was convinced that as yet they really had only one person to deal with, and he was greatly relieved. Sending Jesus on to the council manacled and under escort, he had no doubt communicated this opinion by a verbal message or written note to Caiaphas. It was only necessary to have Jesus executed, and whatever was brewing would be nipped in the bud. The man was clearly a deluded fanatic, and for that very reason dangerous in the present state of Jewish affairs. We have no certain information where the Sanhedrin was meeting. Probably it was in the council hall, Bultarion, on the west of the temple precincts, and not far from the high priest's palace at the northeastern end of Mount Zion. The Gospels tell us nothing of where Peter went or what had become of the rest of the 11. They appear later to have made their way to the house of John the priest on the Ophel, where the Last Supper had been held and which was known to all of them. Some of the women of Jesus' company were staying there. The beloved disciple was perhaps the only follower of Jesus who kept on the track of where he was taken the night and the next morning. For what transpired for the arrest of Jesus to his agony on the cross, we are dependent on the varying accounts of the Gospels. These are reconstructions from traditions of what could be gleaned afterwards from various sources, interlarded with legends and deductions from Old Testament testimonies. The story has also been amplified and adopted in accordance with the development of Christian doctrine and apologetic needs. We must be content, therefore, to use this material with reservations and qualifications, following as much as can be perceived of the authentic drift of the narrative. There has been much learned discussion of the trial of Jesus, citing the rules of the Sanhedrin as they were idly represented long after this body had ceased to function. Nowadays, reputable scholars do not set much store by this evidence. In fact, we know comparatively little about the procedure, and in the case of Jesus, there does not seem to have been a trial at all. The Sanhedrin met in special session that night not to try Jesus, but to find grounds on which to formulate the indictment, which would procure from the Roman governor the condemnation of Jesus to summary execution. This is plainly stated by Mark. It was not the theology of Jesus which was at issue or any offense against the laws of Moses. It was his political pretensions. To make a political charge stick, meriting capital punishment, it was desirable to be able to produce witnesses. Some individuals had been got hold of or bribed to act as informers, but their statements were indecisive and contradictory. Jesus had been much too circumspect in his public utterances for any words of his to be used to establish that he was engaged in treasonable activities. The nearest indication offered by any of the witnesses was a cryptic remark he had made about the temple. He had said something like, "Destroy this temple, and in 3 days I will rebuild it." The fourth gospel claims that he was speaking of his own body. The witnesses converted his words into a positive intention. "I will destroy this temple." Here was some sort of threat to the existing order, but even so, the saying as a whole, with its suggestion of the miraculous, sounded more like the language of a madman or a charlatan than of a dangerous rebel. It would never convince Pilate. While all of this went on, Jesus remained silent. He was fulfilling the prophecy of Isaiah, "As a sheep before her shearers is dumb, so he openeth not his mouth." The council was getting restive and anxious. At last the high priest challenged him. "Have you no answer to make to these charges?" Jesus made no reply. The only hope now was to force him to incriminate himself. Caiaphas bluntly put the question to him on oath, "Are you the Messiah?" This time Jesus answered, "Yes, I am, and hereafter you will see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of power and coming with the clouds of heaven." It was enough for the Sadducean rulers. The high priest rent his tunic, a formal sign of sorrow. "What further evidence do we need?" he cried. "You have heard his traitorous confession. What is your decision?" The council judged him to be deserving of the death penalty. By admitting that he was the Messiah, the rightful and foreordained King of Israel, Jesus had committed a blasphemy, not of God in Jewish law, but of the Tiberius Caesar in Roman law. He was guilty, they held, of lesiio majestas, violation of the emperor's sovereignty, and it was therefore proper for the scandalized authorities, not as Jews but as Roman subjects, to act as delators and inform against Jesus to Caesar's representative. Because a Jewish court reached this verdict, we are not to imagine, as the church was later concerned to establish, that Jesus had declared his deity and consequently, from the viewpoint of the Mosaic law, had blasphemed the name of the Lord. In that case, the penalty would have been stoning, not crucifixion. Jesus had not even uttered the sacred name of God and referred to himself as the Son of Man. Early Nazarene teaching knew nothing of Trinitarianism. The council had neither cause nor any interest to condemn Jesus on religious grounds, since their whole purpose was to stand well with Rome at the same time to divert the odium of the Jewish people for what they were doing from themselves to Pontius Pilate. The calumny the Jewish people were responsible for, the death of Jesus has all along been an anti-Semitic fraud perpetrated by the church when it became paganized, and has been a direct cause of untold suffering and persecution inflicted on the Jews down the centuries. The present day qualified second thoughts of the Roman Church on the subject of Jewish deicide has come very belatedly, and is a totally inadequate retraction. But the church is obviously in a quandary, for it can only go all the way to remove the stigma it has inflicted by relinquishing the absolute veracity of its sacred doctrines and documents. Yet the oldest tradition in the Gospels witnesses against the church. Jesus never said he would fall into the hands of the Jewish people, but into the hands of the chief priests, elders, and scribes. The Gospels testify that the commons of the Jewish nation heard him gladly, and that the council acted secretly without the knowledge of the people, because they feared a popular demonstration by the Jews of Jesus' favor. We have the evidence that they decided on the removal of Jesus in private conclave, and that, taking advantage of his betrayal by one of his own disciples, arrested and interrogated him by night, so that the Jewish people assembled in their multitudes at Jerusalem for the Passover should be totally ignorant of what was taking place. We have already considered the motives of the council, which in the main were those of self-preservation and self-interest, though not wholly divorced from considerations of national and spiritual survival. These wealthy aristocrats knew they were out of favor with the Jewish masses while they served a foreign heathen government, and that their standing with Rome was precarious. Shorn of many of their former powers, they were walking a tightrope, clinging to office, inherited prestige, and luxurious living, maintaining their position by high-handed action and torturous intrigue. There were good men among them, a dissentient minority, chiefly Pharisees, who endeavored to use their influence to curb the dominant Sadducean party as much as they could. Probably some of the Pharisees' members of the council absented themselves from the assembly which dealt with Jesus. Certain of them may not even have been called to attend the hastily convened gathering. The fact that not long after this, the presiding high priest Caiaphas was deposed from office by the legate of Syria suggests that some serious representations were made against him. But fully granting that the action of the lordly hierarchy and its supporters was dictated by expediency and was morally indefensible, we must remind ourselves again that Jesus had deliberately maneuvered them into the position where they were forced to proceed against him. Had he not roused their ear and given them cause to anticipate some nationalistic demonstration, they would not have concerned themselves with him at all. As early as possible on Friday morning, Jesus was brought before the governor Pontius Pilate. The indictment formulated by the council was in purely political terms. We have found this man subverting our nation, forbidding the payment of tribute to Caesar, and claiming to be the Messiah, a king. The scene was the Herodian Palace on the west of the city, close to the modern Jaffa Gate. It was the official residence of the Roman procurator when he came to Jerusalem from his seat at Caesarea. Pilate would not at all relish being called upon at an early hour by the deputation from the chief priests, bringing with them a Jewish prisoner. The circumstances were highly suspicious, and he came out to them on the broad terrace. They would not enter the building and incurred defilement, gruffly demanding to know what the charge was. He was told that the man was a criminal. In that case, said Pilate, take him yourselves and sentence him in accordance with your own law. They reminded him that they no longer had authority to execute anyone. They had lately been deprived of the power by the Romans, so the crime was a capital one and not religious, and Pilate was bound to deal with it. But he had the feeling that something was wrong and that an attempt was being made to trap him. He did not trust these priests and well knew the hostility of the council towards him because of his disrespect for Jewish institutions. It seemed unnatural that the chief priests should be accusing a fellow Jew of conspiracy against Rome. Likely as not, the prisoner was a man of no consequence who was being used to make trouble. He hadn't heard no reports of agitation in Jerusalem lately. The man standing passively before him did not look in the least like a militant zealot. Incredulously, Pilate asked Jesus, "Are you king of the Jews?" He expected either a denial or an indication that the prisoner was a harmless lunatic. Irritatingly, Jesus replied, "Are you asking this of your own accord, or did others suggest it to you about me?" "Am I a Jew?" roared Pilate. "Your own people, the chief priests, have handed you over to me. What have you done?" Jesus explained that his kingdom did not belong to the existing world order. Had it been otherwise, his followers would have fought to save him from arrest. How could the coming messianic kingdom be made intelligible to a heathen Roman official? It was quite beyond his comprehension. To Pilate, the man was talking nonsense. "You are a king, then," he persisted, trying to get him to be more explicit. "I am a king, as you say," Jesus answered. "I was born and came into the world to witness to this truth. All who heed the truth listen to me." Now Pilate was sure he was dealing with a deluded maniac. "What does truth mean?" he shouted. It was impossible to treat the charge seriously. He jumped up and went out to the waiting accusers. "I find nothing against him," he told them shortly. "In substance, we have followed the fourth gospel so far, but here we have to make room for a tradition preserved by Luke. According to this version, the chief priests pressed their charge, insisting he rouses the people, teaching all over Judea, beginning with Galilee and ending up here. The governor was quick to see an opportunity to end the business. He inquired whether the man was a Galilean, and learning that he came under the jurisdiction of Herod Antipas, tetrarch of Galilee, he told them to take Jesus and their accusations to him. Herod was in Jerusalem for the Passover, staying at the Hasmonean palace further east along the hill. For a long time he had wished to see Jesus and hoped to see him perform some wonder. He questioned him at length while the representatives of the council vehemently accused him. Jesus made no response, even when Herod and his men mocked him. Tiring of the sport, the tetrarch returned the prisoner to Pilate with a message that he was quite harmless. That day, says Luke, Herod and Pilate became friends with one another, for previously they had been at enmity. They had quarreled, no doubt, because Pilate's soldiers had killed many Galileans in the recent demonstration to protest over the seizure of the sacred funds for the aqueduct. The chief priests were now in difficulties and realized that they would have to bring strong pressure on Pilate. They therefore packed the courtyard of the praetorium with their slaves and henchmen. The governor still insisted that the charge was frivolous. He would have Jesus flogged and then release him in accordance with a Passover amnesty custom. But instigated by the chief priests, the crowd shouted that they wanted Barabbas, not Jesus, released. Pilate must have become choleric at this demand because Barabbas was in prison for fighting back when his troops had attacked the aqueduct demonstrators, and there was reason to believe he had caused the death of at least one Roman soldier. So this was it. The prisoner was being used by the priests as a means of taking revenge on himself for requisitioning the temple treasure. They did not forgive these arrogant priests. Pilate was forced on the defensive, but he was not yet beaten. He had Jesus flogged, and his guards decked the prisoner out as a mock king with a crimson cloak round his shoulders and a wreath on his head made of thorns. Cruelly, the governor presented this pitiful insult to Jewish sentiment to the crowd. "There's your king." It would have been an intolerable spectacle for the Jewish people and probably caused a riot. But the crowd consisted of the chief priests, men, including many Gentiles, and obediently they yelled, "Crucify him, crucify him." Pilate cared nothing about Jesus. He did care about his own position if he should be accused by Tiberius of fomenting disaffection by executing a Jew on unsupported testimony. At Rome, they did not take kindly these days to provocative action in the provinces, and the governor was already in trouble enough because of the disturbances resulting from his flouting of Jewish customs. What decided him finally to give way was the threat of an even more sinister accusation. "If you free the man, you are no friend of Caesar's. Whoever claims to be a king is in opposition to Caesar." Barabbas was released and Jesus was condemned to be crucified, but Pilate could still strike back at his tormentors by having their own charge posted upon the cross. Jesus the Nazarene, King of the Jews. He refused point blank to change the wording to, "He said, I am King of the Jews." The chief priests had their way. They had browbeaten the governor into compliance, but they could take little comfort from their victory. It had been a necessary yet nasty business, and they were by no means confident now that the death of Jesus would be the end of the matter and that they were free from blood guilt. The Jewish people might react to their deed if it leaked out that they had taken the initiative and hold them in greater disfavor. The future held little promise of peace. History indeed records that within 35 years the palaces of nobility were sacked by mobs and their chief priests were hunted down and murdered. Weakened by his flogging, Jesus was led out of the western gate of the city by Roman guards with two others who were being crucified with him. A Syrian called Simon was requisitioned to bear the crossbeam of his cross. Tardily, Jerusalem began to awaken to what was going forward. There had been rumors of the arrest of Jesus, but for the most part, as had been intended, the people knew nothing of what had transpired on Government Hill. It was the beginning of the festival, and everything had happened too quickly and secretly for any organized demonstration. There was no one to give a lead. The crosses were up on Golgotha, and the victims were suspended on them before the ill news had penetrated very far. Fear and horror and respect for the sufferers decided the majority of those who heard to keep away from the scene. Perhaps some hirelings of the chief priests were there to watch and to jeer, but it is quite incredible and probably the result of delving into the testimonies that the chief priests, elders, and scribes were present in person, as the synoptic tradition states. The Jerusalem tradition of the fourth gospel makes no such assertion, but we may believe that some angry and pious people were there to lend the solace of their presence and to pray for the dying. A retinue of mourning women had been furnished, according to Luke, to accompany Jesus to the place of execution. Of those near to him who stood by the cross, we have mention only of his mother and the beloved disciple. None of the apostles were there but Mary of Magdala, Mary the mother of the younger James and of Joseph, Salome, the mother of Zebedee's sons, James and John, and some other women of his following were looking on at a distance. The traditions which have come down to us of what happened in Golgotha are not in full agreement, as we would expect, since it could not have been easy afterwards to collect reliable information. Each of the Gospels has some circumstance which is not in the others. Imagination has clearly been employed to build up a picture and to lend solemnity and significance to the crucifixion. Some of the effects are reminiscent of the revelation of Sinai and convey an anticipation of the Last Judgment. We are told of darkness and an earthquake and the rending of the veil of the temple, even of the resurrection of the bodies of dead saints. With various incidents, there is a reflection of the language of the scriptures, especially of Psalm 22, the psalm which begins, my, God, why hast thou forsaken me? The soldiers cast lots for the robes of Jesus in fulfillment of Psalm 22:18. They pierce his hands and his feet in fulfillment of 22:16. The chief priests and scribes mock him and wag their heads in derision in fulfillment of 22:7. They cry, he trusted in the Lord to deliver him. Let him deliver him if he delight in him, in fulfillment of 22:8. Bystanders give Jesus vinegar mingled with gall in fulfillment of Psalm, looks like LXIX 21. When he is believed to be dead, they do not break his legs as they do those of robbers in fulfillment of Exodus 12:46. Instead, his side is pierced with a lance in fulfillment of Zechariah 12:10. There is the strongest consciousness here of the prophetic testimonies. We may grant that certain things happened, some of them usual, which seem to answer to such scriptures. But there has been invention as well to obtain a more exact correspondence and to supplement the paucity of facts. The question arises, how far, anticipating as he did the detailed realization of the predictions, was Jesus in his pain concerned with all that was taking place, of prophecies coming to pass? We would expect him to cling grimly to the last of what he had, what been the motivation of his whole life in his role of Messiah. When Jesus cried aloud the opening words of Psalm 22, my, God, why hast thou forsaken me? Was this only an exclamation of anguish, or did he continue the silent recitation of the psalm which was so relevant to his sufferings until he reached and voiced its closing words? It is customary among Jews at prayer to emphasize in speech the commencement and conclusion of the liturgical composition, psalm, praise of prayer, covering the intermediate matter in an undertone. Possibly the fourth gospel, unrealizing, makes Jesus say it is finished, when in fact he had come to the last words of Psalm 22. He has done it. However this may be, the gospel does at least credit him with the assurance that all things were now accomplished, that the scriptures might be fulfilled. In his sufferings, Jesus could know that he had triumphantly passed the messianic test, successfully carrying out the exacting stipulations of the oracles. The tremendous task to which he had applied his mind and heart was concluded. But in these moments he still had something to do, to provide for the mother he had been forced to neglect to pursue his mission. He now entrusted her to the care of his dear disciple. His last effort was to call out, I thirst. In response, someone standing by raised to his lips a sponge saturated with wine vinegar. Almost immediately he passed into oblivion. Never had Jesus been more the Messiah of his oppressed people than when he hung there with bowed head at rest on a cross of Imperial Caesar, bearing a placard which announced him poignantly to all the world in Greek, in Latin, and in Hebrew as King of the Jews. Wretched representatives of human degradation and of pitiless society were his royal attendants, thus lifted up as an ensign to the nations. Thus lifted up as an ensign to the nations, he had already begun to reign. All right, chapter 12. Thou wilt show me the path of life. Jesus had been convinced that his crucifixion would not be the end, provided that he faithfully discharged the duties incumbent upon him as the Messiah in his manifestation as the servant of the Lord. He was assured that God would exalt him in readiness for his further manifestation as ruler over the kingdom of God. The glorification would be initiated by his resurrection. According to the Synoptic Gospels, as his last trials approached, he had spoken to his disciples with confidence of his rising on the third day. He even went so far as to make an appointment to meet them afterwards in his beloved Galilee. The expectation of resurrection was a Jewish one, involving the reanimation of the body, which in some way would have been had become immortalized. When the time came for the inauguration of the kingdom of God, the faithful dead would rise to share its bliss, and in Paul's view, the surviving living saints would undergo a change. It is claimed in the Gospels that persons raised from the dead were able to resume normal existence, except that in the kingdom of God there would be no sex relationship. In the curious story in Matthew of the appearance of dead saints at the time of the crucifixion, it is their bodies which arise, come out of their tombs, and go into Jerusalem. The resurrection of Jesus was understood to be of the same order. His body was believed to have left the tomb and could be handled. The revived Jesus could speak, eat, and drink, and walk about. There was no impairment of those faculties and capacities he had in his lifetime. At the same time, new capacities were acquired, such as the ability to appear and disappear at will. We're not dealing in the Gospels with hallucinations, with psychic phenomenon, or survival in the spiritualist sense. These possibilities do not fit the circumstances as they are narrated. However, the traditions of the resurrection of Jesus are to be explained. It cannot legitimately be on these lines. The Gospels in this part of their narrative exhibit the same characteristics we have encountered in earlier parts. There is some conflict between Galilean and Judean versions of what took place. There is a heightening of the miraculous in the later Gospels, an emphasis of the deity of Jesus in the fourth Gospel. There is a paucity of material and consequent absence of vital information. In Mark, the least legendary of the Gospels, the text breaks off abruptly and tantalizingly at the crucial point, the point at which the woman of Jesus' company coming on Sunday morning to the tomb in which he had been laid on Friday evening find it empty. Inside, a young man clothed in white is sitting, who gives them the message that Jesus is risen and bids them to tell his disciples that he will meet them in Galilee. In fear and trembling, they depart hastily, and from this gospel we learn no more. Some suspicion is created that the lost end of Mark was not necessarily accidental. In the supernatural details furnished in the other Gospels, we are reminded of the character of the nativity stories. The end of the records of Jesus as they were set down some 70 years later is of the same quality as the beginning. What was given out as fact has become blended with fairy tale. Complete with all its legendary features, the proposition of the resurrection of Jesus is being stated, not argued. There is no inquest on the strange occurrences, no examination of witnesses, no analysis of the evidence. We have only what the evangelists report, what little data they had at command, now embellished and adorned, totally inadequate to prove anything. Much could have happened of which there was no knowledge, no recollection, to throw a different light on the circumstances. Various possibilities can be suggested, but we cannot know the truth one way or the other. We should frankly admit this. Yet we are fully entitled to investigate to the extent that is practicable, and it is more probable that we shall be on the right track if the clues we employ are derived from what is presented for our attention. On that basis, let us quest for further enlightenment. There cannot at this stage be absent from our thinking that Jesus would be concerned to plan for his resurrection as he was for the events which led up to his execution. This is to assume that he did not speak in advance of rising on the third day and rejoining his disciples in Galilee. To be so explicit, he would be unlikely to be relying solely on an act of God quite beyond his control. From this viewpoint, the story of the resurrection would not begin with his burial. It would begin much earlier. We must grant that the same imperatives were present, the need to realize the messianic predictions as Jesus had interpreted them. These predictions, as in Isaiah LII, foreshadowed renewal of life after suffering and the grave, for there followed on. He shall prolong his days, and the pleasure of the Lord shall prosper in his hand. He shall see of the travail of his soul and shall be satisfied. We are therefore bound to go over again some of the ground we have covered to detect whether anything is revealed which can assist us. What we chiefly note is that the plans of Jesus were laid with remarkable care for timing. He had singled out a particular Passover as the season when he would suffer and had taken every precaution to ensure that he would not be arrested beforehand. During the first half of Passion Week, keeping himself in the public eye by conducting his activities in the temple, he had aggravated the eschatological authority, no, it's ecclesiastical authorities, to the pitch that they were determined to destroy him as soon as it should be feasible, without risk of a tumult. But he was careful not to help them by staying in the city after dark. Not until Wednesday evening did Jesus apply the pressure that decided Judas to go to the council with an offer to betray him, and by his secret arrangements he saw to it that the arrest would not take place until Thursday evening after he had partaken of the Last Supper in Jerusalem with his disciples. All this suggests that he intended that his crucifixion should be on Friday, which would be the eve of the Sabbath. Calculating that it would require some hours on Friday morning for the council to obtain his condemnation by Pilate, which could not be withheld as the charge was treason against the emperor, and knowing that in accordance with custom he would not be left on the cross over the Sabbath, but would be taken down well before sunset when the Sabbath commenced, Jesus could roughly reckon that he would experience crucifixion for not much more than 3 or 4 hours, whereas normally the agonies of the crucified last for as many days. Jesus, as we have appreciated, relied on the Old Testament oracles, and what these intimated to him was that while there would be a conspiracy of the rulers to destroy him, as in Psalm 2, yet by the mercy of God he would be spared complete extinction of life. To illustrate this, we must repeat here some of the passages which he would have regarded as prophetic. Though I walk in the midst of trouble, thou wilt revive me. Thou shalt stretch forth thine hand against the wrath of mine enemies, and thy right hand shall save me. The Lord will perfect that which concerneth me. The bands of the grave compassed me about. The snares of death prevented me. In my distress I called upon the Lord and cried out unto my God. He heard my voice out of his temple. He sent from above. He took me. He drew me out of the great waters. He delivered me from my strong enemy. God shall redeem my soul from the grasp of the grave. My flesh also shall rest in hope. For thou wilt not leave my soul in the grave, neither wilt thou suffer thy Holy One to see corruption. Thou wilt show me the path of life. Come and let us return unto the Lord. For he hath torn, and he will heal us. He hath smitten, and he will bind us up. After 2 days will he revive us, and on the 3rd day he will raise us up, and we shall live in his sight. The king shall joy in thy strength, O Lord. He asked life of thee, and thou gavest it to him, even length of days forever and ever. It could be interpreted, therefore, that the Messiah would survive this terrible ordeal. To this end, it was essential that the duration of his sufferings should be reduced to a minimum. The planning of Jesus had contributed effectively to assuring this. Provided that crucifixion was not too prolonged, it was possible for the life of the victim to be saved. First-hand information about this is furnished by Josephus. He tells us in his autobiography that during the last stage of the siege of Jerusalem by the Romans, he had been sent by Titus, the general in command, to inspect the potential campsite at Tekoa, about 12 miles south of the city. On his return, he passed a number of prisoners who had been crucified and recognized 3 of them as acquaintances. When he got back, he went to Titus and pleaded for them. Titus ordered that they should be taken down and given the best possible treatment. 2 of them died, but the 3rd recovered. The indications are that these men had been on the cross longer than was Jesus, yet even so, one of them survived. If Jesus was convinced from the scriptures that he was to suffer on the cross but not to perish on it, there was no reason why he should not have been concerned to make what provision he could for his survival. We have had ample evidence that Jesus used his intelligence to assure the fulfillment of the predictions. He believed that the Messiah, the spirit of wisdom and understanding, had been conferred on him, and that it was God's will that he should employ these powers of the mind to accomplish what must come to pass. He did not expect, indeed, it was alien to his nature to sit with folded hands waiting for these things to happen, whether in a natural or supernatural manner. His whole ministry was purposeful, masterful, and practical. He plotted and schemed with the utmost skill and resourcefulness, sometimes making secret arrangements, taking advantage of every circumstance conducive to the attainment of his objectives. It is difficult to credit that he had neglected to do anything about the supreme crisis of his career when it was imperative that he should outwit the forces arrayed against him and wrest victory from the very jaws of death. We have already made the point that Jesus had sought to bring it about that he would be on the cross not much more than 3 or 4 hours. If we follow the fourth gospel, the ordeal lasted barely 3 hours, from a little after midday to about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But this obviously was not enough. If he was to cheat death, it was essential that, well in advance of the time, which could not be much after 5 o'clock, when in any case he would be taken down because of the incoming Sabbath, he would have to give every appearance of being dead. Otherwise, his actual death would be expedited by the soldiers in charge of the execution. Further, help must speedily be forthcoming. Unless his body came into possession of friendly hands, there would be no possibility of his recovery. The corpse would be thrown into the grave of a common criminal. If the Gospels afforded us no assistance, we would have to imagine how Jesus contrived to give the impression of death and suggest a way in which his body could have been secured by his friends. It is by no means a novel theory that Jesus was not dead when taken from the cross, and some will have it that he subsequently recovered. The idea was used in a fiction by George Moore in The Book of Kerith and by D.H. Lawrence in The Man Who Died. However, we have to imagine very little, since Mark and John agree on what is essential to the requirements of the situation. We have only to allow that in this, as in other instances, Jesus made private arrangement with someone he could trust who would be in a position to accomplish his design. This person is identified to us in the Gospels as Joseph of Arimathea. He is one of the great mysteries of the Gospels. He is represented as a wealthy man and a member of the Sanhedrin, and since he is said to have been waiting for the kingdom of God, he would have been messianically minded Pharisee. He enters the story unheralded, and after his task is fulfilled, he disappears completely from the New Testament records. There is no indication whether of his association with the apostles or that he openly joined the Nazarene movement. One of the possibilities we have to face is that the scantiness of information available to the evangelists led them to build up their narrative not only by historicizing Old Testament testimonies, but also by ransacking the writings of the Jewish historian Flavius Josephus. Luke especially seems to have made use of information gleaned from Josephus. We have also to allow for confused memories and anachronisms entering into the gospel tradition. It is therefore necessary to remark here that the account of 2 robbers being crucified with Jesus could have arisen from the crucifixion of the 2 brigand sons of Judas of Galilee, James and Simon, by Tiberius Alexander when he was governor of Judea in the reign of Claudius, which is reported by Josephus. This incident might have become connected as far as the part played by Joseph of Arimathea is concerned with what we have already mentioned, that Josephus relates how 3 of his friends were crucified and that he begged Titus for them. When they were taken down, 2 died, but 1 recovered. This is very close to what the Gospels say. The 2 robbers crucified with Jesus died, but he was resurrected after Joseph of Arimathea had begged Pilate for his body. According to Mark, by the crucifixion of Jesus with 2 robbers, the prophecy of Isaiah Lii was fulfilled. He was numbered with the transgressors. The very name Joseph of Arimathea is quite questionable. Joseph, again, in his autobiography, telling of his own eminent ancestry, states that his grandfather Joseph begat Mattathias in the 10th year of the reign of Archelaus, AD 6. The Greek text of the words of Joseph begot Matthias is simply Joseph Matthias. The name Joseph of Arimathea is given in the Greek of Mark as Joseph Apo Arimatheus. The similarity is striking. It is certainly curious that we have Josephus himself, a Josephus Matthias, begging the Roman commander for the bodies of 3 crucified friends, one of whom is brought back to life. But this is not all. In the resurrection story in the Gospels, Mark refers to a young man dressed in white seen at the empty tomb. Matthew more elaborately tells the story of a guard at the tomb. An angel descends to the accompaniment of an earthquake wearing a robe white as snow, and for fear of him the keepers did shake and became as dead men. Now we find in Josephus an account of the capture of the Jewish leader Simon Bar Giora, can't say that word, Giora, after the fall of Jerusalem. He tried to effect his escape from the city by tunneling a way out from ancient subterranean caves, but failing in this, he resorted to a stratagem. Simon, thinking he might be able to scare and delude the Romans, put on a white robe and buckled upon him a purple cloak, and appeared out of the ground in the place where the temple had formerly stood. Those who saw him were at first aghast and remained motionless, but afterwards they drew nearer and inquired who he was. Such correspondences cannot easily be put down to coincidence. It has to be allowed that sources like Josephus have been employed to supplement the paucity of genuine recollections, which outlasted the overwhelming catastrophe of the Jewish war in Rome, with Rome. We are consequently warned that we should not accept the testimony of the Gospels at face value and must employ every external agency available to check the information where we can. Generally, we must probe to extract elements in the traditions on which we can reasonably rely. Otherwise, we shall be building a house on sand and arguing about matters and sayings which have not been established as authentic. Continually, we must be aware of the circumstances which contributed to and helped to shape and develop the story of Jesus as we find it in the Gospels. There is no cause to doubt the crucifixion of Jesus or that he had assistants to aid him in his bid for survival. We may accept that one of them was a member of the Sanhedrin, and we may agree to speak of him as Joseph of Arimathea, even if we cannot be positive that this was his name. Jesus could have got to know him through Nicodemus, mentioned only in the 4th Gospel, during the 3 months from the previous October to January when he was at Jerusalem working out details of the Passover plot. He needed highly placed individuals on whom he could count to give him inside information of what measures were being taken against him by the council, and also to advise him on relations between the council and the Roman governor, procedures in political trials, and other pertinent matters with which he was unfamiliar, but which had a bearing upon his course of action and affected his plans. Evidently, Joseph was deeply impressed by Jesus and was ready to cooperate in frustrating the intentions of the Sadducean chief priests. Luke says that he had not consented to their counsel and deed, and John describes him as a secret disciple. It transpired that Joseph had property in close proximity to Golgotha, the hill of execution. Part of this was under cultivation as a kitchen garden, and also on the site was a new tomb cut into the rock. That is to say, the tomb was a cavern containing a chamber with a ledge or ledges on which the dead would be laid and secured by a heavenly stone rolled across the mouth. We learned about garden plots in this area again from Josephus, for Titus was nearly trapped among them by a sally of the Jewish defenders of Jerusalem, when with a few horsemen he rode down towards the northwest corner of the city to reconnoiter. The tomb in question could not have been more conveniently placed and lent itself admirably to a plan to bring Jesus there in the event of his crucifixion. Two things, however, were indispensable to the success of a rescue operation. The first was to administer a drug to Jesus on the cross to give the impression of premature death, and the second was to obtain the speedily delivery of the body to Joseph. No other manner of survival could be entertained by Jesus, since he was adamant about the fulfillment of the prophecies which demanded his suffering. If we allow that the story of Joseph going to Pilate is trustworthy, then with the help of the common factors in the traditions, we can attempt to reconstruct what happened. Considerations of safety and secrecy will have dictated that a few possible If we allow that the story of Joseph going to Pilate is trustworthy, then with the help of the common factors in the traditions, we can attempt to reconstruct what happened. Considerations of safety and secrecy will have dictated that as few people as possible should be in the know or involved, and these would not have included any of the apostles, to whom Jesus never seems to have confided his plans, as we have already noticed on several occasions. He dealt individually and singly with Judean individuals who were in a position to carry out the various parts of his design. His was the mastermind, and those to whom he gave his instructions neither worked together nor were acquainted with more than their specific function. The first stage of the present action was the cross. We are told that there were bystanders there, and that one of them saturated a sponge with vinegar, impaled it on a cane, and put it to the mouth of Jesus. He did not perform this office for either of the two robbers crucified with Jesus, which he might well have done if his intention was purely humanitarian. The incident took place, according to Mark, after Jesus had cried, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" Mark gives the words in Aramaic, which Peter would have used in describing the crucifixion, but Jesus no doubt quoted from Psalm 22 in Hebrew. This prompted some onlookers to suppose that he was calling for Elijah. The man who acted, who was sent there by Joseph to administer the drug, said, "Quiet, let us see if Elijah will come to take him down." The man here showed his initiative by taking advantage of an opportune moment for his intervention, which no one would suspect was favorable to Jesus. Mark gives no reason for his action, but the fourth gospel says that Jesus called out, "I am thirsty," which could have been a signal. There was nothing unusual for a vessel containing a refreshing liquid to be at the place of execution, and it presented no problem to doctor the drink that was offered to Jesus. The plan may indeed have been suggested to Jesus by the prophetic words, "They gave me also gall for my meat, and in my thirst they gave me vinegar to drink." If what he received had been the normal wine vinegar diluted with water, the effect would have been stimulating. In this case, it was exactly the opposite. Jesus lapsed quickly into complete unconsciousness. His body sagged, his head lolled on his breast, and to all intents and purposes, he was a dead man. Directly it was seen that the drug had worked. The man hastened to Joseph, who was anxiously awaiting for the news. At once he sought an audience with Pilate, to whom he would have ready access as a member of the Sanhedrin, and requested to have the body of Jesus. Pilate was greatly astonished, as well as he might be, to hear that Jesus was already dead, and being on his guard in view of all that had happened, he sent for the centurion in charge of the execution to obtain confirmation. When this was forthcoming, he readily gave the necessary permission. It has been noted by scholars that Joseph asked for the body, soma, of Jesus, which could indicate that he did not think of him as dead. It is only Pilate who refers to the corpse as toma. Joseph hurried to Golgotha with clean linen and spices. The fourth gospel says he was accompanied by Nicodemus. It also reports another circumstance. In view of the need to hasten death because of the Sabbath, the two robbers had their legs broken with mallets, but Jesus was spared this treatment because he was believed to be dead already. To make sure, however, one of the soldiers thrust a lance into his side. The incident may have been introduced into histories, certain Old Testament testimonies. The passage suggests that some doubt was thrown on this new information when it was published. If it is correct, the chances that Jesus would recover were heavily diminished. Much would depend on the nature of the wound. The reported emission of blood shows at least that life was still in him. As arranged, Jesus was conveyed carefully to the nearby tomb. The women of his following, who had been observing everything at a distance, saw where he was taken. Sorrowfully, they made their way back to the city, proposing to return on the morning after the Sabbath to pay their tribute by anointing his body. It is evident that they were not expecting any resurrection. All right. Chapter 13. He is not here. Jesus lay in the tomb over the Sabbath. He would not regain consciousness for many hours, and in the meantime, the spices and linen bandages provided the best dressing for his injuries. We may dismiss the story in Matthew alone that the chief priests requested Pilate that a guard be set over the tomb and that they posted a watch, presumably on Saturday evening, at the end of the Sabbath. The fantastic details make it appear that the story was a late reply to the allegations that the body had been stolen by the disciples, which is confirmed by the words that this saying is commonly reported among the Jews until this day. Part of the story, as we have shewn, may have been suggested by the Simon Bar Gorgia incident recorded by Josephus, above page 158. The Jewish allegation, however, was a rational one and has to be entertained. As a distinguished Christian scholar has stated, when stripped of supernaturalism, the empty tomb may point rather to a removal of the body from the place where the woman had seen it laid and its burial elsewhere. He concludes, thus, when Jews spread abroad the story that the disciples of Jesus had stolen the body, they spoke the truth. But if the body of Jesus was taken from the tomb by his friends on Saturday night, we should be ready to agree that the Gospels, that the immediate disciples of Jesus knew nothing about this, and they would be quite sincere in indignantly repudiating any contention that they had been guilty of perpetrating a fraud. Christians are surely right in protesting that the church could not have been established on the basis of a deliberate falsehood on the part of the apostles, and therefore there must be another explanation for the removal of the body than an intention to pretend that Jesus had risen from the dead. An alternative to the accusation of theft is given by Church Father Tertullian of Carthage at the end of the 2nd century. Rhetorically addressing the Jews who are confounded by the second coming of Christ, he says, "This is he whom his disciples have stolen away secretly, that it may be said he is risen, or the gardeners abstracted that his lettuces might not be damaged by the crowd of visitors." So another story was also current in the 2nd century, which placed responsibility of the gardener who took away the body of Jesus to save his vegetables. In the same century, the Gospel of Peter speaks of crowds from Jerusalem and the neighborhood who came early on the morning of the Sabbath, Saturday, to see the sepulchre of Jesus. A Coptic manuscript from Egypt, now in the British Museum, entitled The Book of the Resurrection and attributed to the Apostle Bartholomew, has a variant of the story. The gardener is called Philogenus, whose son Jesus had cured. He speaks to Mary at the tomb, though the Mary here is the mother of Jesus, not the Magdalene, and tells her. From the very moment when the Jews crucified him, they had persisted in seeking out an exceedingly safe sepulchre wherein they might lay him, so that the disciples might not come by night and carry him away secretly. Now I said to them, "There is a tomb quite close to my vegetable garden. Bring him, lay him in it, and I myself will keep watch over him." I thought in my heart, saying, "When the Jews shall have departed and entered into their houses, I will go into the tomb of my Lord, and I will carry him away, and I will give him spices and sweet-smelling unguents and scents." This strange tale may have originated from what is uniquely stated in the fourth gospel, where Mary Magdalene sees a man at the tomb when she supposes to be the gardener and says to him, "Sir, if thou have borne him hence, tell me where thou hast laid him, and I will take him away." But what is this incident doing in the gospel? Was it due to something which came to light later? We may never know. In any case, we're bound to take seriously whatever may help to solve the mystery of the empty tomb. If we discard the charge that the body of Jesus was removed in order to claim that he had risen from the dead, or that the gardener, on his own initiative, had done it to preserve his crops, we are left with the perfectly natural and fully justifiable reason that Jesus was taken from the tomb at the first possible opportunity for the entirely legitimate purpose of reviving him. For this action, at least two persons would have been needed, one of whom could well have been the gardener. The argument of the last chapter will then hold good that a plan was being followed which was worked out in advance by Jesus himself, and which he had not divulged to his close disciples. What seems probable is that in the darkness of Saturday night, when Jesus was brought out of the tomb by those concerned in the plan, he regained consciousness temporarily, but finally succumbed. If, as the fourth gospel says, his side was pierced by a lance before he was taken from the cross, his chances of recovery were slender. It was much too risky and perhaps too late to take the body back to the tomb, replace the bandages left there, roll the stone across the entrance, and try to create the impression that everything was as it had been on Friday evening. It would also have been thought most unseemly. Before dawn, the mortal remains of Jesus were quickly yet reverently interred, leaving the puzzle of the empty tomb. Excuse me. From this point, we are dealing with the accounts of the resurrection as related to the Gospels, and it has been seen whether they are consistent with our hypothesis. We are nowhere claiming for our reconstruction that it represents what actually happened, but that on the evidence we have, it may be fairly close to the truth. We have to allow that the gospel accounts come to us from a time when the figure of Jesus had become larger than life, and his story had acquired in telling and retelling many legendary features. Yet we must not treat them as wholly fictitious, and they have preserved valuable indications of what transpired. We can almost see the process at work which transformed the deep despondency of the companions of Jesus into the joyful conviction that he had triumphed over death as he said he would. What emerges from the records is that various disciples did see somebody, a real living person. Their experiences were not subjective. It is well to remind ourselves again that Jesus was positive that he was the Messiah of Israel and appointed himself in a remarkable manner to carrying out the predictions as he understood them. The church was built on his persuasion that the messianic prophecies must be fulfilled. He was truly Jewish in the being both visionary and pragmatist. His attitude towards the messianic hope of his time was not so unlike that of Theodor Herzl in calling for the return to Zion nearly 19 centuries later. Jesus could have used Herzl's famous words in the Jewish state. If you will it, it is no dream. That's from the Big Lebowski. Fucking love it, dude. Sorry. All right, let's get back to business. We have seen how far he was prepared to go to compel events to answer to the predictions. If you will it, dude, it is not a dream. Jesus may not have overlooked the might taste of death in spite of the measures he had secretly taken for his survival. He could have interpreted Isaiah L triple I in this sense. He made his grave with the wicked and with the rich in his deaths. 2 deaths, 2 burials were thus foreshadowed. He would die, as it were, on the cross, and yet again after the cross. But whatever would happen, his faith assured him that in some way God would raise him up and receive him until his coming in glory with the clouds of heaven. Jesus knew, however, that his disciples would be in anguish. Not readily were we entitled to imagine him, as we have done, regaining consciousness after he was taken from the tomb and using these precious minutes to beg his friends to deliver a message to his disciples. He would repeat what was so much a part of him, the scriptures relating to his suffering and revival. Tell them these things, he may have urged. They must believe. Tell them that when I have risen, I will meet them again in Galilee, as I said, and afterwards enter into glory. With this possibility in mind, we have to look closely at our documents for what illumination they afford. Very early on Sunday morning, the women associates of Jesus, led by Mary of Magdala, set out for the tomb. Suddenly it occurred to them that they might have difficulty in rolling the stone from the entrance, but they continued on their way. When they arrived, they were astounded and alarmed to find that the stone had already been moved. Had grave robbers been at work? Cases were known of entry being forced to obtain corpses or parts of them for magical or medicinal purposes. It was a capital crime to tamper with tombs and interfere with the bodies of the dead. An imperial decree found at Nazareth in 1870, which may date from the region of the Emperor Claudius, AD 41 to 54, witnesses to this. Timidly, the woman approached and looked into the cave. What they saw alarmed them still more. There was a strange man there. According to Mark's gospel, the man who was seen had been a young man in a white robe who had told the woman that Jesus had risen and that they were to inform Peter and the others that he would see them in Galilee as arranged. But this is how the story came to be related afterwards. But it impresses as true that the woman did find someone in the tomb who could have been the gardener or the other unknown who had participated in the earlier events and perhaps was the man who administered the drugged drink to Jesus on the cross. If he spoke to the woman, which is quite likely, they were in no state to take in what he said. All that registered at the time was that the body of Jesus was gone and that a strange man was there. Trembling and unnerved, they fled and said nothing to anyone because they were afraid. Here the text of Mark breaks off. The story progressed in the light of belief in the resurrection of Jesus. The young man became an angel and then 2 angels. The words he had used could be recalled. The 4th gospel may be nearest the truth in making only Mary of Magdala go to Peter and the beloved disciple to break the dire news on behalf of the other women. There is no word here of any message from a risen Jesus to deliver. She only blurts out, "They've taken away the master from the tomb and we don't know where they have laid him." Who they are is not specified. The news was a terrible shock and completely mystifying. At once confirmation was sought. Surely there must be some mistake. The 2 disciples ran to the tomb, and John the priest, being much younger, outdistanced Peter and got there first. As the priest would not enter the tomb until he knew there was no corpse there to make him ritually unclean. He only looked in and saw the grave clothes lying. Peter was not concerned about defilement and went straight in. It was true, the body was gone and only the wrappings were there neatly folded. John then entered, and suddenly it came to him that Jesus had risen. Until then, says the gospel, it had not been apprehended that the scriptures had foretold the resurrection. Puzzled and wondering, the 2 returned to John's house. This was the beginning, the empty tomb, and a flash of inspiration on the part of the beloved disciple. But there was no confirmatory evidence. Mary, it would appear, had followed the disciples to the tomb, and when they left, she remained behind weeping. Through her tears, she perceived a man standing by the tomb, whom she took to be the gardener, and said to him, "Sir, if you have moved him, tell me where you have put him, and I will take him away." The man, according to the 4th gospel, then reveals himself to her as Jesus and tells her not to catch hold of him. He gives her much the same message as it came to be reported the young man in the tomb had given the woman, as recorded by Mark, to which the fourth gospel makes no reference. The unknown man is the key figure so far, the most important clue we have. He could, as we have conjectured, have been the man who gave the position to Jesus at the cross, who had assisted in conveying the body to the tomb, and the next night had helped to move Jesus, and when he was found to have died, to have taken part in burying him. The woman had seen him dimly inside the tomb when they arrived early on Sunday morning. When they fled, he was still in the vicinity, and Mary of Magdala suddenly saw him when she looked up through her tears. Her question to him had hit the nail on the head, because he had in fact been concerning in removing Jesus, and he may defensively have answered, "Keep away from me, or leave me alone." But why should he have lingered at the tomb to be seen on those two occasions? It may well be that he had indeed been trying to give a message which Jesus, as we have suggested, in a brief period of consciousness had instructed him to deliver to his disciples. He may have been too frightened to reveal himself when Peter and John came to the tomb, not knowing who they were at the time and being fully aware he had committed a crime in taking away the body of Jesus. Because of the distraught state of the woman he had encountered, he could not be sure even now that his message had registered. Clearly, Mary did not recognize the man she saw as Jesus, but just finding him suddenly beside her had caused her in her half-crazed condition to identify him as Jesus, who had spoken to her and then disappeared. We know that she was unbalanced since Jesus had to cast out of her 7 demons. She was deeply devoted to him, passionately perhaps, and may have nurtured the delusion that he was in love with her. In her great grief, it would be consistent with that delusion that he should appear to her to console her and call her endearingly by name. Gotta fix these lights. I need something not bright right here so I can see, because I hate bright light. Mary rushed back to the disciples with her tale of having seen the Master, so another ingredient was added to the story. There had been the empty tomb, the man seen by the woman who was converted into an angel, the conviction of the beloved disciple, and now the man who had spoken to Mary of Magdala had become an appearance of Jesus himself. From this moment, incredulity began to struggle with dawning faith. Simon and John could confirm that they had found the body of Jesus gone, though the linen wrappings were still in the tomb. They confessed, however, that they had not themselves seen Jesus. The mood was now one suppressed excitement. Grave doubt was there and sorrow, but also a preparedness of anything to happen, however extraordinary. If Jesus was alive, who could tell how or when he would appear, what he would look like? On the testimony of Jesus himself, had not Elijah been revealed in the guise of John the Baptist? They were highly superstitious countrymen to whom the doctrine of the transmigration of souls was not alien. We move to the story of the 2 disciples on the road to Emmaus, narrated only by Luke. This author appears to have written his gospel in Greece at the beginning of the 2nd century, and Robert Graves has shown that certain ingredients in the story are strongly reminiscent of the first chapter of The Golden Ass by Lucius Appuleius, published at this time. This does not mean that the story was a complete invention, but that Luke used the work of Lucius as a literary aid, as he did various passages from Josephus. The essence of the story is that the disciples, one of whom was Cleophas, according to the tradition, an uncle of Jesus, were approached by a stranger as they talked sadly about the events of the past days. They told him about the hopes of Jesus which had been entertained, that he would prove to be the Messiah, and the stranger encouraged them by quoting some of the messianic predictions. They responded eagerly by requesting him to sup with them and tell them more. He agreed and afterwards took his leave. In Luke's text, he vanishes. Cheered by the stranger's discourse, the disciples were soon telling each other that the man must have been Jesus all the time. Did not our heart burn within us while he talked with us by the way, and while he opened to us the scriptures? According to Josephus, the village of Emmaus was about 4 miles northwest of Jerusalem. The tomb in which Jesus was laid was also northwest of the city. The disciples may have come from the tomb, which in view of the reports they had wished to see for themselves. The stranger who caught up with them could have been the man at the tomb trying to fulfill the behest of Jesus. He could not be sure that the distracted woman he had met so far had grasped and passed on the message he had been pressed by Jesus to deliver to the disciples. Now he tried again. This, of course, is only a theory which could fit the recorded circumstances. We do not know just how much of the story is authentic. Again, an important ingredient is the failure to identify Jesus, this time by his own relations. The man on the road to Emmaus clearly was not Jesus. According to Luke, the two told their story when they returned to Jerusalem, to be greeted by a statement of an appearance to Simon Peter. In this atmosphere, there is reported to have occurred the appearance to the apostles in the Judean tradition, followed by Luke and John. This is at variance with the Galilean tradition followed by Matthew, which is echoed in the appended final chapter of John. In the Judean tradition, Jesus positively identifies himself to the apostles in Jerusalem, exhibiting his wounds and eating food. We may regard the information as in the highest degree questionable in view of the rival record in Matthew, which suggests that the apostles did not see Jesus in Jerusalem and afterward the Passover returned to Galilee, still unconvinced, trusting that Jesus, if he was alive, would manifest himself to them at the place he had appointed. If the Judean version was true, the apostles by this time should have been absolutely certain that Jesus had risen. This version gives the impression of being a Jerusalemite response to the Galilean story. In both, there is an eating by Jesus of broiled fish. We are then left with consideration of the appearances in Galilee. The fullest version is in the fourth gospel, but we need only concern ourselves with the basic elements. Peter decides to go fishing, and 6 other disciples accompany him. They have no luck all night. Looking towards the shore in the early morning, they see a man standing there who hails them and inquires if they have nothing to eat. They reply that they have nothing as yet, but just then they obtain a substantial catch. The success is linked with the man on the shore. The beloved disciple, first to believe that Jesus had risen, exclaims, "It is the Master." This is good enough for Peter, and he jumps overboard and makes for where the man is. The man was thus assumed to be Jesus, but John says, the disciples did not know it was Jesus. When they came to the land after beaching the boat, they found fish cooking on the fire, and the stranger invited them to eat with them. None of the disciples dare ask him, "Who are you?" knowing it was the Master. But this was just what they did not know. The essence of the matter is that the apostles who knew Jesus so well entirely failed to recognize him in the man they saw. They were only persuaded by the belief of the beloved disciple. The stranger here wasn't obviously unidentifiable as Jesus, as had been the man whom Mary met at the tomb and the man on the road to Emmaus. It would seem to be the same with the man on the mountain in Galilee referred to by Matthew. When the disciples saw him, they prostrated themselves before him, but some doubted. A likely explanation of the circumstances is that all along, beginning with the young man first seen at the tomb by the woman, one and the same man was being seen, and he was not Jesus. This man was bent on fulfilling what was perhaps a promise to Jesus when he lay dying after his removal from the tomb on Saturday night, that he would faithfully deliver to Peter and the other disciples a message that the Messiah had risen in accordance with the prophecies, and that they would see him at the place he had told them about in Galilee. The man who had shown his quality at the cross did his best. He gave the message to the woman and to Mary of Magdala, and spoke also to the disciples who had visited the tomb and were talking were taking the road to Emmaus. But he could not be satisfied. He had not seen Peter and the other 10 and did not know where to find them. When he did get news of them, it was that they had gone back to Galilee. The man followed. He may have been told by Jesus where the rendezvous was to be. Finally, he was able to discharge his obligation. Naturally, it cannot be said that this is the solution of the puzzle. The men may not have been in every case the same. There is room for other theories, such as that a man concerned, if there was but one, was a medium, and that Jesus had risen from the dead into the afterlife in the spiritualist sense, spoke through him in his own voice, which enabled his presence to be recognized. Too little is told, and that little quickly became too legendary and too contradictory for any assured conclusion. The view taken here does not seem to fit the requirements and is in keeping with what has been disclosed of the Passover plot. The planning of Jesus for his expected recovery created the mystery of the empty tomb. Without that plan, it is difficult to find a valid reason why his body should have been removed from its first resting place, and without the empty tomb, belief in his resurrection would probably not have registered. It was this material fact, which seemed to confirm the faith that Jesus had expressed that he would rise again in accordance with the Scriptures, which prompted the beginnings of conviction. It was reinforced by the appearance on the scene of a messenger, which is what angel means, whom Jesus, before he died, had instructed to communicate the faith which was his to the end of his sorrowing followers. It was an old Jewish saying, a man's messenger is a man's messenger is as himself. Newborn hope and wish fulfillment caused the messenger to be identified with the master. There was no deliberate untruth to the witness of the followers of Jesus to his resurrection. On the evidence they had, the conclusion they reached seemed inescapable. There was nothing to tell them what had become of his body. They could not know that the prophet, like Moses, had been finally laid to rest, like Moses himself, in an unknown grave. Neither had there been any fraud on the part of Jesus himself. He had schemed in faith for his physical recovery, and what he expected had been frustrated by circumstances quite beyond his control. Yet when he sank into sleep, his faith was unimpaired, and by an extraordinary series of contributory events, partly resulting from his own planning, it proved to have been justified in a manner he had not foreseen. Resurrection had come to him. And surely this was for the best, since there would have been no future for a Messiah who returned temporarily to this troubled world, possibly crippled in mind and body. By his planning beyond the cross and the tomb, by his implicit confidence in the coming of the kingdom of God over which he was deputed to reign, Jesus had won through the victory. The messianic program was saved from the grave of all dead hopes, to whom a guiding light and inspiration to men. Wherever mankind strives to bring in the rule of justice, righteousness, and peace, there the deathless presence of the Jesus, the Messiah, is with them. Wherever a people of God is found laboring in the cause of human brotherhood, love, and compassion, the King of the Jews is enthroned. No other will ever come to be what he was and do what he did. The special conditions which produced him at a peculiar and pregnant moment in history are never likely to occur again, but doubtless there will be other moments having their own strange features, and other men through whom the vision will speak at an appointed time. Meanwhile, we have not exhausted the potentialities of the vision of Jesus. When I am raised up, Jesus is reported to have said, I will go before you in Galilee. Let those who wish to partake of the faith and strength of purpose of this amazing man seek for him there in the land he loved, among its hills and beside its living waters. All right, chapter 14, Faith in Deeds. What has emerged most strongly from the approach to Jesus as a real person rather than the theological figure of Christian faith variously represented in the Gospels is his dynamic character. The dynamism was so much in evidence and exerted such a powerful influence on those who came in contact with him that no version of his career, whether its doctrinal intentions, could fail to exhibit it. The positiveness and purposefulness of Jesus was such a feature of his personality that it was ineradicable in the memory of his first followers, stamping itself indelibly on Christian tradition. It was the spirit of his communicating itself in the retrospect to the first believers, which wielded them into an active, energetic, and bold-speaking community. Nothing perhaps acquaints us more surely with the Jesus of history than the exuberant overspill of the kind of man he was into the circumstances and experience of the early church. Here we may see the true significance of Pentecost. For he saw ere his eye was darkened the sheaves of the harvest bringing, and heard while his ear yet hearkened the voice of the reaper singing, all well, the world is discreet, there are plenty to pause and wait, but here was a man who set his feet sometime in advance of fate. In the messianic symbolism of a source common to Matthew and Luke, when Jesus died, the veil of the temple was rent from top to bottom. So we, to reach the real Jesus, have to rend into the embroidered silken curtain of Christian theology. The man we then discover, as we have tried to show, is indeed a man of faith, but not of a passive, quiescent faith. He is a man who put his intense convictions to the greatest test of all, the test of actions. When Jesus believed he was the Messiah of Israel, it meant for him doing the deeds of the Messiah as the prophets had foreshadowed, getting the supreme example of right conduct in relation to man, God and man, in defiance of the shibboleths of Orthodox religion and the enactments of a powerful established government. Nothing could daunt him, neither the cares of life nor the prospect of a traitor's death. He used the resources of his fertile mind to outgeneral and outwit his opponents, to compel their self-interested schemes to comply with his world-interested purposes. He laid his plans and he carried them out. He both guided and guarded the words of his mouth and to achieve his aims. The law of loving kindness was on his tongue, but also the biting speech that revealed the dissolved hypocrisy. He was not haughty, but neither was he humble. He came as a servant, but with the dignity of a master, not the obsequiousness of a slave. The ruling passion of his life was the coming of the kingdom of God. For him, it had its Hebrew meaning, the time when war and hatred would be banished, and the earth shall be full of the knowledge of the Lord, as the waters cover the sea. He told the Pharisees that the kingdom of God could not come by standing idle and watching for signs. The kingdom of God was right beside them, under their noses, ready to appear whenever they were willing to comply with the conditions which would inaugurate it. Be alive, be alert, Jesus insisted. The goal will not be reached by a sleeping partnership with God. Despite all the legends, all the developments of the image of him, all the changes of emphasis, the vividness of Jesus comes over to us in the Gospels, the voice of his messianic authority, the ardor of his enterprise, the utter sincerity of the man in all his dealings. The traditions, hazy in many things, remain infected and impregnated with his glowing objective and dynamic personality. The historical Jesus has always been there for the finding, not faultless, not inerrant, inerrant, not divine, but magnificently human. Of such a man, surprising miracles could be told, as of other sages and heroes, and to minds steeped in this kind of adoration they would seem only natural. Such a man could even be worshipped by pagan hearts as a god, as the son and embodiment of the highest God. The time when such excessive devotion was an appropriate tribute has not passed yet, since it is maintained by a functioning, erudite body of religious teachers wedded to an old inheritance. The fate and eternal welfare of the individual, a matter of deep personal concern to many, has been made to depend on acceptance of a creed claimed to be the expression of an unalterable and divinely authorized truth. But more and more people are now achieving emancipation from such an ancient thraldom, and there is a trend toward the opposite extreme, which seems, but it is not necessarily more rational than what is being discarded. Jesus, the Jew, believed that vision and action, faith and deeds are inseparable if man is to evolve and progress. Both are equally needed, inspiration aiding aspiration and performance taking its incentive from creative dreams. We ignore at our peril intimations that there are ways which are not our ways and thoughts more comprehensive than our thoughts. The messianic hope which Jesus espoused and in a unique manner personified has not yet exhibited its full potentialities. And so he is still the leader worthy to be followed, not of a lost cause, but of one ever demanding fuller realization. He himself saw to it that he would not be forgotten, that he would be continually with us, pestering and challenging us, in spite of everything done to stop him in his own time and sense, not only by his enemies, but by his professed champions. He has continued to come through. So let no one leave this presentation of Jesus with the notion that it is destructive of faith or that it reveals Jesus as a deluded fanatic. If any such impression has been formed, it is very wide of the mark. What this book has aimed to reveal is that he was a man of so much faith that he dared to translate an age-old and somewhat nebulous imagination into factual down-to-earth reality. It was useless for the Jews, or any others for that matter, to cherish a noble ideal if they were going to do nothing concrete about it. If they were not going to sweat and strive to put it into effect, Jesus prayed and then he got to work. So many do the first but not the second. They believe to be enough to give out their fine feelings and thoughts, expecting others to perform the drudgery. This attitude is what Jesus castigated so unmercifully in his own day. The true spirit of Jesus is manifested in the epistle of James in the New Testament. Of what avail is it, brothers, for someone to say he has faith when he has no deeds to show for it? Can faith save him? If a brother and sister are destitute, lacking even daily food, and one of you says to them, "Go in peace, mind you keep warm and take enough nourishment," but you give them no physical necessities for the purpose, what avails it? So with faith, unless deeds spring from it, it is dead in isolation. One may put it this way: you have faith, you say, while I have deeds. Show me your faith independent of deeds, and I will show you my faith by my deeds. You believe there is one God, you say. It is well that you do believe it. But so do the demons, and they shudder. Can you not realize, you dunce, that faith without deeds is unproductive? For as the body without the spirit is dead, so is faith without deeds. Much is made of the love and compassion of Jesus, and rightly, but we see these qualities everywhere united with commitment with doing good rather than being good. He refused to allow himself to be called good. It is said of seemingly praiseworthy young men who never put a foot wrong that Jesus, looking upon him, loved him, and the measure of his love was to tell him promptly to sell all his possessions and distribute them to the poor. Again, the emphasis is on deeds as the proof of faith and love. Because Jesus is not worshipped, he is not thereby inevitably played down or diminished in effectiveness. Rather, should we be strengthened and encouraged because he is bone of our bone and flesh of our flesh, and not God incarnate. The mind that was in the Messiah can therefore also be in us, stimulating us to accomplish what those of more careful and nicely balanced disposition declare to be impossible. Thus, the victory for which Jesus relentlessly schemed and strove will be won at last. There will be peace throughout the earth. The Iron Chancellor Bismarck, with reluctant admiration, once said of Disraeli, another famous schemer, "The old Jew, there is the man. Seen in the messianic light of the Passover plot, we can with no more wholehearted approbation say of Jesus the young Jew, there was the man."